Okay, good morning. Thank you. Morning and welcome to everyone. I hope you can hear me.
안녕하세요. 다 제 소리가 잘 들리시나요?
Thank you for confirming, Esther.
네, 감사합니다.
Welcome to the Trilateral Industry Policy Convening.
네, 오늘 함께 해주신 아시아 철강 탈탄소를 위한 정책 산업 관계자 3자 회담에 오신 것을 환영합니다. 클라이밋 캐탈리스트와 기후 솔루션이 함께 주최를 하고 있고요. 저희는 2020년에 설립된 클라이밋 캐탈리스트의 삭시 발란이입니다. 그래서 전 세계의 기후 관련 업계와 같이 협업을 하고 있습니다. 각 국가의 정책의 변경을 통해서 환경에 큰 영향을 미치고자 합니다. 저랑 같이 공동 주최를 하고 있는 기후솔루션의 허혜림 연구원님을 소개해드립니다. 안녕하세요. 저는 허혜림이고요. 네, 기후솔루션은 독립적인 환경의 비영리 단체입니다. 아시아 전역에 걸쳐서 기후의 긍정적인 변화를 도모하고자 하는 그룹입니다. 네, 감사합니다. 오늘 미팅의 목표는 한국, 일본, 인도의 이 3개국에서 현재 어떠한 정책의 방향이 맞는지에 대해서 논의를 하고 또 가장 큰 난제가 어떤 것인지에 대해서 논의를 하는 자리입니다. 오늘 그래서 각 국가 그리고 또 글로벌 이해 관계자분들을 모시고 이야기를 나눠볼 겁니다. 오늘은 리서치 띵크탱크와 또 여러 산업의 전문가분들을 모시고 얘기를 할 건데요. 특히 철강 산업에서 각각 시장에서 어떠한 난관이 있는지를 말씀을 나눌 예정입니다. 또한 철강의 탈탄소화를 위해서 어떠한 정책 경로가 맞는지에 대해서 논의를 할 예정입니다. 또 시장의 수요를 통해서 앞으로 어떠한 투자 활성화가 필요한지에 대한 논의도 이어질 예정입니다. 네, 왜 철강일까라고 물어보실 수 있는데요. 여태까지는 전력에 대해서 많이 이야기를 했습니다. 또 역시 중공업 분야도 굉장히 탄소 집약적인 분야이죠. 근데 전반적인 탄소 배출량을 보면은 철강이 굉장히 큰 부분을 차지합니다. 적어도 7%를 차지하고 있는데요. 한국, 인도, 일본 같은 경우는 2위, 3위를 차지할 만큼 전 세계의 가장 큰 철강 생산국입니다. 그렇기 때문에 저희가 이런 철강 업계를 얘기를 시작해야지만 저희가 이런 기후 변화에 적절한 대응이 가능하다라고 생각이 됩니다. 오전에는 여러 가지 정책에 대한 이야기를 나누겠습니다. 그래서 녹색 공공 조달과 같은 부분을 오전 시간엔 이야기를 해서 어떤 정책이 마련되어야지만 저희가 철강 탈탄소화를 이룰 수 있는지에 대해 집중적으로 논의를 하겠습니다. 오늘 전 세계에 다른 시간대에 계신 많은 분들이 참석을 하고 계시는데요. 그리고 다시 한번 발표하시는 분들은 통역사들을 고려하셔서 너무 빠르게 말씀을 하지 않으시기를 다시 한번 말씀을 드리겠습니다. 그러면 이것으로 저희 첫 번째 연사분을 소개를 해드리겠습니다. 넥스트 그룹의 고은 디렉터님이십니다. 오늘은 한국의 녹색 공공 조달 분야에 대해서 발표를 해주실 예정인데요. 여기서 고은 디렉터님께서는 여러 가지 기후 정책과 또 철강 분야에 집중해서 철강업계의 탈탄소화 부문을 이끌고 계십니다. 네, 한국어로 발표를 해 주실 예정이기 때문에요. 참석하고 계신 이 외국 분들은 줌의 통역 기능을 통해서 발표를 들으시길 바랍니다. 발표를 들으시다가 코멘트 하실 부분이나 질문이 있으신 분들은 채팅창을 이용해 주시기 바랍니다. 네, 그럼 첫 번째 연습은 고은 디렉터님께 넘기겠습니다.
네, 감사합니다. 화면 공유 시작하겠습니다. 네, 안녕하세요. 저는 소개받은 사단법인 넥스트의 고은이라고 합니다. 오늘 이렇게 정말 한국에서 열리는 첫 번째 국제 행사인 것 같은데요. 철강 탈탄소에 대한 정책 회의로서는요. 여기서 저희 한국의 녹색 공공 조달에 대해서 설명할 수 있게 되어서 큰 영광으로 생각을 합니다. 시간이 촉박할 수 있어서 우선은 길게 서론을 두지 않고 바로 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 우선 제가 오늘 말씀을 드릴 부분은 한국의 저탄소 철강 시장 창출을 위한 한국의 녹색 공공조달 개선에 대한 제언이라는 제목의 이슈 브리프에 대한 내용을 위주로 설명을 드릴 건데요. 이 이슈 브리프는 저희 사단법인 넥스트와 그 기후 솔루션이 공동으로 작업한 결과물입니다. 네, 그러면 본격적인 발표 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 우선 들어가기에 앞서서 한국의 철강 산업과 시장 구조에 대해서 간단하게 설명을 드리려고 합니다. 우선 한국의 경우에는 다른 세계의 어느 철강 산업과 마찬가지로 고로 방식과 전기로 방식을 이용해서 제철이 이루어지고 있습니다. 이 고로 방식을 통한 제철은 정말 철광석과 코크스를 원료로 투입을 해서 1차 철강제를 만드는 그런 방식이라고 할 수 있고, 전기로 같은 경우에는 철 스크랩을 기반으로 해서 2차 철강제를 만드는 그런 기술이라고 할 수 있습니다. 고로 제품 같은 경우에는 한국에서는 포스코와 현대제철 그리고 동국제철이 만들고 있고, 전기로 생산 방식을 통해서는 현대제철과 동국제철이 만들고 있습니다. 이 경우엔 제가 말씀드리는 이 세 개의 업체 같은 경우에는 조강 생산을 할 수 있는 업체만 선별을 해서 말씀을 드리는 것이고, 이 외에도 저희는 좀 다소 중소규모의 정말 수많은 전기로 생산자들이 있습니다. 전기로 운영자들이 있습니다. 이제 그들은 이 차트에서는 우선 제외되었다는 점을 말씀드리겠습니다. 그래서 고로와 전로의 생산 비율을 조강 기준으로만 보면은 우리나라는 한 7대3 정도 비율을 가지고 있는데요. 세계 평균이 약 6대4 정도이고, EU 평균이 6대4, 그리고 미국이 3대7, 그리고 중국이 9대1 정도인 점을 감안을 하면 우리나라의 고로와 전기로 비율은 세계 평균보다 고로가 살짝 더 비율이 높은 수준이다라는 점을 말씀드릴 수 있습니다. 그러면 이렇게 생산된 한국의 철강제는 어디로, 어떤 시장으로 어떻게 흘러가느냐를 우선 살펴보겠는데요. 가운데에 있는 큰 파이 차트를 보시면 수출이 36%, 그리고 내수 시장이 64%인 점을 알 수 있습니다. 즉, 한국의 철강 산업은 굉장히 수출 의존도가 높은 산업이다. 이렇게 이해를 하시면 되겠고요. 주요 수출처는 좌측의 바 차트에서 확인할 수 있다시피 아시아 국가만 카운팅을 해도 40%가 넘습니다. 아세안이 20%, 중국이 13%, 일본이 13%, 그리고 그 나머지는 미국, EU, 인도, 멕시코 순으로 수출이 이루어지고 있고요. 그리고 내수 시장을 그 산업별로 살펴보면 건설용 자재가 35%를 차지함으로써 가장 큰 내수 비율을 차지하고 있음을 알 수 있고, 그 다음으로는 자동차, 다음으로는 선박, 다음으로는 기계 장비 순으로 철강 제품을 수요하고 있음을 알 수 있습니다. 이렇게 제가 처음에 보여드리는 이유는 향후 슬라이드에서 녹색 공공 조달 정책의 영향도에 대해서 설명을 할 때 우리나라 시장 구조를 이해해야지 조금 더 잘 이해를 하실 수 있을 것 같아서 먼저 설명을 드립니다. 그러면 철강 제품의 공공조달 시장은 어떠한가를 우선 살펴보도록 하겠습니다. 여기서 말하는 공공조달 시장이라 함은 정부나 공공기관이 물품 구매 형태로 구매하는 철강 제품의 통계를 기반으로 만들어낸 분석이고요. 이 경우에는 예컨대 자동차나 뭐 기계나 이제 이러한 다른 형태의 완성제 안에 들어가 있는 철강 제품의 가치는 포함이 되어 있지 않는 점, 않고 있다는 점을 좀 이해를 해주셨으면 좋겠습니다. 그래서 철강 조달, 공공조달 시장을 한번 살펴보면 대부분이 건설용 제품임을 알 수 있는데요. 아래 파이 차트의 좌측 파이 차트를 보시면 철근이라든지 봉형강이라든지 강관이라든지 후판이라든지 건설용 자재에 쓰이는 철강제들이 대부분이 공공조달 시장을 구성을 하고 있습니다. 이 제품을 우리나라에서 생산되는 기술별로 나누어 보면 약 90%가 스크랩 베이스의 전기로 기반으로 생산이 되는 제품들이고요. 나머지 10% 정도가 고로를 기반으로 생산되는 철강 제품들입니다. 이 말은 공공조달 정책의 개선이나 변화는 실질적으로 한국의 전기로 운영자들에게 조금 더 많은 영향을 줄 수 있고 고로를 운영하는 철강사에게는 다소 제한적인 영향을 줄 수 있음을 의미합니다. 네, 다음으로는 한국의 녹색 공공조달 정책에 대해서 살펴보도록 하겠습니다. 크게 두 가지 제도를 꼽을 수 있을 것 같습니다. 첫 번째로는 환경부에서 주관하는 녹색 제품 의무 구매 제도라는 것이 있고요. 그리고 조달청이 운영을 하는 최저 녹색 기준 제도, 이렇게 두 가지 제도가 있을 겁니다. 녹색 제품 의무 구매 제도 같은 경우에는 공공기관이나 국가기관이 반드시 그 전체 구매액에, 그 기관이 조달하는 전체 구매액에 일정 비율 혹은 일정 구매액을 녹색 제품으로 조달해야 된다라는 제도이고요. 최소 녹색 기준 같은 경우에는 판매자에게 부여가 되는 의무인데 공공 조달 시장에 납품하고자 하는 판매자는 반드시 조달청이 제시하는 최소 녹색 기준을 충족해야지만 제품을 납품할 수 있습니다. 이 두 가지 제도의 가장 큰 차이점은 반드시 지켜야 할 필수적인 요구 조건이 있느냐 아니냐의 여부일 텐데요. 녹색 제품 의무구매 제도 같은 경우에는 각 기관이 매년 자발적으로 세팅을 한 구매 계획에 맞추어서 어느 정도 반자발적으로 녹색 제품 구매를 진행하는 반면 이 최소 녹색 기준 같은 경우에는 반드시 따라야 할 의무 조건입니다. 우선 간단하게는 이렇게 말씀드리고 다음 슬라이드에서 좀 더 자세히 말씀을 드릴게요. 그래서 이 두 가지 프로그램은 사실 되게 여러 가지 공공기관의 역할이 잘 어우러진 제도 구조를 가지고 있다고 보시면 되는데요. 녹색 제품 의무구매 제도 같은 경우는 주관 부처가 환경부이고 이 제도를 뒷받침하는 녹색 제품 인증 제도 같은 경우에는 환경부 산하의 한국환경산업기술원 KT라고 약어를 쓰는 KT와 산자부 산하의 사단법인인 리파 한국자원순환산업진흥협회에서 담당을 하고 있습니다. 그리고 최소 녹색 기준 같은 경우에는 조달청에서 운영을 하고 있는데 이 조달청 같은 경우는 환경부와는 좀 독립적인 기관으로 기획재정부 산하에 있는 기관입니다. 이 말은 한국의 녹색 공공조달 제도를 개선하기 위해서는 혹은 개혁하기 위해서는 정말 다양한 공공기관의 협조와 설득이 필요한 점을 시사한다고 볼 수 있습니다. 그러면 우선 녹색 제품 의무구매 제도에 대해서 자세히 설명을 드려보도록 할게요. 매년 이제 의무를 가진 공공기관들 그리고 국가기관들은 환경부에 녹색 제품 구매 계획을 제출을 하게 되고요. 그리고 1년이 지난 후에는 그 계획의 실적에 대해서 보고를 하게 됩니다. 이 의무기관들은 구매하고자 하는 물품 옵션 중에서 녹색 제품이 있을 경우 반드시 그걸 구매해야 되지만 녹색 제품이 없을 경우에는 구매하지 않아도 된다는 예외 조항이 있습니다. 아래 기관 도식을 보면 다소 복잡해 보이기는 하나 이것이 의미하는 바는 환경부가 가장 모든 것을 총괄하는 그 총괄 부처임을 의미를 하고 그 산하의 KT가 각 공공기관으로부터 실적 계획이라든지 실적을 다 취합을 하고 평가를 해서 실무적인 관리를 하는 부처라고 보시면 되고요. 여기 있는 조달청 같은 경우, PPS라고 되어 있는 조달청 같은 경우에는 나라장터 포털을 운영을 하고 있기도 하고 그 각 기관의 공공조달 통계에 대해서 관리를 하고 있기 때문에 실제로 디지털화된 방식으로 기관의 실적을 트래킹을 하고 또 체크를 하는 그런 역할을 하고 있습니다. 그래서 2005년 도입 이후로 이 녹색 제품 의무 구매 제도는 절대적인 녹색 제품 구매 기준으로 성과는 꾸준히 개선이 되고 있습니다. 이 아래쪽 차트에 있는 회색 바 차트가 그 절대적인 녹색 제품 구매액을 보여주고 있는데요. 다소 붙지만 있지만 전반적으로 꾸준히 상승하는 모양을 보여줄 수 있음을 알 수 있는데요. 하지만 이 비율을 우리나라 전체 공공조달 금액과 대비하여서 살펴보면 2%대에 몇 년간 머무르고 있는 것을 볼 수 있습니다. 실질적으로 나라의 구매력이 증가하는 만큼 녹색 제품이 더 증가하지는 못했다라고 결론을 내릴 수 있는 부분입니다. 그러면 이 녹색 제품 의무 구매 제도를 빠질 수 없는 녹색 제품 인증 제도를 한번 봐야 할 텐데요. 그럼 이 녹색 제품은 과연 무엇을 의미하냐? 우리나라에서는 3가지 제품을 녹색 제품으로 인정을 하고 있습니다. 첫 번째는 여기 발표 장표에는 에코 라벨 프로덕트라고 되어 있는데 이게 환경 표지 제품이라고 한국어로 번역이 되고요. 그래서 환경 표지 제품, 그리고 우수 재활용 제품, 그리고 저탄소 제품 이렇게 3가지 상품군이 녹색 제품으로 분류가 됩니다. 그래서 이 3가지 제품 중에 하나로만 인증을 받으면 녹색 제품으로 인정을 받게 되고 이 제품을 구매할 경우 녹색 구매로 인정을 받게 되는 거죠. 환경 표지 제품과 저탄소 인증 제품 같은 경우에는 KT에서 인증을 담당을 하고 우수 재활용 제품 같은 경우에는 한국자원순환산업진흥회라는 의파에서 담당을 하고 있습니다. 아무래도 오늘 우리의 주제는 철강 탈탄소 주제이다 보니 이 저탄소 제품에 대한 인증 기준을 좀 더 자세히 살펴볼 필요가 있을 텐데요. 한국의 저탄소 제품 인증 기준은 크게 2가지가 있습니다. 첫 번째는 최대 허용 탄소 배출량 기준, 그리고 최소 탄소 감축률 기준. 용어가 다소 복잡하기는 한데 심플합니다. 우선 첫 번째 기준 같은 경우에는 그 동종 상품 혹은 산업의 평균 탄소 배출 집약도보다 낮아야지만 된다라는 기준이고요. 두 번째 최저 탄소 감축률 기준 같은 경우에는 3년 동안 3.3%의 탄소 집약도 개선이 이루어져야 된다라는 기준입니다. 첫 번째 기준이 저탄소 제품을 인증받기 위한 진입 기준이라고 본다면 두 번째 기준은 이 인증을 유지하기 위한 유지 기준이라고 볼 수 있을 텐데요. 우리나라 철강 제품 중에 저탄소 인증을 받은 제품은 2022년 4월 기준으로 포스코의 17개 제품이 유일하고요. 그런데 좀 의아한 부분은 이 저탄소 제품으로 인증을 받은 이 제품들이 막상 탄소 발자국에 대한 정보는 공개가 되어 있지 않다는 점입니다. 이 부분은 이유를 찾을 수가 없었는데요. 네, 이거는 확인이 필요한 부분이라고 생각을 합니다. 그래서 연구진은 한국의 저탄소 철강이 과연 탄소 집약도가 어느 정도 될까를 다른 방식으로 조사를 해보았는데요. 좌측에 총 7개 상품군이 포스코에서 생산하는 상품군의 탄소 집약도고 나머지 제품 같은 경우는 알셀로미탈이라는 최대 철강 업체, 그러니까 유럽 베이스의 최대 철강 업체와 사브라는 스웨덴 철강사의 철강 제품 탄소 집약도를 보여주고 있습니다. 이들 제품은 다 고로 기반으로 생산된 1차 철강 제품들이고요. 여기서 확인할 수 있다시피 포스코의 제품은 약 2톤당, 그러니까 철강 1톤당 약 2톤 CO2를 조금 넘는 수준의 탄소 집약도를 가지고 있음을 보여줍니다. 다른 유럽 경쟁사와 비교해서는 좀 나은 수준이라고 볼 수 있고요. 그리고 이 자료를 통해서 우리나라의 저탄소 철강 제품은 2톤 초반대에 형성이 되어 있구나, 2톤 CO2 초반대에 형성되어 있구나, 이렇게 메시지를 도출할 수 있었습니다. 네, 다음은 최소 녹색 기준 제도에 대해서 살펴보도록 하겠습니다. 이 최소 녹색 기준은 반드시 따라야 할 필수 요건 사항인 만큼 좀 제한적으로 적용이 됩니다. 조달청에서 총 109개의 상품군을 지정을 하고 있는데요. 이 109개의 상품군은 주로 다양합니다. 뭐 컴퓨터나 뭐 세탁기와 같은 소비재도 있고, 시멘트나 바닥재와 같은 건축자재도 있고, 냉강탑, 발전 장비 등 그런 복잡한 기계 설비 등도 있습니다. 그런데 여기에 철강 제품은 포함이 되어 있지 않죠. 또 다른 좀 흥미로운 포인트는 이 최저 녹색 기준의 항목으로, 평가 항목으로 탄소 발자국은 포함이 되어 있지 않다는 점입니다. 여기서 고려하는 평가 항목은 에너지 효율이라든지 유해물질 저감이라든지 재활용률에 국한되어 있고, 여기 아래쪽에 있는 박스에 보시면 시멘트에 대한 최소 녹색 기준을 제가 적어놨는데, 여기서도 보다시피 어디에서도 탄소 발자국이나 탄소 배출량에 대한 기준은 찾아볼 수가 없습니다. 그래서 철강 탈탄소화를 위해서 한국 공공조달 제도가 가지고 있는 좀 일반적인 한계점을 살펴보면, 우선 첫 번째로 기후에 대한 영향도를 경시하는 경향이 있다, 이렇게 볼 수 있는데요. 다배출 산업에서 생산되는 그런 철강 제품과 같은 제품이 제도에 적용을 받지 않는 경우가 많았고, 탄소 배출량이나 탄소 발자국이 주요 평가 항목으로 적용받지 않은 경우도 많았습니다. 그리고 두 번째로는 이 제도의 성과를 평가를 할 때 실질적인 녹색 수요 창출 부분에 대한 지표에 대한 측정이 미비하다는 점을 들 수가 있는데요. 녹색 제품 의무구매 제도 같은 경우에는 절대적인 녹색 구매액을 기준으로 성과를 측정하죠. 이는 실질적으로 정말 산업 내에 녹색 수요가 창출되고 있는지, 얼마나 녹색 기술 혁신이 일어나게 할 수 있는지, 이를 통한 탄소 배출량 저감은 얼마나 이루어지고 있는지에 대한 그 영향 평가 부분에 있어서 미진한 부분을 가지고 있을 수밖에 없습니다. 그리고 세 번째 한계점으로는 이 탄소 배출량에 대한 기준 자체가 굉장히 관대하다라고 볼 수 있는데, 지금 저탄소 인증제도에서 규정하는 최대 허용 배출량이 산업의 평균을 기준으로 하고 있는데, 이 경우에는 철강산업 같이 독과점적인 구조를 가지고 있는 우리나라 시장 같은 경우에는 효과적으로 그 독과점적인 생산자들의 생산 변화를 이끌어낼 수 없다는 점에서 다소 한계가 있는 좀 완화된 기준이라고 볼 수 있습니다. 네, 제도별로 그러면 한번 그 한계 사항을 짚어보고 이에 대한 제한 사항을 짚어보도록 하겠습니다. 우선 녹색 제품 의무구매 제도 같은 경우에는 이 성과 지표가 반드시 개선이 되어야 된다라는 점을 강조하고 싶습니다. 그래서 전체 공공조달 규모 대비 녹색 제품 구매 비율로 성과 지표를 설정을 해서 트래킹을 하게 되면 공공기관에서 조금 더 실질적으로 유의미하게 녹색 제품 구매액을 늘릴 수 있을 것이라고 생각이 되고요. 또한 저탄소 인증제도에 있어서 특히 철강 부분에 대해서는 최대 허용 탄소 배출량이 지금 산업의 평균으로 설정이 되어 있는데, 이 부분이 개선이 되어야지 철강 생산자들이 유의미한 탈탄소 행동 변화를 이끌어낼 수 있다고 보고 있습니다. 그리고 두 번째, 최소녹색 기준 같은 경우에는 크게 두 가지 문제점이 있었죠. 철강 제품이 포함이 되어 있지 않다는 점, 그리고 탄소 발자국이 평가 항목을 포함이 되어 있지 않다는 점, 이렇게 두 가지가 있었는데, 저희의 제안 사항은 이 최소녹색 기준에 철강 제품을 포함시키고 또 탄소 발자국을 평가 항목을 포함을 시키는 방식을 제안하고 싶습니다. 이 경우에는 이 변화가 이루어지게 되면 공공조달 시장에 있는 모든 철강 제품은 반드시 저탄소 철강으로 조달이 될 것이라는 강력한 제도 개선안이라고 볼 수 있습니다. 그리고 마지막으로 저탄소 인증 제도에서 최대 탄소 배출량의 설정에 대해서 좀 제언을 하고 싶은데요. 예컨대 우리나라에서 지금 말씀드렸듯이 최대 허용 탄소 배출량은 산업의 평균을 의미하고 있고, 철강 시장에 있어서는 좀 독과점적인 한국의 시장 특성상 그 평균이 사실은 뭐 포스코의 평균 혹은 뭐 현대제철의 평균, 이렇게 각 단일 공급자의 평균으로 이루어지고 있기 때문에 효과적인 전환 요인을 주지 못하고 있습니다. 그렇기 때문에 이 이슈 브리프에서는 저희는 두 가지 안을 제안을 하고 있는데요. 고로 기반으로 생산된 철강 제품에 대한 최대 허용 탄소 배출량을 따로 지정을 하고, 전기로로 생산된 철강 제품에 대한 최대 허용 탄소 배출량을 따로 지정한다. 이제 이렇게 제안을 하고 있는데, 이 슬라이드는 고로 기반 제품에 대한 최대 허용 탄소 배출량을 제한하기 위한 장표인데, 포스코 같은 경우는 지금 2톤 초반대의 탄소 집약도를 보여주고 있다고 제가 말씀을 드렸고, 이것과 동일한 퀄리티의 제품을 생산하기 위해서 스크랩 기반으로 전기로로 생산하는 미국의 뉴코어사의 탄소 집약도를 살펴보면 약 1.22에서 1.71톤 CO2 정도를 배출하는 굉장히 거의 절반이 조금 안 되는 정도의 저감률을 보여주는 탄소 집약도를 보여주고 있습니다. 이는 전 세계적인 베스트 어베일러블 테크놀로지 관점에서 봤을 때, BAT 관점에서 봤을 때 가능한 수준이다라고 저희가 생각이 돼서 최대 허용 탄소 배출량을 전기로로 생산하는 열연 제품, 뉴코어사의 열연 제품 탄소 집약도에 맞추어서 1.22에서 1.71 정도로 설정하는 것이 어떻겠냐라고 제안을 하고 있습니다. 그리고 두 번째는 전기로 기반의 철강 제품의 탄소 집약도의 최대 허용 배출량을 어떻게 정할 것인가, 이 부분인데요. 전기로 생산자의 배출원을 주로 보면은 거의 대부분 한 60%가 넘는 부분이 전력 소비로 인한 간접 배출입니다. 따라서 청정한 전력을 조달을 하게 되면 그만큼 배출량이 저감이 되게 되고, 우리나라 2030년 NDC 기준의 파워 믹스를 여기에 적용을 해보게 되면 더 청정한 전력을 조달한다고 가정 시 0.37에서 0.25톤 CO2까지 배출 집약도가 줄어드는 것을 확인을 할 수가 있습니다. 약 33% 저감된 수준이죠. 그렇기 때문에 우리가 이번 이슈 브리프에서 제안하는 안은 전기로 기반의 철강 제품은 0.25톤 CO2 수준에서 설정이 되어야 된다. 이렇게 말씀을 드리고 싶습니다. 이 모든 제도 개선안이 채택이 될 경우 철강 공공조달 시장으로부터 조달되는 철강 제품의 생산의 배출량은 약 38% 줄어들게 됩니다. 네, 여기서 시사점을 도출해 보면서 마무리하도록 하겠습니다. 우선 한국의 녹색 공공조달 정책은 우리나라의 긴급한 기후변화 대응 과제에 대응하기 위해서 하루라도 빨리 개선이 되어야 된다라는 점을 확인을 해볼 수가 있었고요. 철강 산업의 탈탄소를 위해서는 이 공공조달의 규모가 다소 작아 보일 수는 있습니다. 하지만 이렇게 꾸준히 정부가 공공조달에 대한 제도를 추진을 하고 일관적으로 추진을 하게 되면 이 작은 수요라도 철강 생산자들에게는 실제로 저탄소 생산 투자를 할 수 있는 확실한 수요처가 되기 때문에 투자의 마중물을 부어줄 수 있는 효과적인 장치로 기능을 합니다. 그리고 시장 자체에 정부의 녹색 구매에 대한 의지를 보여주는 하나의 큰 시그널이 되는 거죠. 그리고 세 번째로서는 비단 이 공공조달 정책은 한국에서만 되어야 될 것이 아니라 한국의 철강을 수입하는 정말 메이저한 수입국들에서도 적용이 되어야 합니다. 그렇게 해야지만 수출 중심의 한국 철강 산업이 조금 더 자극을 받고 녹색 구매에 대한, 녹색 생산에 대한 유인을 받을 수 있게 됩니다. 그리고 마지막으로는 공공조달 정책도 분명 중요하지만 사실 사기업이 조달하는 그 조달 시장도 매우 중요하다. 왜냐하면 한국의 대부분은 한국 철강제를 대부분 소비를 하는 자동차 산업이라든지 선박 산업 같은 경우에는 아무래도 민간의 영역인 경우가 많고, 그렇기 때문에 공공조달과 더불어서 민간의 영역으로 녹색 민간 조달에 대한 부분에 대한 캠페이닝이나 연구가 더 활발하게 이루어져야지 정말 완전한 철강 탈탄소화를 이뤄낼 수 있다라는 점을 확인할 수 있었습니다. 네, 긴 시간 발표 들어주셔서 감사하고요. 질문 들어온 거 있으면 제가 대답하도록 하겠습니다.
Thank you, Rachel, for presenting the research on Korean GPP and its
한국의 녹색 공공 조달과 또 그 철강업계에 미친 영향에 대해서 발표해 주셔서 감사합니다. 또 여기에 대한 시사점과 여러 가지 제언을 해주신 점에 대해서 감사드립니다. 네, 오늘 발표한 내용은 넥스트그룹에서 새로 발간한 보고서 한국의 녹색 공공 조달에 대한 새로운 시사점이라는 보고서에서 발췌한 내용인데요. 네, 저희 기후솔루션과 넥스트 웹사이트에서 전체 보고서를 확인하실 수 있습니다. 두 번째 연사분을 소개를 해드리겠습니다. 일본의 철강업체의 탈탄소 정책에 대해서 발표를 해주실 텐데요. 코트라의 김은지 차장님께서 발표를 해주시겠습니다. 김은지 차장님은 일본의 경제 이슈와 관련된 여러 가지 프로젝트에 관여를 했었고요. ESG라든가 제로 카본 사회, 에너지 혁신, 산업 재활성화 등등에 대한 연구를 했습니다. 네, 김은지 차장님께서도 한국어로 발표를 하실 예정이니까요. 네, 통역 서비스를 이용해 주시기 바랍니다.
안녕하세요. 보이시나요?
네, 잘 보입니다.
네, 그러면 지금부터 방금 소개를 받았고요. 저는 일본의 탄소 중립 전략과 철강업의 대응이란 주제로 발표를 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 이번 회의가 철강 산업의 탈탄소를 위해서 한국, 일본, 인도의 어떤 최근의 현황들을 서로 공유할 수 있는 좋은 자리를 마련해 주신 거에 대해서 먼저 감사 인사를 드리도록 하겠습니다. 그럼 발표 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 네, 제가 준비한 내용은 일단 일본이 2050년 탄소 중립을 위한 정책을 수립하고 각각의 산업에 대한 어떤 정책적 목표와 그리고 전략을 담은 그린 성장 전략 내용을 주로 먼저 설명해 드리도록 하겠습니다. 이 안에서 철강 산업이 어떻게 탄소 중립을 위한 과제를 설정을 하고 이에 대한 구체적인 대응들을 추진하고 있는지, 그리고 실제 어떤 철강 산업의 사례들을 모아서 일본이 주체적으로 시행하고 있는 철강 산업의 탄소 중립 어떤 목표, 그 과정에 대해서 좀 더 자세하게 말씀드릴 것으로 생각하고 있습니다. 네, 첫 번째 일본의 탄소 중립 전략과 철강업에 대응해서요. 가장 먼저 제가 준비한 슬라이드는 일단 일본이 전체적인 온실효과 가스 배출량 추이를 보시면 2013년에 14억만 톤에서 2019년에 12억만 톤으로 지속적으로 6년 연속 온실가스 배출량이 감소를 합니다. 이게 2013년 최대 대비로는 14%가 감소를 한 것이고요. 그리고 2005년 대비로는 12%가 감소한 실적을 나타내고 있습니다. 주요 선진국의 온실효과 가스 배출량 추이를 비교를 해보면 가장 성공적으로 탄소 감축을 시행하고 있는 나라는 영국이 2013년을 100을 기준으로 했을 때 21%가 감소했고, 다음으로 독일, 그리고 일본이 세 번째 순위로 14% 감축하는 성과를 나타냅니다. 반면에 중국이나 캐나다인 경우는 2013년보다 2019년에 좀 더 온실가스 배출량이 증가하는 추이를 나타내고 있는 상황입니다. 다음 표를 보시면 작년에 2030년 일본이 2013년도 대비 46% 감축을 하겠고 2050년에 탄소 중립을 선언하게 됩니다. 탄소 중립 선언을 한 게 일단 2050년 실질적 제로라는 목표치를 제시를 하는데요. 이전에 2013년도에도 2015년만 해도 26% 감소하겠다는 목표치를 제시했는데 훨씬 더 도전적인 목표치인 46%, 2013년 대비 2030년까지 46%, 나아가서 50%까지 감축하겠다는 목표를 제시하고 있습니다. 이 목표를 기준으로 가장 주요한 5개 부분의 이산화탄소 배출량 삭감 목표를 각각의 기준에 맞춰서 제시를 하게 됩니다. 이게 제가 한 번 더 보내주신 자료에는 이게 수정이 됐는데 일단 전체 46%의 목표를 달성하기 위해서 여기 수치는 조금 다른데요. 38%, 51%, 66%, 35%, 47%를 각각의 감소를 하게 되는데 이 수치는 조금 수정해서 다시 말씀을 드리도록 하겠습니다. 가정 부분에서 가장 높은 삭감 목표를 제시를 합니다. 66%요. 그리고 상업 서비스 부분에서도 51% 감축을 하겠고 공장의 생산시설에서도 38%를 감소하겠다고 목표를 제시합니다. 특히 가정 부분에서는 구체적으로 주택 자체의 에너지 절약 기능을 향상시키거나 아니면 가정 내 사용기기 효율성을 높인다라는 구체적인 시책들도 제시를 하고 있습니다. 그리고 상업 서비스 부분에서는 주로 건축물 이런 내용에 대해 많이 담겨져 있는데 모든 건물이나 빌딩에 대해서는 에너지 효율 향상을 위한 에너지 관리 시스템을 50% 이상 설치를 하겠다라는 이 목표를 제시를 하고 있습니다. 특히 항상 일본이 온실효과 가스 배출 삭감을 위해서 가장 전력적으로 추진하고 있는 부분이 에너지 전환 부분입니다. 에너지 전환 부분에서는 그 다음 장에서 좀 더 제가 구체적으로 설명을 드리겠고요. 전력과 비전력 부분에서 어떻게 구분을 해서 탈탄소 정책을 추진해 나가느냐 아니면 탄소 중립 정책을 추진해 나가느냐의 일정표를 제시를 한 것입니다. 전력 부분에서는 절대적으로 2030년에 4.5톤에서 3.65톤으로 줄여 나가는데 이거의 구체적인 방법은 재생에너지, 원자력, 그리고 화력발전소는 기존의 설을 활용을 하되 최대한의 뭔가 탄소 포집 기술, 혁신 기술들을 도입하여 탄소 자체를 감축해 나가겠다라는 목표를 제시를 하고 있습니다. 그리고 비전력 부분에서는 기존에 사용하던 화석연료를 전기나 수소연료를 전환하고 그리고 운송 부분에서도 전기 자동차라든지 수소연료 자동차, 바이오연료 자동차를 사용하면서 전력 수요 자체를 기존의 화력에서 전력으로 전환시키고 그리고 화석연료에서는 기존의 CO2의 발생을 최대한 해소해서 재활용하는 방식으로 탄소 중립을 2050년에 달성하겠다라는 목표를 제시를 합니다. 다음에 보시면 아까 말씀드렸다시피 일본은 탄소 중립이라는 목표를 설정하기 이전에 에너지 자립을 향하여 지속적으로 노력해야 하는 어떤 국가적 목표를 설립을 하게 됩니다. 따라서 제6차 에너지 기본계획에서 일본 정부가 화석 연료를 76%를 사용하던 것을 41%로 축소하는 대신에 재생에너지와 원자력, 비화석 부분으로 발전되는 부분을 59%까지 완전히 에너지 전원 구성을 변화시키겠다라는 아주 좀 더 도전적인 목표를 제시를 합니다. 그래서 전원 구성 목표를 보면 2019년도에서 2030년도 아까 말씀드렸다시피 화력을 대폭 줄이고 대신에 재생에너지와 원자력을 대폭적으로 증가시킨다라는 내용입니다. 현재 주요국의 재생에너지 발전 비중을 보시면 독일이 41%, 영국이 38%, 중국이 27%인데 반면에 미국이나 일본 경우는 한 18% 정도입니다. 따라서 일본이 탄소 중립을 위해서는 기본적으로 에너지 정책의 전환이 필요하고 그거에 대한 가장 첫 번째 실현을 해야 되는 것이 재생에너지의 도입 목표를 기존의 20%대였던 것을 36에서 38%까지 끌어올린다라는 가장 핵심적인 정책 목표를 수립하고 이거에 따라서 어떤 분야를 강조를 할 것이냐라고 선택을 했을 때 태양광 그리고 풍력 중에서도 해상 풍력을 집중적으로 증가시킴으로써 재생에너지를 확보하겠다는 전략을 세웁니다. 그래서 일본은 탄소 중립이라는 어떤 목표하에 에너지 정책을 수립하는 데 있어서 가장 먼저 재생에너지를 안정적으로 공급할 수 있는 시스템을 구축하고 그리고 지금까지는 화석에너지에 비해서 훨씬 더 비싼 재생에너지의 가격을 기술 혁신을 통해서 계속적으로 내려나감으로써 경제적 효율성을 확보해 나가겠다라는 에너지 정책을 수립하게 됩니다. 그래서 이 정책들이 추진되는 과정에서 자연적으로 전력 부분에서의 탄소 중립을 달성하겠다라는 것이 가장 큰 목표치의 하나로 추진되고 있는 상황입니다. 아까 말씀드렸던 것은 전력 부분에서의 탄소 중립을 위한 대응 정책은 재생에너지를 확보를 하여 이것들을 최대한 활용하겠다는 전략이 하나가 있고요. 그리고 두 번째 전략에서는 그린 성장 전략을 제시를 하게 됩니다. 이 그린 성장 전략이라는 것은 산업 정책을 수립하는 데 있어서 경제 정책, 경제 효율성, 경제 성장이라는 것이 환경을 연결시킴으로써 이게 어떤 걸림돌이라든지 어떤 장애 요인이 아니라 환경을 실현하기 위한 어떤 산업 정책을 수립함으로써 이게 곧 경제 성장으로 선순환 구조를 만들 수 있다라는 목표를 가지고 산업 정책화로 14개 중점 산업을 선정을 하고 그리고 각각의 목표를 설정을 하여 이에 대한 지원 정책을 강력한 하나의 어떤 풀 세트의 지원 정책을 마련하게 됩니다. 에너지 관련 사업 중에서는 아까 말씀드렸다시피 해상풍력 산업에 대한 비중을 높여야 되는데 이 부분이랑 수소 산업 그리고 원자력 산업에서도 관련 지원 정책들을 종합적으로 펼쳐나가고 있습니다. 그리고 운송 제조 관련 산업에서는 자동차 축전지 산업 그리고 반도체 정보통신 산업, 선박, 물류 그리고 식료품 농림수산업에서도 어떤 스마트 농업이라든지 아까 건물 자체의 어떤 고효율 에너지 효율을 증가시킨다라든지 항공기 산업에서도 수소 연료를 사용하는 항공기 그리고 카본 리사이클 산업에서도 적극적으로 제조 부분에 어떤 목표를 수립을 하면서 이 부분에서의 어떤 환경 대응 능력을 증가시키는 것을 목적으로 강력한 지원 정책들을 펼쳐나가고 있습니다. 그리고 제일 처음에 말씀드렸다시피 주택이나 그리고 건물 관련 산업에서도 차세대 태양광 산업 그리고 자원순환 관련 산업을 이 건물과 주택에 도입시킴으로써 에너지 효율 자체를 증강시키는 어떤 산업을 부흥시키겠다라는 전략적인 목표를 제시를 하게 됩니다. 다만 이 산업들의 내용들을 보시면 철강이라든지 화학, 시멘트, 소재 산업과 같이 뭔가 CO2를 대량으로 배출하는 산업에 대한 전략은 제외되어 있는 상황입니다. 그 산업들은 사실상 그린 성장 전략에 포함시키지 않고 각각의 산업을 어떻게 산업 구조 조정 관점에서 개별적인 정책을 수립하면서 철강 산업에 대한 어떤 탄소 중립 정책을 별도로 추진하고 있다라고 말씀을 드릴 수 있을 것 같습니다. 이 그린 성장 전략에는 아까 같이 14개 분야의 중점 산업 분야를 선정했을 뿐만 아니라 각 산업에 대해서 구체적인 앞으로의 탄소에 대한 탄소를 위한 목표, 그리고 그 시장에 대한 전망, 그리고 기업이 직접적으로 이 부분에 대해서 어떤 기술을 도입해서 그 해당 목표를 달성할 수 있는지에 대한 어떤 시나리오 같은 것들을 각각에 대해서 정리를 하고 있습니다. 그리고 이 14개 산업에 대해서 단계별 지원을 공통적으로 적용을 합니다. 즉, 예산, 세제, 금융, 규제개혁, 표준화, 그리고 국제협력 이 5가지 카테고리를 활용하여서 끊기지 않게 연구개발 단계에서부터 실증 단계, 그리고 그 기술을 도입 확대하는 단계, 그리고 자립 상용화 단계에서는 기업 경쟁력을 갖추고 공적 지원 없이 상용할 수 있는 단계까지 뭔가 하나의 연결선상에서 빠지지 않는 어떤 지원 정책을 충실히 해줌으로써 2050년 탄소 중립이라는 목표를 달성하기 위한 각 산업별 지원 정책을 마련한 것입니다. 특히 예산 부분에서 보면은 내도의 어떤 공식적인 일본의 연구 지원 재단입니다. 10년간 2조엔 규모의 그린 혁신 기금을 조성해서 각각의 연구 특정 프로젝트에 대해서 중점적인 투자를 하고 이 2조엔의 규모에 대한 어떤 정부 지원책과 더불어 민간 기업도 그 협의회와 프로젝트에 참여를 하면서 각각 연구개발, 설비 투자에 15조엔을 총체적으로 유치를 하겠다라는 목표를 세웁니다. 그리고 투자 촉진에 대한 세제, 그리고 연구개발 세제에 대해서 지원을 확충을 하거나, 그리고 그린 채권이라든지 탈탄소 그린 펀드를 창설을 해서 해당 관련 프로젝트에 대해서는 적극적으로 금융 지원도 마련을 하고 있습니다. 그리고 이제까지 기술 개발에 대응하는 규제 개혁이 그것들을 따라가지 못해서 기업이 연구 개발에 조금 더 차질이 생긴다라는 지적이 되어 왔습니다. 이 부분에 대해서도 적극적으로 모든 어떤 분야별로 규제 개혁을 가속화하겠다라는 정부의 구체적인 방침안도 나와 있습니다. 국제협력은 일본이 첨단적으로 구축해내온 어떤 기술 것들을 미국, EU 같은 선진국뿐만 아니라 아시아 지역에서 에너지 전환 어떤 프로그램이라든지 그런 부분들을 시행하고자 할 때 일본이 적극적으로 ODA를 활용하여 그 지역의 에너지 전환에 대한 어떤 지원 정책까지도 마련을 하고 있습니다. 그래서 일본은 탈탄소, 탄소 중립이라는 어떤 거시적인 목표를 가지고 있는데 이것들을 가능한 그린 성장 전략을 통해서 산업의 어떤 연구 개발을 혁신시키거나 일본 기업들의 경쟁력을 촉진하면서 국제 협력들을 도모해 나가는 그런 어떤 전체적인 그림 하에서 이 대응을 강화하고 있다라고 말씀드릴 수 있을 것 같습니다. 지금까지는 일본 전체의 어떤 탄소 중립이라는 목표를 구체적으로 어떤 재생에너지와 에너지 부분에서의 전환, 그리고 14개 중점 산업에 대해서 각각의 어떤 지원과 연구 개발에 대한 어떤 기업들을 지원하는 방법에 대해서 말씀을 드렸는데 구체적으로 오늘의 주제에 맞는 일본 철강 산업 자체가 탄소 중립 실현을 위한 실질적인 과제가 무엇이고 일본 기업들이 어떻게 대응하는지에 대해서 설명을 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 철강 산업 자체가 매우 어떤 규모의 경제가 경쟁력이 핵심이고 뭔가 대량 생산 체계를 구축하면서 성장해온 방식을 일본도 채택을 하고 있습니다. 그래서 상당히 에너지 집약적인 산업이고 그리고 에너지 소비 산업으로 철강 산업이 현재 많이 탈탄소 사회를 실현하기 위해서는 이 철강업을 어떻게 탄소 중립을 달성시키느냐가 가장 중요한 어떤 산업 정책에서의 핵심 이슈로 일본도 고민을 하고 있는 상황입니다. 첫 번째 전 세계에서 철강 생산량의 국별 순위를 보면은 첫 번째가 1등이 중국, 두 번째가 인도, 세 번째가 일본입니다. 일본이 100만 생산하고 있는 부분 중에서 전체의 4.4%를 차지를 하고 있습니다. 그리고 아까 한국에서도 설명해 줬는데 제강 방식에 보면은 고로 방식으로 철강을 생산하느냐, 전기로 방식으로 생산을 하느냐, 이걸 봤을 때 일본은 상당히 고로로 추진하는 생산 방식을 74%, 거의 4분의 3 이상을 고로 방식으로 생산을 하고 있고요. 전기로가 한 4분의 1 정도로 차지를 하고 있습니다. 그리고 전체 아까 일본 산업 부분의 CO2 배출량을 보면은 3.8억 톤 중에 가장 많은 CO2를 발생시키고 있는 게 철강업이 40%, 그리고 화학산업이 15%를 차지를 하고 있습니다. 전 세계적으로 온실가스를 가장 많이 배출하는 산업이고 일본에서도 마찬가지로 전체 철강업이 40%를 차지하고 있는 상황이고요. 주요 업체별로 CO2 배출량을 보면 일본 제철이 9,400만 톤, 그리고 다음으로 JFE 홀딩스가 5,400만 톤, 고베 제강소가 1,650만 톤의 배출을 하고 있는 것으로 집계되고 있는 상황입니다. 일본 철강업의 에너지 효율을 보시면요. 이게 일본을 100으로 기준으로 했을 때 고로 철강에서 에너지 소비 비교를 한 것입니다. 그 다음으로 한국도 상당히 에너지 효율이 높은 편입니다. 반면에 독일, 중국에 비해서 그리고 미국에 비해서 일본은 거의 30% 이상이 어떤 극강의 에너지 최고 수준의 에너지 효율 능력을 구축하고 있다라고 말씀드릴 수 있을 것 같습니다. 고로 철강의 경우는 그 차이가 더 현격하고요. 전기로 철강의 경우에는 지금 인도, 러시아에 비해서 한 10% 정도 더 에너지 효율이 높은 상황입니다. 한국과 일본이 고로 철강, 전기로 철강 생산 과정에서 세계 최고 수준의 에너지 효율을 구축하고 있다라고 보시면 될 것 같습니다. 따라서 일본의 철강업의 과제는 더 이상 에너지 효율 능력을 구축하는 것만으로는 에너지 소비를 감축시킬 수 없다라는 어떤 한계적인 요소도 보여주는 부분이라고 말씀을 드릴 수 있습니다. 반면에 제강 방식 아까 말씀드렸다시피 일본이 4분의 3, 74%가 고로 방식이고 전기로 방식이 25%이면 이 생산 방식의 전환을 통해서 친환경적이고 이런 탄소가 덜 생산되는 어떤 전기로 철강 방식으로 전환을 함으로써 에너지 효율을 더 극대화하실 수밖에 없는 어떤 하나의 대안이 나올 수 있다는 점을 말씀드릴 수 있을 것 같습니다. 일단 고로 방식은 용광로에서 코크스가 타면서 철강성을 대량으로 생산하는 방식인데 그 반면에 CO2 배출량이 전기로 비해서 훨씬 더 뭔가 3배 이상 많이 나온다고 합니다. 반면에 전기로는 철스크랩을 주 원료로 하지만 그리고 소용량으로 철강을 생산하는데 보다 더 친환경적이고 제조 원가가 높다라는 단점이 있는 상황입니다. 그래서 일본의 철강 산업은 단기적으로 고로 철강 방식을 최대한 줄여나가면서 전기로 철강 방식으로 전환해 나가는 방식이 하나의 목표 전략으로 삼고 있습니다. 그리고 이때 사용되는 어떤 전력을 기존의 석탄이 아니라 화력발전소를 줄여나가는 과정에서 가능한 재생에너지, 청정에너지, 수소를 활용하는 두 가지 트랙으로 에너지 효율을 높여가는 방향으로 일본의 철강업들이 대응을 강화하고 있는 상황입니다. 다시 말씀드리면 일본 철강업은 탄소 중립을 위해서 어떤 기술적 과제가 있고 자금 제약 그리고 앞으로 미치는 영향에 대해서 과제가 대응이 있다면 이거에 대해서 각각에 어떻게 대응을 하는지를 표로 나타낸 것입니다. 특히 기술적 과제 부분을 보면 고로에서 수소 활용 환원 기술을 도입하는 기술 어떤 목표를 세우고 개발에 아주 아까 말씀드렸던 일본 제철을 비롯한 세계의 철강 업체들이 매진을 하고 있는 부분입니다. 그리고 두 번째, 그 기본 어떤 전력을 사용하는 데 있어서 기존의 화력이 아니라 수소 생산을 하고 이것들의 대량으로 공급할 수 있는 체계를 정비하는 노력을 기울이고 있고요. 그리고 CCUS 도입을 하여 CO2를 발생한 CO2를 최대한으로 저장을 하고 이것들을 재활용하는 기술까지도 개발을 하면서 궁극적으로 발산되는 CO2를 재활용하면서 탄소 중립을 실현하는 가장 대표적인 기술 정책으로 이 방법을 연구를 하고 있습니다. 아까 재생 가능 에너지 활용한 발전도 많이 증가를 시키고 있는 상황이고요. 이런 기술적 과제들을 해결하기에 철강업 자체 스스로의 역량으로 하는 것으로는 상당히 많은 어떤 제약이 있습니다. 특히 연구개발 자금 자체도 부족할 뿐만 아니라 탈탄소에 필요한 전체 산업에 대한 인프라 정비에 대한 자금 확보가 상당히 어려운 상황입니다. 그래서 일본 제철 같은 경우는 기술적 과제를 극복하기 위해서 연구개발에만 최저 5천억 엔 그리고 인프라 정비에도 4, 5조 엔 막대한 자금이 필요한 상황입니다. 그리고 최근에 그 철강 제품 생산 비용이 급상승하고 가격 인상으로 해서 일본의 철강업 자체에 대한 경쟁력이 하락되고 있는 부분을 어떻게 대응할 수 있느냐에 대한 고민을 철강 산업뿐만 아니라 정부가 맞대서 어떤 노력들을 강구를 하고 있는 상황입니다. 그래서 일본 정부의 지원 정책은 아까 말씀드렸다시피 그 그린 성장 전략에서 2조엔 기금을 조성한 거에 대해서 구체적으로 제철 과정에서의 수소 활용 프로젝트를 착수를 해서 10년간 국비 지원을 하고요. 세부 내용으로는 어떤 수소 환원 기술 개발이라든지 CO2를 활용한 저탄소 기술 개발 등의 막대한 자금을 지원을 하고 있습니다. 그래서 철강연맹의 어떤 요구사항에 대해서 정부 지원 정책을 적극적으로 뭔가 산업과 정부와의 어떤 대화, 어떤 협력 관계를 형성을 하면서 철강업의 탄소 중립이 정책이 추진되고 있다라고 말씀드릴 수 있을 것 같습니다. 그래서 2030년까지는 기존 고로의 에너지를 고효율화하는 데 가장 중점을 두고 있고요. 40년대까지는 콜스 50이라는 신기술을 도입하여 수소를 활용한 수소 환원 제철, 그리고 50년까지는 궁극적으로 외부 수소를 활용한 환원 제철까지 기술을 개발하겠고 이것들을 상용화하겠다라는 목표를 제시를 하고 있습니다. 구체적으로 일본제철과 JFE 홀딩스 고베 제강소는 이 수소 환원 제철 기술 개발에 적극적으로 참여를 하고 있습니다. 정부에서 지원을 토대로 3사가 뿐만 아니라 협력사들도 다 참석을 하여 제철소에서 발생하는 CO2의 30%를 삭감할 수 있는 혁신적인 저탄소 제철 프로세스 기술을 확립하는데 협력 체계를 구축을 하고 이 목표를 달성하기 위해 2030년까지 CO2 배출량을 30% 감축한다라는 목표를 제시를 하고 이것들을 위한 대응을 강화를 하고 있고요. 구체적으로 볼 때 일본 제철 같은 경우는 사실상 정부가 하는 탄소 중립 목표에 맞춰서 각 사별로 전체적으로 그 대응을 통일화시키고 추진하고 있다라고 이해를 하시면 될 것 같습니다. 첫 번째 일본 제철은 글로벌 기준으로 조강 기준으로 전 세계 5위를 차지하고 일본에서 1위를 차지하는 기업입니다. 이미 2050년에 탄소 중립이라는 목표를 달성을 하겠다라는 어떤 로드맵을 제시를 하고요. 2030년에 30% 삭감을 위한 어떤 세부 전략을 세웁니다. 기존의 전기로를 활용하는 것들을 어떻게 추가적으로 혁신 기술을 개발할 것인지, 그리고 사용하는 고로 기술을 어떻게 전기로로 전환시키는지에 대해서 각각의 기술 로드맵을 수립하여 2008년부터 이미 CO2 배출 삭감을 위한 노력들을 해옵니다. 기존의 프로세스에 대해서 저탄소화를 실현을 하고, 그리고 전력 자체에서도 발전소비를 효율화 높이는 것뿐만 아니라 화력발전소에서 재생에너지, 저탄소 연료로 대체를 하는 것, 그리고 효율적 생산 체계를 구축하기 위해서 제철소에서 집중 생산을 한다라든지 일부 고로를 전기로로 전환하는 어떤 일련의 프로세스를 추진함과 동시에 새로운 혁신 기술, 수소환원 제철을 개발하기 위해서 끊임없이 정부와 그리고 관련 업체들과 공동으로 프로젝트를 추진하면서 이 부분을 일본이 가장 역점을 두고 있는 최고의 기술로 수소환원 제철 생산을 목표로 추진을 하고 있습니다. 따라서 기존에 갖고 있는 고로 방식을 최대한으로 경쟁력을 높이는 반면에 새롭게 글로벌 선진 기술을 도입하면서 전기로에 대해서 수소환원 제철까지도 생산할 수 있는 일련의 로드맵을 설치를 하고 이 연구 개발을 위하여 매해 최저 5,000억 엔 정도의 연구 기술 개발을 추진을 하고 있습니다. 하지만 기업만의 노력으로는 사실상 일본 제철 산업의 철강 산업의 탈탄소를 달성하기가 어렵다라고 생각을 하고 있기 때문에 지금 이런 시스템을 개발하는 데 있어서 적극적으로 정부와 사회의 대대적인 지원을 요청하는 그런 업무도 수행을 하고 있습니다. 그래서 일본 제철이 혁신 기술을 수립하는 데 있어서 수소환원 기술 제철을 사용하기 위해서는 우선 대형 전기로에서 고급 철강을 제조하기 위한 노력이 필요하고요. 고로수소를 환원시켜서 수소 가열 흡수 기술을 확립하는 것도 중요합니다. 여기에서는 대량적으로 카본 프리 수소를 공급할 수 있는 수소 밸류 체인을 구성하는 이런 전체적인 산업 전반에서의 지원 정책도 필요한 상황입니다. 그래서 뿐만 아니라 생산 과정에서 발생된 이산화탄소를 최대한으로 저감시키고 재이용하고 그리고 지하 저장을 실현하고 다시 재활용할 수 있는 이런 기술까지도 만들어내는 데도 종합적으로 대응을 하고 있는 상황입니다. 따라서 장기적으로 수소환원 제철이라는 목표를 실현하기 과정에서 다양한 연구 개발 사업들을 추진하고 있는 상황이라고 말씀드릴 수 있을 것 같습니다. 이상의 내용으로 일본의 정부와 그리고 일본 제철 산업이 2050년 탈탄소 사회를 목표로, 탄소 중립을 목표로 정부의 어떤 그린 산업 정책에 대한 지원 정책을 철강 산업이 최대한 응용을 하고 흡수를 하면서 정부의 어떤 그 달성 스케줄에 따라서 최대한 기여를 하는 방식으로 지원을 요청을 하고 이 부분에 대한 어떤 공유하는 어떤 프로젝트를 설립을 하면서 철강 산업이 탄소 중립 실현을 실천하고 있다라는 점을 지금까지 확인해 드렸습니다. 이상으로 일본 정부의 탄소 중립 정책과 철강업의 대응에 대한 발표를 마치도록 하겠습니다.
Thank you to Dr. Kim for a very insightful
네,
presentation.
상당히 상세한 일본의 탈탄소화 노력에 대한 발표 잘 들었습니다. 질문이 들어와 있습니다. 로저 스미스님의 질문인데요. 네, 제가 대신 대독하도록 하겠습니다. 그러면 통역사분들이 통역을 해드리겠습니다. 그 다음에 김 박사님께서 답을 여기 질문 및 답변 이 팝업 창에 써주시면 되겠습니다. 라저 스미스 씨의 질문은 일본의 CO2 배출량 절감이 달성된 것은 철강 생산이 줄었기 때문이 아니냐, 과연 실제 이산화탄소 집약도가 줄어들었는가? 입니다. 로저 씨, 질문 감사합니다. 그러면 김은지 박사님께서 추후 여기에 바로 답변을 입력해 주시겠습니다. 그럼 오전 세션의 마지막 발표자 분들, 마지막 발표를 듣겠습니다. 인도의 발표이고요. 기리시 세티님의 발표입니다. 기리시 세티님은 테리라고 하는 에너지 자원 연구소에서 시니어 디렉터로 활동하고 계십니다. 기리시님과 같은 경우는 30년 이상의 에너지 환경 분야 경력을 가지고 계십니다. 그리고 전략적인 방향을 제시하고 또 다양한 산업 에너지 효율성 개선, 재생 에너지, 연료 및 또 에너지 수요 관리 관련 업무를 진행해 왔습니다. 여러분들 질문이나 코멘트가 있으시면 채팅창에 기입해 주시기 바랍니다. 그러면 이제 기리시님께 마이크를 넘기겠습니다. 네, 여러분 안녕하십니까? 이렇게 세계 각지에서 여러분들 함께하고 계신데요. 미국에 계시는 분도 함께하는 것 같고요. 많은 분들이 함께하고 계십니다. 저는 인도의 탈탄소화 로드맵에 대해 말씀을 드리고 또 아까 말씀드렸던 그런 GPP, 공공 녹색 조달과 관련해서 인도에서는 어떠한 잠재력이 있는지 말씀드리겠습니다. 다음 부탁드립니다. 지금 보시는 것이 테리, 저희 기관이죠. 테리가 지난 1년 반 또는 2년 동안 추진해왔던 그런 활동입니다. 여기 슬라이드 마지막에 보이시는 사진 Achieving Green Steel이라고 되어 있는 이 보고서가 최근에 발간이 되었고요. 여러분들 저희 테리 웹사이트에 가시면 다 다운받으실 수 있습니다. 여러분들 중에 테리를 모르시는 분들이 계실까 봐 설명드리겠는데요. 저희는 정부와 민간 부문 활동에 대해서 다양한 정책 브리핑을 발간하는 연구기관입니다. 에너지 전환 커미션 EDC에서 저희에게 이러한 연구를 최근에 위임하였고요. 이를 기반으로 저희가 2019년부터 다양한 인도 내에 있는 배출량 절감이 어려운 부문들에 대해서 연구를 하고 조사를 하게 되었습니다. 이를 통해서 전 세계적으로 아주 상세한 디테일한 연구를 할 수 있었고요. 6개의 산업을 파악하였습니다. 그중에서 철강이 하나의 산업으로 포함이 되었습니다. 따라서 배출량 절감이 어려운 산업으로 철강을 저희가 더 상세하게 살펴보게 되었고요. 2020년 1월에 첫 번째 협의 문서가 발간되었습니다. 바로 그 낮은 탄소 철강 산업을 위한 브리핑입니다. 그 후에도 다양한 보고서를 저희가 계속해서 발간했는데요. 저탄소 철강 부문으로의 이전을 위해 다양한 연구를 진행을 했습니다. 이를 통해서 저희가 파악할 수 있었던 것은 인도를 포함해서 많은 국가에서 수소라고 하는 것이 정말 중요하다는 것입니다. 저탄소 철강으로의 전환을 위해서 매우 중요하다는 것이고요. 앞으로 수소의 역할이 상당히 중요하다는 것을 알 수 있었습니다. 하단에 있는 왼쪽 사진을 보시면 인도에서 수소의 역할이라고 하는 리브리핑도 있지요. 네, 이렇게 저희가 다양한 연구를 했고요. 이러한 분석을 통해서 저희는 전 세계 차원에서 인도가 많은 역할을 해야 한다는 것을 알 수 있었고 또 인도의 철강 부문이 탄소를 절감시키려면 수소의 역할이 크다라는 것도 이해할 수 있었습니다. 이러한 상세한 내용들, 분석에 대한 상세한 내용이나 수치는 지금 말씀드린 이 브리핑을 보시면 되겠습니다. 저희 웹사이트에 있습니다. 그 후에도 또 저희가 그린 스틸이라고 하는 이 하단 오른쪽에 있는 보고서를 발간했습니다. 철강 산업의 탈탄소화를 위해서 우리가 해야 할 과제가 무엇인가가 상세하게 기술이 되어 있습니다. 다른 국가들은 어떻게 하고 있는가도 파악을 해서 포함이 되어 있습니다. 지금까지 저희의 작업을 소개를 해드렸습니다. 그러면 다음 슬라이드 보겠습니다. 주요 메시지는요, 상당히 대략적인 그런 분석 메시지라고 할 수 있습니다. 우선 인도의 철강 산업과 같은 경우 세계의 거시적인 트렌드에 의해 주도될 것이라는 겁니다. 첫 번째로는 계속해서 수요가 증가하면서 발전될 것이라는 게 첫 번째 거시적 추세죠. 한 8% 정도 매년 성장할 것으로 예상이 됩니다. 인프라나 주택 건설을 위한 수요가 급증하고 있고요. 또 산업 4.0으로 전환해 가면서도 저희가 철강 산업의 디지털화가 대두될 것이고 또 탈탄소화도 중요한 트렌드가 될 것입니다. 두 번째 메시지를 보시면은요. 수요가 증가함에 따라서 새로운 저탄소 생산 능력이 필요해지게 되었습니다. 저희의 분석에 따르면 인도의 경우는 직접 수소 환원이 가장 유력한 솔루션입니다. 적합한 정책 지원만 있다면 인도의 철강 산업은 넷제로 배출 경로로 갈 수 있다고 생각합니다. 2070년까지 순제로 배출을 달성할 수 있을 것이라 생각합니다. 그러기 위해서는 단기적으로 해야 할 일들이 있습니다. 첫 번째는 우선 녹색 철강 수요를 창출해야 합니다. 오늘 이 세미나에서 계속해서 이야기되고 있는 것이죠. 녹색 철강의 수요가 필요합니다. 두 번째로는 이런 녹색 철강을 생산하기 위한 기술과 또 자금이 마련되어야 합니다. 좀 전에 일본의 말씀도 들었고 한국의 내용도 들었는데요. 기술 그리고 자금 확보, 시장 창출은 정말 중요한 요소들이고 우리가 단기적으로 이룩해야 할 과제들입니다. 네 번째 메시지를 보시면 인도와 같은 경우 앞으로 탈탄소화 이 경로에 있어서 선발자 역할을 함으로써 이러한 선발자 우위를 즐길 수 있을 거라고 생각합니다. 선발자이기 때문에 자금 조달이라든지 인력 확보 그리고 긍정적인 홍보 효과도 누릴 수 있습니다. 마지막으로 저희가 드리고 싶은 메시지는 이러한 노력을 통해서 인도의 철강 부문이 전 세계적으로 경쟁력을 갖출 수 있게 되고 또 이를 기반으로 저희는 자급자족이 가능한 넷제로 주요 경제가 되고자 합니다. 저희는 세계 2대 인구를 가지고 있는데요. 계속해서 성장할 것이고 또 주요 경제로 탄탄한 입지를 확보하고자 합니다. 지금 이 로드맵을 보시면 이 차트에서 보시면은요. 2017년부터 인도의 철강부는 국가 철강 정책 2017을 발표했습니다. 부처 웹사이트에 발간되어 있고요. 그리고 또 고철 재활용 정책도 2019년에 발표했습니다. 또 저희 테리에서도 2020년에 저탄소 철강을 위한 브리핑을 발표했습니다. 넷제로를 달성하기 위한 다양한 보고서도 또 그 후에 발표가 되었습니다. 2045년까지 그린 스틸을 달성하겠다라고 하는 비전도 정부가 발표를 했습니다.
철강부, 인도 철강부가 발표한 비전이고요. 가운데 보시면 그린 프로덕트 스탠다드라고 한 녹색 제품 기준이라고 하는 글씨가 보이실 겁니다. 이러한 로드맵 과정을 통해서 인도 정부는 녹색 제품의 기준이 무엇인가, 그리고 공공 조달을 위해서는 어떠한 목표가 필요한가를 파악하게 되었습니다. 공급 측에서의 옵션을 다양화시키고 또 이들이 준수해야 할 기준을 마련하였습니다. 이렇게 제공이 되어야지만 공공 부문에서도 녹색 철강 제품을 구입을 하고 또 이러한 공공 부문의 구입을 통해서 더 많은 녹색 제품 공급이 활성화될 수 있도록 하는 것이 목표였습니다. 그래서 뭐 이러한 다양한 행정적인 계획, 또 구매 목표 설정, 또 상업적 규모의 생산, 이러한 것들을 계속해서 추진하면서 저희가 2070년까지는 철강 부문의 넷제로를 달성하고자 합니다. 철강 수요를 보시면 뭐 저희가 상당히 상세한 탑다운 그리고 바텀업 분석을 했는데요. 앞으로 수요가 어떻게 될 것인가 분석을 해보았습니다. 뭐 인프라나 주택 건설 때문에 수요는 상당히 성장할 것으로 예상이 되고요. 2050년까지 계속해서 증대되고 그 후에도 계속 성장할 가능성이 높아 보입니다. 그래서 약 3억 500만 톤의 철강 수요가 계속해서 나타날 것이라고 예상이 되고 있고요. 이러한 수요를 충족하기 위해서는 새로운 저탄소 생산 능력이 필요합니다. 여기 지금 도표를 보시면 파란색으로 되어 있는 것이 기준치이고 초록색으로 되어 있는 것이 자원 효율성입니다. 그래서 새로운 저탄소로 더 자원 효율적인 방식으로 생산할 수 있어야 합니다. 인도의 자원 독립성 또 자급 자족 능력은 아직까지는 부족한 편이기 때문에 가야 할 길이 멀다고 하겠습니다. 앞으로 상당히 많은 개선이 필요합니다. 다음 슬라이드 부탁합니다. 공급 측면에서의 상황을 보면은요, 우선 두 가지 옵션이 있습니다. 수소를 사용하는 것, 그리고 CCUS를 사용하는 것입니다. 인도와 같은 경우 CCUS도 활용을 하고자 합니다. 많은 기존 설비들이 CCUS 탑재를 통해서 탄소를 절감하고자 하고 있습니다. 여기에도 물론 다양한 어려움이 산재합니다. 예를 들어서 이러한 CCUS를 설치할 수 있는 제철소가 충분하지 않을 수도 있다는 그러한 우려도 있습니다. 따라서 수소를 활용하는 것이 더 중요한 옵션입니다. 천연가스가 상당히 중요하고요. 인도와 같은 경우에는 천연가스가 그렇게 많이 생산되는 국가가 아닙니다. 천연가스를 많이 수입하고 있는 상황입니다. 다양한 걸프 국가에서 천연가스를 수입하고 있는데요. 천연가스를 따라서 철강 분야에서 충분히 사용할 수가 없습니다. 다른 산업에서도 계속해서 천연가스를 필요로 하기 때문에 이러한 모든 천연가스를 철강에서 사용할 수가 없는 것이죠. 그렇기 때문에 앞으로는 합성가스도 활용을 하게 될 것입니다. 그래서 앞으로 계속해서 이러한 천연가스와 합성가스를 활용을 해서 수소를 기반으로 한 철강 생산을 달성하고자 합니다. 이를 통해서 거의 제로에 가까운 탄소 배출을 달성하고자 합니다. 생산 비용을 보시면은요, 여기 보시다시피 오른쪽에 있는 것은 저탄소 배출 옵션입니다. CCUS를 사용하는 옵션이죠. 또 EAF 전기로를 사용을 하는 옵션이 오른쪽에 있는 파란색으로 표시된 그래프입니다. 저희는 저탄소 생산 옵션도 투입 비용이 변화함에 따라서 경쟁력을 가질 수 있을 거라고 생각을 합니다. 여기 초록색으로 되어 있는 부분이 연료인데요. 수소의 비용이 여기에 들어가겠죠. 수소 비용이 상당히 중요한 요소가 됩니다. 여기 H2 DREAF로 된 부분을 보시면은요, 연료의 비용이 상당히 많이 차지하고 있습니다. 다음 보겠습니다. 녹색 수소는 천연가스를 대체하는 경쟁력 있는 연료가 될 수 있을 것으로 생각을 하고요. 2030년까지는 이것이 달성 가능할 것이라고 예상을 합니다. 그래서 실제로 녹색 수소를 보시면은요, 대부분이 합성가스를 기반으로 해서 생산되고 있는데요. 현재 인도의 상황에서는 천연가스가 부족해서라고 말씀을 드렸습니다. 하지만 녹색 수소의 경쟁력이 더욱더 강화되어야만 하고, 이를 위해서는 정확하게 얼마가 되어야 하는가, 어느 정도의 가격 하락이 가능한가를 지금 예측하기는 어렵지만 다양한 투입 비용 절감을 통해서 경쟁력 있는 수소 생산 기법을 확보할 수 있을 것이라고 기대합니다. 또한 전기 분해 장치의 가격이 하락하는 것도 중요한 요소가 될 것입니다. 다음 슬라이드 보시겠습니다. 최근 추세를 여러분들도 많이 보셨겠지만은요, 인도는 한 $2, kg당 $2 정도의 규모로 현재 생산을 하고 있습니다. 그래서 인도는 민간 부문 기업들, 인도의 많은 민간 기업들이 이렇게 경쟁력 있는 방식으로 kg당 $1 정도로 현재 생산을 하고 있습니다. 전해 기술이 개선되고 또 전해 기술을 사용하는 생산 거점들이 부상함에 따라서 가능했습니다. 그래서 앞으로도 계속 이러한 비용 하락, 가격 하락이 가능할 것이라고 기대합니다. 그리고 전기 분해 장치의 가격도 전 세계적으로 하락하고 있습니다. 이러한 글로벌 트렌드 그리고 다양한 가능성이 존재하기 때문에 수소 비용이 더 하락할 것으로 예상이 되고, 따라서 이러한 것은 인도에게 더 고무적이라고 생각합니다. 말씀드린 것처럼 천연가스는 계속해서 중요한 역할을 하게 될 것입니다. 현재 인도 안에는 한 4개나 5개 정도의 플랜트에서만 천연가스를 사용하고 있습니다. 하지만 앞으로 천연가스의 역할은 더욱더 확대될 것으로 기대합니다. 말씀드린 것처럼 천연가스를 사용을 하는 플랜트가 더 확대될 것이고, 또 이러한 것은 현재의 적은 비율에서 30%, 90%까지 계속 증가할 것으로 기대를 합니다. 넷 제로 시나리오를 달성하기 위해서는 대규모의 기술 전환이 필요합니다. 여기 하늘색 바를 보시면은요, 수소를 사용을 한 직접 환원이 가장 중요한 부분을 차지하고 있습니다. 50년이라는 것은 상당히 긴 기간인데요. 이런 50년 기간 동안 수소 직접 환원이 상당히 중요한 역할을 할 수 있을 만큼 성장할 것으로 생각을 하고, 이 기간 중에 고로는 폐쇄될 것이라고 기대합니다. 인도에서는 많은 신기술이 급속도로 확장하고, 이를 통해서 전통 기술을 사용하는 그러한 플랜트들은 빨리 철폐될 수 있을 것이라고 기대합니다. 그리고 또 고철 사용도 확대될 것입니다. 이처럼 투입 자원, 투입 요소부터 더 친환경적으로 변경되는 것을 이 그래프를 통해서 보실 수 있겠습니다. 그러면 정책에 대해 말씀을 이제 드리겠습니다. 이러한 변화를 지원하기 위해서 공급 측 그리고 수요 측에서의 변화를 가속화하기 위해 필요한 정책들은 무엇이 있을까요? 수소 기반의 그러한 직접 환원을 더 가속화하기 위해서는 수소 측면에서는 녹색 철강 기준이 필요합니다. 그린 프로나 리스폰시블 스틸에서 이러한 녹색 철강에 대한 기준을 마련하고 있지요. 그리고 또 공공 조달에서도 녹색 철강에 대한 조달을 해야 합니다. 잼이라든지 다양한 정부 부처, CEM, IDD 같은 공공 작업을 하는 부처에서 녹색 철강을 우선적으로 구매하는 정책을 마련해야 합니다. 그리고 추후 민간 분야로까지 이러한 것이 확장되어야 합니다. 다음 보겠습니다. 몇 가지 중요한 점들을 정리해 보겠습니다. 인도에서 산업 탈탄소화를 위해 녹색 공공 조달이 왜 필요한가 설명을 드리겠습니다. 정부 부처나 공기업은 상당히 많은 금액으로 다양한 제품과 서비스를 구입하고 있습니다. 인도의 공공 조달 시장은 GDP의 약 22% 정도로 예상이 되고 이는 연간 약 5천억 달러 규모입니다. 따라서 정부의 지출, 제품이나 서비스, 또 노동에 대한 정부 지출은 상당히 큰 금액이고요. 이러한 금액이 더 친환경 제품으로 가게 될수록 우리가 친환경 철강 시장 조성에 기여할 수 있겠습니다. 현재까지의 인도 내 녹색 공공 조달 정책을 보시면은요, 최근에 진행이 되었던 인도의 제13차 금융위원회에서는 현재보다 더 엄격한 환경 기준과 자원 발자국 기준이 필요하다는 것을 강조했습니다. 또 정부는 온라인 장터를 출범했습니다. 그게 GEM이고요. 이러한 온라인 장터를 통해서 제품과 서비스를 공공 조달하고 있습니다. 그리고 정부는 인도 국내 생산 제품을 선호하는 정책을 채택하였습니다. 2017년에 발표된 공공조달 명령을 통해서 인도 국내 생산을 더 장려하고 선호하고 있고요. 또 중소기업들을 더 우대하는 공공조달 정책도 도입했습니다. 철강 부문에서는요, 많은 기업들이 사실 중소기업들이 많습니다. 20% 정도의 생산이 대기업들에서 오고요. 그 외에는 좀 중소기업도 상당히 많습니다. 풀 기반의 DRI, 수소 환원 용법을 사용을 하는 그런 중소 규모의 철강사들도 많이 있습니다. SPP, 즉 공공 녹색 조달은 아직까지는 인도에서는 체계적으로 진화되지 않은 상황입니다. 하지만 일부 부처들이 이미 이러한 것을 고려하고 있고 이를 기반으로 환경과 에너지 효율성을 고려하는 그런 공공 조달을 더욱더 적극적으로 도입하고자 노력하고 있습니다. 이런 GPP와 같은 경우는 많은 사회 경제적인 이익을 가지고 있고요. 또 환경적인 이익도 가지고 있습니다. 생산자들에게는 동기를 부여할 수 있고 또 녹색 기술을 개발하는 데 투자를 확보할 수 있습니다. 여기 지금 제가 적어놓은 모든 포인트들이 다 중요하지요. 하지만 그 무엇보다도 인도와 같은 경우는 석유나 가스에 대한 위존도가 높기 때문에 수소 비중을 높이는 것이 국가 경쟁력 차원에서 상당히 중요하다고 생각합니다. 일본이나 다른 국가들처럼 저희도 에너지 자립을 더 적극적으로 추진하고 있습니다. 환경적으로도 GPP는 많은 이점을 가지고 있습니다. 온실가스 배출 감축이라든지 지역 내 대기 오염 감축 같은 효과도 가지고 있습니다. 또 정부는 이러한 GPP를 통해서 넷제로에 대한 정부 의지를 더욱더 표명할 수 있고 이는 긍정적인 또 메시지를 대중에게 전달할 수 있습니다. 다음 페이지 부탁드립니다. 철강 부문에 있어서 GPP 관련된 수치가 몇 가지 지금 여기 나와 있는데요. 철도를 포함한 기반 시설의 철강 수요는 약 전체 철강 수요의 20에서 25%에서 30%를 차지하고 있습니다. 정부가 진행하고 있는 인프라 프로젝트를 보면은요, 여기에서도 약 7,500만 톤의 철강을 사용하고 있습니다. 이러한 것은 약 2억 톤에 달하는 CO2 배출입니다. 샤타말라라고 하는 것은 정부가 진행하고 있는 프로젝트 중에 하나인데요. 이것도 인프라 프로젝트이고요. 이것도 약 13에서 15 메가톤의 철강을 사용을 하고 있습니다. 상당히 지금 여기 나와 있는 인프라 프로젝트만 보셔도 얼마나 많은 철강이 사용이 되는가, 그리고 이로 인한 CO2 배출량은 얼만큼 될 것인가 예측할 수 있겠습니다. 또 모든 가정에 안전한 식수를 제공하기 위한 프로젝트도 현재 인도에서 진행이 되고 있는데요. 그것이 지금 여기 도표에서는 오른쪽에서 두 번째 잘 2반 프로젝트입니다. 이처럼 다양한 프로젝트가 진행이 되고 있고 인프라 프로젝트 상당히 사회적으로 중요한 프로젝트이고 여기에 모든 많은 철강이 투입이 되고 있습니다. 그래서 앞으로 2030년, 40년, 50년까지도 철강에 대한 수요는 계속 증가할 것으로 예상합니다. 이에 대응하기 위해서는 녹색 철강에 대한 표준도 필요하고 더 새로운 기술도 필요하고 탈탄소화를 하기 위한 의지가 더 많이 필요합니다. 뿐만 아니라 GPP도 필요한데요. GPP 정책을 마련한다는 것은 상당히 복잡한 과정입니다. 한국이나 다른 많은 선진국들이 이미 이러한 GPP에 대한 기준을 마련하고 진행을 하고 있는 것을 알고 있습니다. 이러한 것이 저희가 협의를 통해서 교훈을 얻고 서로 도움을 줄 수 있을 거라고 생각을 합니다. 다음 슬라이드, 마지막 슬라이드 보겠습니다. 마지막 말씀입니다. 우선 우리가 앞으로 해야 할 조치를 보면은요, 인도는 모두가 용인할 수 있는 녹색 철강에 대한 정의를 마련해야 합니다. 즉, 철강 생산사, 구매자, 그리고 정부와 함께 긴밀하게 협력을 해서 인도에서는 녹색 철강이 무엇인가 그 정의를 함께 마련을 해야 합니다. 그리고 다양한 제품에 대해 기준을 마련을 해야 합니다. 인도 맥락에 맞춘 그런 국내 생산 기법을 고려해야 합니다. 그리고 이를 통해서 정부의 추진을 기반으로 정부와 중앙정부와 주정부의 의지를 기반으로 더욱더 녹색 철강과 지속 가능한 제품에 대한 정부 공공 조달을 촉진해야 합니다. 인도의 공공 작업 부서에서는 이러한 GPP를 조달 기준으로 사용을 하려고 하고 있지만 아까 말씀드린 것처럼 아직은 인도 내에서는 무엇이 녹색 철강인가에 대한 명확한 또 합의된 기준이 아직 마련되지 않았습니다. 그래서 우리가 앞으로 해야 할 작업들이 이러한 것이 남아 있고요. 또 인도의 철강 부문은 인도의 철도 부문은 철강 주요 구매자 중 하나입니다. 그래서 이러한 다양한 주체들이 향후 국내 녹색 철강 시장이 마련될 경우 적극적으로 이러한 녹색 철강의 프리미엄을 지급을 하면서 구매를 하겠다라는 그런 신호를 시장에 보내줄 수 있어야 합니다. 그리고 GPP에 대한 이미 정책을 가지고 있는 다른 국가들과 인도가 함께 협력을 해서 글로벌 이니셔티브와 함께 조율을 해나가고 공공조달 정책에 대한 조화와 또 이행 기법을 마련해야 합니다. 감사합니다.
네, 기라시님. 철강 탈탄소화를 위해서 인도의 정책 방향에 대해서 말씀해 주셔서 감사드립니다. 오전 세션에는 3명의 연자께서 발표를 해 주셨는데요. 철강 생산에 대해서 한국, 일본, 인도의 경우에 대해서 들어봤습니다. 한국의 녹색 공공 조달과 또 그것의 개선점에 대해서 이야기를 좀 들어봤고요. 또 일본에서 철강 탈탄소화를 위한 에너지 전환 정책 그리고 그에 따른 여러 가지 노력과 대응에 대해서 들었습니다. 마지막으로 수소와 CCUS를 통해서 향후에 철강 분야의 탈탄소화에 대한 인도의 생각에 대해서 들어보았습니다. 먼저 오전에 발표해 주신 세 분의 연자분께 감사를 드리고요. 네, 발표 자료 공유에 대한 질문을 받았는데요. 저희 기후 솔루션에게 연락을 주시면은 저희 발표자분과 협의 후에 공유 드릴 수 있으면 공유를 드리도록 하겠습니다. 그럼 지금부터 한국 시간 기준 오후 1시까지 점심시간을 위해서 휴식 시간을 갖도록 하겠습니다. 오후 세션에는 미국의 청정 구매 정책과 또 IDDI의 스틸 제로 그리고 책임감 있는 철강 구매 등에 대한 이야기가 이루어지겠습니다. 그리고 철강 생산자와 또 소비자들을 포함한 다양한 이해 관계자들이 함께하는 그런 패널 토론이 준비되어 있습니다. 같은 링크를 이용하셔서 75분 후 한국 시간 기준 오후 1시에 다시 뵙겠습니다. 감사합니다.
아시아 철강 탈탄소 가속화를 위한 산업정책 관계자 3자 대화를 하고 있습니다. 오늘 주제는 철강입니다. 철강은 다양한 산업에서 사용이 되는 재료입니다. 건물이라든지 차량에서도 또 사용이 되고 있습니다. 저희가 오늘 여기 올 때도 차량을 탔을 텐데요. 거기에도 철강이 들어갔습니다. 산업 개발에 상당히 중요한 요소입니다. 이러한 장점에도 불구하고 현재 철강이 제조되는 방식을 보시면 상당히 탄소 집약적입니다. 따라서 탄소 중립을 달성하기에 어려움이 많이 있습니다. 따라서 저희는 오늘 산업 정책 또 전문가 간의 대화를 진행함으로써 여기 아시아 내, 즉 철강 주요 생산 국가가 있는 아시아 내에서의 다양한 정책에 대한 이야기를 하고자 합니다. 이를 통해서 아시아 내에서 철강 탈탄소화를 가속화하기 위한 방안들을 찾고자 합니다. 오늘 오후에도 저희가 이러한 전문가분들 또 산업 정책 관계자분들을 모시고 이야기를 듣고자 합니다. 다양한 국가에서 다양한 시간대에서 여러분들이 함께하고 계시고 또 영어와 한국어로 또 일본어로 통역이 되고 있습니다. 이렇게 통역이 되다 보니 여러분들이 발언을 하실 때에는 너무나 빨리 발언하지 않아 주시기 바랍니다. 그러면 다음으로 넘어가기에 앞서 오늘의 주체자이신 클라이밋 캐털리스트와 또 기후 솔루션의 말씀을 듣겠습니다. 먼저 김주진 기후 솔루션 대표님을 모시겠습니다. 환경 분야에 대해서 많은 경험을 가지고 계시고요. 또 기후 솔루션을 함께 하시기에 앞서서 김앤장 변호사로서 기후 관련 다양한 프로젝트를 진행하셨습니다. 그리고 온실가스 성명문을 작성하는 데에도 또 함께 하셨습니다. 법률 자문으로서 대통령 산하의 녹색성장위원회에서도 또 활동을 해주셨습니다. 발언해 주시지요. 네, 감사합니다. 간략하게 저희 소개를 하도록 하겠습니다. 네, 여러분들 함께 해주셔서 너무나 감사드립니다. 업계 관계자분들 또 정책 관계자분들 다 감사드립니다. 오전 세션에 또 언급이 된 것처럼 저희는 기후 솔루션이고요. 서울에 기반을 두고 있는 기후 관련 활동 기관입니다. 저희는 전력과 산업, 금융 부문에 집중을 하고 있고요. 다양한 툴을 동원하여 변화를 촉구하고 있습니다. 기후 솔루션은 한국 내에서 철강 부문에 대한 탈탄소화를 촉구하는 첫 번째 기구였고요. 다양한 기업들 또 시민사회들과 함께 이러한 활동을 하고 있습니다. 저희는 기업들의 목소리 그리고 시민사회의 목소리를 함께 모아서 정책으로 전달하는 데 많은 성과를 거두어 왔습니다. 아시다시피 철강 산업은 온실가스를 가장 많이 배출하는 산업입니다. 한국에서도 그렇고 전 세계적으로 마찬가지입니다. 국가 총 온실가스 배출량에서 13%를 차지하고 있습니다. 탈탄소화, 철강의 탈탄소화는 국가적인 목표를 달성하기 위해서 필요한 것뿐만이 아니라 국제적인 무역 흐름에서도 상당히 중요합니다. 철강은 전 세계에서 거래가 되고 있고 또 인도, 또 일본, 그리고 한국 이렇게 각각 전 세계에서 3위, 4위, 그리고 6위의 철강 생산 국가들이 자리 잡고 있기 때문에 아시아 국가들의 탈탄소화는 매우 중요합니다. 현재까지의 정책과 기술만으로는 불충분한 부분이 많이 있습니다. 따라서 우리가 이 부분에 대해서 더 많은 관심을 보이는 것이 상당히 중요합니다. 현재 다양한 공공 부문과 또 민간 부문의 철강 소비자들은 어떻게 하면 우리가 녹색 철강을 생산하고 또 사용할 수 있을까에 대해서 더 많은 관심을 보이고 있습니다. 이러한 차원에서 저희가 오늘 모여서 함께 이야기를 나누고 지식을 공유한다는 것은 큰 의미가 있다고 생각합니다. 오늘 저희가 클라이밋 캐탈리스트와 함께 하면서 인도, 한국, 또 일본의 전문가분들을 모시고 앞으로의 정책 방향과 또 전략에 대해 논의를 하면서 녹색 철강 전환을 가속화할 수 있는 방안을 찾고자 합니다. 이러한 것은 상당히 시의적절하고 또 현재 다양한 기후 위기와 기후 재난이 전 세계에 발생하고 있고 또 지난주에도 한국에서 심각한 침수 상황이 발생한 것을 고려할 때 더욱더 의미 있다고 생각합니다. 오늘 오후에 유의미한 토의가 진행이 되기를 기대하고 있습니다. 다른 시간대에서 함께하고 계시는 발언자 분들도 너무나 감사드리고요. 저희는 이러한 오늘의 회의를 통해서 더더욱 전 세계적으로 철강 탈탄소를 위해서 모멘텀을 만들어 나가고자 합니다. 업계 전문가분들, 또 정치 관계자분들, 정책 이방가분들, 시민사회분들이 오늘 이렇게 함께해 주시는 것에 대해서 매우 감사하게 생각합니다. 이러한 모멘텀, 철강 탈탄소화를 위한 모멘텀은 분명히 구축되고 있습니다. 오늘 이러한 우리가 함께하고 있는 회의도 그러한 모멘텀을 보여준다고 생각합니다. 네, 오늘 이 회의는 온라인으로 진행이 되고 있지만 아마 여러분들 익숙한 얼굴들 또 이름들이 보이실 겁니다. 반가운 자리가 되기를 바라고 또 유의미한 많은 토의가 있기를 기대하겠습니다. 감사합니다. 네, 김주진 대표님 감사합니다. 그러면 이제는 리차님을 모시겠습니다. 클라이밋 캐탈리스트의 국제 캠페인 디렉터이시고요. 대기, 또 기후, 성평등, 평화, 또 자유에 대한 캠페인을 진행해 왔습니다. 클린 에어 펀드에서 다양한 캠페인을 또 진행을 하셨고요. 또 퍼포스 인디아에서도 캠페인을 담당하고 계십니다. 그럼 리차님 마이크 받아주시기 바랍니다. 네, 감사합니다. 우선 김주진 대표님, 또 기후솔루션, 그리고 오늘 함께하고 계시는 많은 분들, 싹치님, 또 허이림님 감사드립니다. 너무나 많은 시간을 지체하지는 않도록 하겠습니다. 많은 분들이 이미 아시다시피 클라이밋 캐탈리스트는 상당히 신생기관입니다. 전 세계적으로 청정 대기, 기후 변화를 촉구하기 위한 기관입니다. 저희는 우리가 함께 함으로써 정의롭고 또 번영하는 세상을 구축할 수 있다고 생각합니다. 그리고 또 전 세계 리더들로 하여금 필요한 속도와 규모로 행동을 취할 수 있도록 촉구할 수 있고 이를 통해서 넷제로 목표를 달성하고 1.5도씨 목표도 달성할 수 있다고 생각합니다. 제가 지금 코로나 걸린 지 얼마 안 돼서 목소리가 좀 안 좋습니다. 양해 부탁드리겠습니다. 클라이밋 캐탈리스트는 컨설팅 업무를 진행하고 있습니다. 다양한 기관들과 함께 협업을 하면서 그분들의 말씀을 경청하고 또 협의를 진행하고 있습니다. 민간 부문, 시민 부문, 또 정부 기관들과 함께 협의를 함으로써 어디에 기회가 있는가, 어디에 우리가 행동을 취할 수 있는가 파악하고자 합니다. 뿐만 아니라 저희는 오늘과 같은 이러한 모임의 중요성을 인식하고 있습니다. 업계, 정부, 시민사회 간의 대화와 모임이 얼마나 중요한가를 인식하고 이를 통해서 행동을 촉구하고 있습니다. 또한 캠페인이 필요하다는 것도 인식하고 있습니다. 특정 정책을 살펴보고 어떠한 내러티브를 구축하고 전 세계적으로 이러한 활동을 진행하기 위해서는 캠페이닝이 필요하다는 것을 인식하고 있습니다. 또 권한을 구축하는 것이 필요하다는 것도 인식하고 있습니다. 철강과 같이 변화를 촉구하기 힘든 그러한 산업에서도 우리가 점차 힘을 쌓아가면서 새로운 기관들을 동원시키고 다양한 기관들 간의 협력과 신뢰를 쌓아나가는 것이 중요하다고 생각합니다. 그리고 또 여러 주체들 간에 서로 교훈을 공유하는 것도 매우 중요하다고 생각합니다. 오늘 하고 있는 것 같은 이러한 모임을 통해서 대화를 하고 함께 배워나가는 것은 특히나 오늘과 같이 아시안의 3개 국가가 함께하는 것은 정말 큰 의미가 있다고 생각합니다. 김주진 대표께서 이미 중요한 내용은 다 말씀해 주셨는데요. 철강 산업과 같은 경우는 전 세계 온실가스 배출량의 7%를 차지하고 있습니다. 따라서 우리가 해야 할 일이 정말 많습니다. 철강은 국가에서도 매우 중요한 산업이고 상품이 뿐만 아니라 전 세계적으로도 많이 거래되고 있는 상품입니다. 전 세계적인 지역사회 차원에서도 철강은 매우 중요합니다. 철강은 또한 전 업종을 아우르는 가치 사실을 가지고 있습니다. 자동차, 또 재생에너지 이러한 모든 부문에서 철강을 필요로 합니다. 따라서 전 세계 국가들이 NDC를 달성하고 넷제로를 달성하기 위해서는 철강의 탈탄소화를 가속화해야 합니다. 어떻게 이러한 논의를 시작할 수 있을까? 어떻게 하면 더 녹색 철강을 달성할 수 있을까? 이에 대해서 국가와 또 업종을 아우르는 노력이 필요합니다. 정부가 해야 할 역할이 매우 크다고 생각합니다. 오늘 아침에도 공공 조달의 역할이 얼마나 중요한가 이야기를 들으셨습니다. 아직까지는 그 규모가 작을 수 있겠지만 한국과 같은 선진국 그리고 인도와 같은 개도국에서도 많은 노력이 진행이 되고 있습니다. 아까 들으신 것처럼 GPP 정책은 상당히 긍정적인 신호를 업계에 전달함으로써 업계가 더 녹색 철강으로 전환할 수 있도록 촉구하고 있습니다. 2050년까지 철강 탈탄소화 그리고 넷제로를 달성하기 위해서는 남은 시간이 많지 않습니다. 철강 부문에 한 차례의 투자 주기만 지나면 그 시간이 닥칠 수밖에 없기 때문에 지금이 정말 중요한 시점입니다. 이러한 시점에서 우리가 공급 업체 측의 이야기 또 수요 업체 측의 이야기를 듣는 것은 정말 흥미롭다고 생각합니다. 이러한 차원에서 또 투자자들의 역할도 오늘 듣게 될 텐데요. 정말 의미가 크다고 생각합니다. 클라이밋 캐탈리스트에게도 상당히 흥미로운 회의이고요. 김주진 대표께서 말씀하신 것처럼 오늘 한국과 인도 그리고 일본 분들이 함께 모여서 아시아 내에서의 철강 탈탄소화를 함께 논의한다는 것은 우리가 미래를 이끌어 나가는 상당히 훌륭한 그런 과정이라고 생각을 하고 좋은 탈탄소화를 위한 경로를 구축하는 작업이라고 생각합니다. 서로에게서 배울 것이 많다고 생각을 하고요. 또 함께 길을 만들어 나갈 수 있다고 생각합니다. 그리고 철강 탈탄소화를 시작으로 다른 산업에까지 이러한 노력을 확장할 수 있겠습니다. 아시아는 국가별로도 상황이 매우 다릅니다. 이러한 상황은 오늘 아침에도 듣기도 했고요. 국가별로 도전 과제도 다 다릅니다. 이러한 것을 계속 유의하면서 우리가 공통점을 찾고 또 서로 공유할 수 있는 지식을 찾아서 발전해 나갈 수 있길 바랍니다. 클라이밋 캐탈리스트와 또 기후 솔루션은 이러한 대화를 계속해 나가고자 합니다. 이러한 지속적인 대화를 통해서 명확한 해결책을 찾기를 기원합니다. 그리고 이러한 대화를 통해서 많은 교훈을 얻을 수 있기를 바랍니다. 그리고 9월에 있을 IDDI 미팅이 있는데요. 조금 있다가 IDDI 측 발언자분도 이 IDDI 미팅에 대해서 더 자세하게 말씀해 주시겠습니다. 그래서 오늘의 논의를 기반으로 9월의 IDD 미팅에서도 계속해서 논의를 이어나가고 또 교훈을 이어나갈 수 있기를 기대하겠습니다. 행동이 필요하고 즉각적으로 행동을 해야 합니다. 다시 한번 기후 솔루션 또 클라이밋 캐탈리스트 분께 감사를 드리고요. 또 오전에 발제자분들께도 감사 말씀 드립니다. 다양한 대화 그리고 다양한 발언과 또 토의 많이 기대하고 있겠습니다. 감사합니다. 미차님 감사.
I would now like to invite our next speaker, the first speaker for the afternoon sessions, Mr. Mike Williams. Mike will be presenting on the US Buy Clean program as a case study on green public procurement. By way of introduction, though I don't think Mike needs it, he's a senior fellow at the Center for American Progress, an independent, nonpartisan policy institute in the United States. At American Progress, Mike's work focuses on the nexus between creating and retaining high-quality union jobs and fighting the climate crisis. Prior to joining American Progress, Mike helped build and lead the Blue-Green Alliance, serving in many roles over 12 years, most recently as their deputy director. At the Blue-Green Alliance, Mike managed the organization's negotiations at the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change from Copenhagen through Paris, and he spearheaded innovative programs such as BGA's successful Buy Clean effort. As a reminder, please use the chat box for any questions or comments during the presentation. We will have 5 minutes for Q&A with Mike after his presentation. I would now like to invite Mike to present. Over to you, Mike.
Thank you so much, Sakshi. I'm going to attempt to share my screen, so hopefully I do this correctly. First, again, thank you so much for having me. It's an honor and a pleasure to be here. This is an incredibly important discussion, and I'm so happy to hear that there was discussion earlier on green public procurement in India, in South Korea. This is this broader discussion on the decarbonization of heavy industry and how we can look at different levers like public procurement, direct regulation, incentives, so on and so forth. It's a critical thing that, I think we all wish we had done this 10, 15 years ago, but we had been grappling with how to decarbonize the electricity sector, the transportation sector, but that's okay. We're now digging into it now. So Sakshi had an incredibly kind introduction. I do appreciate the work of Climate Catalyst and of SFOC and of having me here. I also want to just thank my friends and former colleagues at the Blue-Green Alliance who helped me pull this together. So I'm just going to quickly go through our experience with green public procurement, which we call Buy Clean. So from what we thought was a somewhat novel idea 6-7 years ago or so, when we concocted this effort to try to move the United States to account for the emissions associated with steel and cement when we use our public dollars. So you can go to the next slide. So you all know this. You know that industry is responsible for a significant amount of emissions. I think roughly a third of global emissions, 25% within the United States. It comes from heavy industry. Steel, cement, chemicals, the big driving forces of those, and they're energy intensive. In addition to being emissions intense, they're also, especially steel, trade exposed. And so there's a lot of things at play for how to figure this, for how to deal with that emissions bubble of heavy industry. And so that's where we started to think through the idea of how do we use public procurement to try to use it as a lever to push domestic industry, to support domestic industry as we move towards deeper and deeper decarbonization. And so that's where we came up with Buy Clean. Go to the next slide. And so I'll start with just a quick story. We had this working assumption that if we pushed for a large infrastructure project, a bridge, as you can see here, if they incorporated emissions into the purchasing of the major goods, the steel and the cement in particular, that it would have an emissions impact. But that was a working assumption. We hadn't done a lot of the data analysis. We did a little bit more than a back of the envelope, a little bit more than a simple analysis of one specific case study, the Bay Bridge. This is the bridge that connects San Francisco and Oakland. It went through a major rebuild in the late 90s and early 2000s. And the big span required a significant amount of structural steel. And there was a choice between two companies, one that was based in the US, one that was based in China. And we knew enough about each of the companies and the processes they use to produce steel that we were able to figure out that by choosing one, the bridge would have effectively averted 180,000 tons of CO2 emissions, equivalent to taking 38,000 cars off the road, than if they had chosen the other. It just so happened that the cleaner version was the one in the United States. So it was very politically potent messaging. And it also helped that the choice to go with the steel from the mill in China was cheaper at the offering price, but because of cost overruns and because of rebuild, it actually turned out to be effectively the same price. And so we had this story, and this just proved our hypothesis, at least with one data point, that if we take into account emissions when we do public purchasing of heavy materials like steel and cement, we can have a real impact on hopefully the climate crisis, especially if we start to get bigger and bigger. So if you go to the next slide, please. So I'll go through the evolution of this, because this was a multiple years to get there. And one of the big reasons why there was an evolution is because steel is it's a complicated product, and I'm sure you're all well aware. There's a lot of political necessity underpinning steel in many economies across the world. Especially folks as part of this discussion in India, in South Korea, in the United States, in Canada, in Brazil, in South Africa, in Germany, in China. The steel industry means a lot. It means a lot to our economies. It means a lot to our politics. And so in the US, we had these specific political considerations of how do we start to drive emissions down within the industry while also not losing the industry, not pushing them over into that problematic zone given the trade exposed nature. Specifically, another specific point with the US, we have 9 facilities that are integrated, that are large blast furnaces, and they employ tens of thousands of people and lift up the economies of 5 different states. And so it was really important to figure out, how do we encourage those facilities to begin to clean up now and then eventually get on the pathway to full decarbonization without pushing them to close or pushing them to move to places with potentially less stringent emissions regulations or something along those lines. And so it was really critical to think through how we do this. So that's when Buy Clean moved from being just, well, let's just take this into account as one standard, to a 3-pronged effort. And so the 3 prongs effectively are transparency and disclosure, meaning if you want to sell your steel into a public infrastructure project, you have to produce an environmental product declaration or something along those lines that's verified, that shows what the embodied emissions are that are associated with your product, so that it shines some light and so we can get a full understanding of the emissions impact of your project when it includes that steel and that product. The second piece is effectively funding. So funding for research and development and funding for direct investment. And so this is so that we can help domestic manufacturers retool and fully decarbonize in the process of retooling. So thinking about those integrated facilities in particular, how do we put them on a pathway to going from using blast furnaces to change the iron ore into a pig iron, to potentially moving towards a direct reduced iron process that takes iron ore and turns it into sponge iron and then uses green hydrogen to turn that into finished steel. I know those are completely different processes, but the thinking being, if we can continue the economic output at the site and we're still making steel, we don't necessarily need to eventually do that. but that's really expensive and it's really, really time consuming. So having the federal government and subnational governments put money towards that direct investment, but also in research and development to help lift up innovative ways. How do we make direct reduced iron cheaper and more conducive to making higher grades of steel? Can we get direct electrolysis over the commercial finish line so we can make steel that way? And then the third one is the standard piece of finally getting to the point of laying down that marker and saying that if you want to sell into the public infrastructure markets, your steel is going to have to be made with below this level of emissions. So that's the concept of where we've arrived after multiple years of working through this mostly in states. And I'll get to that in a moment. If you can go to the next slide, please. So what's happened is at the national level, we just over the last few weeks, so this is timed fairly well, we've had some serious breakthroughs on climate action broadly, but specifically on industrial action. So the Inflation Reduction Act of 2022 was just signed last week by President Biden, had just had a major breakthrough in Congress. It does a couple things. Is a big climate package. There's healthcare components, tax reform components. But the climate package is the one that I think a lot of people have been paying attention to, and our purposes is incredibly important. The majority of it is really focused on the deployment of clean tech and clean energy technologies like solar and wind, offshore wind, newer technologies like direct air capture, really ramping up the commercial viability of green hydrogen. But within this are incredibly critical components for industrial decarbonization and specifically related to buy clean and public procurement. So there is a $6 billion pot of funding for direct investment in deep decarbonization of heavy industry. There's purchasing authority and funding for multiple agencies to purchase low carbon materials, specifically steel, cement, concrete. And then there's funding to go to help companies produce and refine their environmental product declarations so we can make those EPDs even better and make them much more widely accepted within the United States and anybody who wants to sell into our public infrastructure markets. This is finally launched what we had been thinking in the principle and idea phase into reality. And the most exciting thing about this is that our federal government, the administration, had already been working through the background on how to make this work, because Executive Order 14057 and the Federal Sustainability Plan a number of months ago was issued, and they established effectively a point that we're going to do buy clean, we think, and it set up a working group and a buy clean task force, and this was well before the Inflation Reduction Act was even a true possibility, and so it set up these processes to start to think through, well, what could we do without big congressional action? If you can go to the next slide, please. And so it set up these processes to figure out, it set up this working group, the Net Zero Emissions Procurement Federal Leaders Working Group, to help figure out recommendations on implementation of what a procurement goal should look like, what a federal buy clean policy could be, and to start thinking through how that could be constructed, even in the absence of direct funding and direct support. And the task force was tasked with figuring out some really key questions of which pollutants we would want to incorporate into this. We obviously know carbon dioxide, methane, potentially HFCs, especially if we're potentially getting into chemicals. But are there others, and specifically toxic emissions? Do we want to incorporate that so we're not creating hotspots? Additionally, what materials? We know rebar, so sure, of course. Structural steel. There's many different varieties of structural steel. How do we want that included? How would that be incorporated into procurement? How do we deal with concrete? Concrete, if you change the strength of it by apparently people in the concrete industry tell me this, you change it by just a bit, it's a whole different product, conceivably. So how do we deal with that? So this task force was tasked with starting to figure out all answers to those questions. And they're going to be releasing their recommendations. They were supposed to release it about 6 weeks ago. they're late, and it actually turned out to be fantastic because now we have this huge pot of funding and direction from Congress to now go with these directions. So there's a lot of, I don't know if you can tell, I'm very excited. There's just a lot of potential and a lot of action. And I feel like we're going to have some really significant breakthroughs federally in the United States. You can go to the next slide, please. And it happened because we did the work in states, subnationally within the United States. In 2016, the state of California took up the issue of Buy Clean and passed it into law in 2017, establishing first of its kind for, I believe, North America and potentially many other places, a standard, green public procurement standard, a GHG standard for steel, mineral wallboard insulation, and glass for large public infrastructure projects. And it's just now being implemented as a full-blown standard. It's voluntary for a few years. There's been some hiccups and some bumps in the road to figure out exactly what the definition of structural steel is, who is covered, what that standard should be, but it's been an incredibly important process. And it led to a number of other states jumping on board to start to think this through. And they made the decision that jumping into a standard first didn't make sense. What we need right away is transparency and disclosure. So the states of Washington, Oregon, Colorado, all passed laws that make it so that when you want to sell your steel into a public infrastructure project, you're now going to have to produce environmental product declarations. Each of these states, as well as the state of Minnesota, also incorporated in pilot programs. So programs that are, a portion of government spending in those states are going to figure out what a Buy Clean program would be like and how it would operate in those states. They've also incorporated in interesting things like Buy Fair. Buy Fair is a similar construct to Buy Clean, but instead of GHG standards, greenhouse gas emission standards, it's labor standards, ensuring that if public money is going to support these projects, how do we ensure that people are treated well who work there? And the state of New York did something quite a bit different. They lasered in on the material of concrete and how do we incentivize low carbon concrete. And so the states really set the stage for this action federally. In fact, just a year ago or so, we're going to lay the groundwork and hopefully get some things done nationally in the United States at some point down the road. But really where we were making progress was state by state to try to move this through and use each of these states' purchasing power, of which there's quite a bit. California especially is quite a large place and has a large public infrastructure budget. But they really laid the groundwork and helped clarify how this could work. And now we're seeing some really serious breakthroughs nationally. I will stop there. I think I've gone a few minutes over. My apologies. But I'm happy to answer any questions. You can go to the next slide. If folks want to email me directly, I'm also for the Q&A. Would love to answer any questions I can. And apologies if I speak too fast. It's the native New Yorker in me, just sometimes rattle on really quick. But thank you again.
Thank you, Mike, for that presentation. It was really interesting. While we wait for some questions, I actually had a quick question of my own, and it's a two-part question. The first is, what are the initial impressions that you're all having about how industries are responding to US Buy Clean? That's the first. And the second question is, what might be the implications for a US Buy Clean on other, exporters of steel from other parts of the world? And if you could speak a little bit to how that might impact, say, a Korean or a Japanese steel exporter.
Sure. Second one's a really good question. First one I can answer very, very easily, and I'm chuckling because I can hear all the industry folks. But the second question, I'll get to the first question in a moment. The second question, could you just help me understand? So what would be the reaction for if other countries took on Buy Clean? Is that what you're saying? Or did I miss that completely?
No, so more about, in terms of other suppliers of steel to the United States from other markets and what the implications of US Buy Clean might be for those other countries.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, very obtuse. So actually, I think the answer to that is actually pretty easy. So one of the ways we've thought about Buy Clean is as a borderless border adjustment, if that makes sense. So it's something where Buy Clean eventually will be a standard based upon an environmental process, environmental outcome. And so it's something where if, you know, Tata Steel is producing a product in India, and it's perfect to make this type of bridge, and they want to sell it into the U.S. market, you know, around other Buy America components or whatnot, Buy Clean wouldn't necessarily. It could benefit them very well, especially you know, given India's steelmaking processes, a lot of it is electric arc furnace, and so if there's a big investment in green hydrogen, and India decides to like fully decarbonize its steel industry, they could have a real leg up given Buy Clean standards. And it would be a good thing because it would push the domestic steel industry in the United States to have to react to that because we also have a lot of electric arc furnace steelmaking, and they also can do the same thing. So I think it's a potential opportunity. Currently, the United States steelmaking is quite clean compared to other. It's not the cleanest. I think Canada is one of the cleanest, but it's quite clean, and so they do well. And so that gets us at your first question. The response from industry has been mixed. In the beginning, there was a few companies who knew they were clean. And so they were like, yes, we like this a lot, of course, right? So Lafarge Holcim, the concrete and cement maker, and Gerdau Steel, which had 3 mills in the United States that were quite clean. And they loved this idea and got behind it. And some of the other producers, US Steel, ArcelorMittal, who have since, well, they've moved out, they're coming back, and others more hesitant. Like, how is this going to work? We don't know. Is this going to be bad? And so it was a long process to work with them to understand that, like, look, this is truly based upon your environmental outcome, your responsibility, your commitment, and especially the ArcelorMittal and now Cleveland Cliffs and US Steel, they all have global decarbonization goals. And so if they truly want to meet those goals, Buy Clean should be easy for them if they want to meet those commitments.
Thank you so much for that, Mike. There are a few questions coming in the Q&A and the chat. Sorry, I think that the translation is happening at the same time. I would request Mike to answer those questions in the Q&A, and we will then move on to our next set of speakers, if that's all right. Thank you so much again, Mike, for your presentation, and looking forward to your answers in the Q&A.
Thank you, Sakshi. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Mike. Over to you, Esther.
I'm delighted to introduce our next set of speakers for our fireside chat on assessing the impact of steel decarbonization in India and Korea. I'd like to introduce our moderator for this chat, Mr. Suresh Kotler, who's the Director of Business and Investor Engagement at Climate Catalyst. At CC, Suresh leads the organization's work on steel decarbonization in India and manages their engagement with business and investors across regions. Suresh has pioneered and led multiple climate action projects focusing on industrial decarbonization, supply chain sustainability, and urban sustainability in South and Southeast Asia. I'd like to remind listeners to use the Q&A function for any questions for our speakers. Now, Suresh, could you kindly introduce our speakers for the fireside chat? Thank you.
Thank you, Esther. It is my incredible pleasure and honor to have this conversation with two incredible thought leaders and partners from two very esteemed research think tanks in the Asian region. And I would like to welcome once again Girish Sethi from the Energy and Resources Institute, and Jujin Kim, Managing Director for the Solutions for Climate. We've already heard a round of introductions to both these esteemed panelists and great thought leaders. But I would still, for the interest, in the interest of those who've just joined, Girish is the Senior Director of the Energy Program at TERI, And he has been leading this energy transformation and energy transition work for more than 36 years now. He's got incredible experience in a range of fields, including industrial energy efficiency, renewable energy, fuels and electricity, including demand side management, and a range of other aspects of climate action. And Joo-Jin Kim he's the managing director of Solutions for Our Climate, and he is a legal expert with extensive experience in the energy and environmental fields. He's prior to SFOC, he's got significant experience in leading the climate change conversation, representing Korea in various forums, including the United Nations Climate Change Conference in 2009. And he has completed his environmental law from the Georgetown University, as well as he has many years of experience in this sector. So it's really a pleasure to have this conversation with Girish and Joo-Jin. To begin with, I would be posing a question to both the speakers, a common question to both Joo-Jin and Girish. Just to set this conversation going, I would like to request Joo-Jin to talk about the significance of decarbonizing Korean steel sector to achieve the net zero target of South Korea.
Thank you, Suresh. I mentioned about 20 minutes ago, but the steel sector accounts for around 1/7 of our national emissions. South Korea's national emissions. And it's the largest source of emissions among the non-power source emissions. Therefore, reducing direct emissions from the steel sector will be a significant challenge, requiring wisdom and investments different from the power sector. As an NGO, as a climate advocacy group, I'm realizing that it's a totally different world. Unlike the power sector, where you had renewables coming up, steel seems to be quite different. But I would say the upside of that is that a breakthrough in our steel work will have an important implication for other industrial emission sources. I also think that decarbonizing the steel sector will be important, not just for the steel sector itself, but also for other emission sources, especially the power sector. Especially in, I would say, countries where the power sectors are relatively not decarbonized, the demand for decarbonized steel can become a driver for reducing emissions from the power sector. And I think South Korea is very interestingly suited because we have one of the highest per capita steel output due to steel's highly export reliant feature, which makes it prone to global pressure to decarbonize steel production. So it's not just going to be domestic pressure to decarbonize steel, but also automakers from all around the world that could bring in new consumer demands to our steel sector. So I guess that's an important feature, and which may make steel a bit easier, the global feature of steel a bit easier in some ways to decarbonize than other sectors, for example, the power sector. Yes, so I think that's where steel stands. It's a big challenge. I mean, direct emissions is going to be a big challenge. Everybody's talking about that, but it also has our efforts to decarbonize steel sector will have a side effect on the power sector. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joo-Jin. And I would request Girish to also start with his opening remarks on the significance of decarbonizing the steel sector to achieve India's net zero target.
Yeah, thanks, Suresh. I had the pleasure of having this opening presentation in the forum session as well. I think I did mention a couple of points there, but I would just like to mention, I think that for a large country like India, we are already, I think, the second largest steel producer and consumer in the world. And if one looks at the overall energy consumption in India, almost 50% of the total energy consumption is actually coming from the industry sector, fossil fuel consumption. And out of the total energy consumption in the industry sector, almost 25% of it actually is consumed only by the steel sector. And this we are talking about only the large steel producers. And then if you look at the value chain of the secondary steel, whether you look at, say, there is a huge small and medium enterprise sector, things like the foundries and the forging and the allied industries, they're all extremely important. So this will be significantly 25 to 30% of the total energy consumption in the industry sector is going to come from steel. And if that's the present, but if we look at the future, which is far more important from the perspective of the significance of the sector, we are talking about tripling or quadrupling of the steel capacity in the next 30 years in India, given the huge emphasis on housing and infrastructure development. I think some of the estimates, some of the very high level numbers which we have come across in India, even from a few large infrastructure projects to be supported by the government of India over the next few years, we're talking about close to around 75 million tons of steel coming, being consumed in sectors like roads and ports and airports, which are new ones, which are greenfield projects which are being constructed. So huge importance of the sector as a whole. And if one looks at it from the socio-economic perspective, employing close to around 2.5 to 3 million people directly, 2% of the GDP. So from that angle, I think it's extremely important for a country like India to move towards greener production routes in the coming years, because as we all know, I think steel sector, I think it was somebody who mentioned, I think she mentioned that steel sectors have a long replacement cycle, 30 years, 40 years, 50 years. So it's important for us to move towards investments in green production technology at this stage. And I think from a last point on this is that I think I would also think that if India were to move towards a greener greenfield project, green project in steel, perhaps India would be the only country in the world which can pioneer a model of industrialization without carbonization. So as I see, I think perhaps India is the only country which is facing this challenge. Many other developing countries, the large ones like China and all, have already moved forward. And there are quite a few others which are not at that level. And India is talking about 7%, 8%, 10% growth rates. So I think if India were to move in that direction, that could be a big example for many of the other emerging countries around the world.
Thank you, Girish. Just moving on and taking one step back and talking about the question of clean energy. As we all know that decarbonizing steel is equally a challenge of energy transition because we need low-cost clean energy to produce green hydrogen. Jujin, I would like to ask you to make comments about what do you think, how can we really solve this challenge of making low-cost clean energy available that can be used to produce green hydrogen that is fundamental to producing low-carbon steel. And if you could share your comments based on your experience in the energy sector, and what do you think are potential possibilities and opportunities there in looking at low-cost clean energy?
Well, I think a very easy answer to that is we can look at the western states of India, where some states have more than 50% of energy procured by renewable energy. That's a wonderful story there, and it's something that we have to learn. Japan also has to learn as well. Japan and Korea, and a lot of East Asia, Southeast Asia, have the same problem, has a very similar problem when it comes to the power sector. It's power sectors are designed in a very old-fashioned way, where state-led economic development has made the power sector be vertically integrated, monopolized, and with emerging technology, renewables, and a power system that has been very efficient in the past for dispatch of very large sources of energy, coal, gas, nuclear. It's just not working, and there are incumbents holding on to that critical power that's making renewables difficult and expensive. And this is why, if you look at global corporate PPA, I mean, corporate PPAs is something that probably our steelmakers may want when it comes to greenfield production. And if you look at Asia's corporate PPA statistics, it's the lowest around the world. It's mainly higher in the US and Europe, and it's very low in Asia. That's one of the reasons. And I think this has been slow. These kind of changes have been slow in the electricity sector in East Asia, because electricity is a national or local commodity, and if you have a market where you only have one producer of electricity, it's difficult to make this happen, to make change happen. But I think steel comes in a very interesting situation, because steel is a global commodity. It brings in demand for green steel, which is easily translated to clean energy from various points of the world. German automakers, US IT companies all come to our steel makers with real steel demands. And I think that kind of demand can be a game changer in changing our power sector, and also making clean energy cheaper.
Thank you, Julian, for those remarks. Girish, I'll come back to you. There's another aspect which keeps coming up in different conversations about decarbonizing steel, and that's the question and the dilemma of who pays the green premium. We know that just as Julian was talking about the cost of producing green hydrogen, the aspect of who pays the green premium, to ensure that even if we are looking at creating the demand for low carbon steel, the first question is who pays the green premium. And so if the supply side companies start producing low carbon steel, the question they ask is who pays the green premium? And this comes down to how to make the economics work for buying green steel. How do we really make it work? And I would really love to hear your thoughts on, based on your energy work, you've done a lot of work in energy efficiency, where one of the key taglines is, energy efficiency pays for itself. But I'm not sure if the same can be said about steel, green steel especially. So would love to hear your thoughts on how to make this economics work and who pays the green premium.
Yes, Suresh, I think you are correct. Maybe that tagline does not work as of now for green steel, because we definitely know that the current cost of production of green steel, if we are really calling green steel as steel being produced from renewable based hydrogen. So maybe that tagline does not hold true as of today. But I think if one were to look at the medium to long term, as we are doing our analysis at KD, and many other people are also talking about that, if the cost of hydrogen comes down in another 5 to 7 years, maybe somewhere around $2 per kg, something of that sort, then given the fact that we in India are today, why India? I think many of the countries around the world are large importers of coking coal from 1 or 2 countries around the world, and that's against your comparing against either coking coal, or if you are going towards natural gas. India as a country, again, is a net exporter of natural gas. So we are going to compare the costs with natural gas, which is again is a very, very volatile commodity, given the fact now that with the crisis in Europe and Russia, Ukraine going on, the prices are fluctuating so much. So if one is able to pair it, then maybe in another 10 or 12 years, one might see comparisons which are equal to the coking coal or natural gas prices. But even if that is not the case, I think I remember an international study done by the Energy Transition Commission, which actually tried to see that what would be the green premium to be paid by the consumers, say for buying an automobile or buying an apartment of a average size, and the premium, those calculations globally for Europe and all came to around 3% or 1%. And we try to do a similar exercise for India, that if we were to buy an average four-wheeler in India, the green premium would perhaps be of the order of maximum 2%, and even at today's prices. Say other risk could be the average cost of an apartment. So again, it could be in the range of 4 to 5% average, but that's a higher amount. But that's where it comes to. But maybe I think in India we have a fairly good experience, I would say, of government support. For example, nowadays the FAME program for electric vehicles, the central government as well as the state governments like Delhi and others are providing that huge support for the consumers. And we have seen those examples in US, many other parts of the world where they have supported the initial cost of the higher cost of the product. But yes, steel, I agree, is a difficult product as compared to, say, an appliance like a car or a AC or something of that sort.
Thanks, Girish. Before I come back to you on a few questions pertaining to your presentation this morning, I would like to come back to Jujin and talking about the steel industry in Korea. And very recently, I think since the time Korean government made this commitment to be net zero by 2050, POSCO, which is a steel giant, global steel giant, and majority steel producer in Korea. The question is pertaining to what steps companies like POSCO and the other steel companies are taking to produce steel using green hydrogen and the other cleaner technologies, the other technology pathways that are available to really tread on this green transition pathway.
Well, I'm not sure whether somebody's from POSCO is in the room today, but I hope I'm not wrong. Frankly speaking, I'm not 100% sure on what's happening with POSCO. I do understand that they've been making arrangements with Saudi Arabia, companies, business in Saudi Arabia and the UK on hydrogen. What I'm not sure about is how, at a significant level, how specific level those developments have turned up into. I think one concern that POSCO might have is definitely about whether they are in a position competitive enough to produce renewable energy. To procure hydrogen based on renewable energy, whether they'd be able to use green or other types of hydrogen, blue or whatsoever hydrogen, to produce the hydrogen required for greener, lower carbon steel. I think that might be a concern for POSCO, and I think I will always prescribe a very dynamic discussion is taking place. POSCO, I think the reason it's going to be, one of the options that I hear quite often in discussions is whether it might be better to produce, what can I say, pig iron in areas where green hydrogen is more easily accessible, plus iron ore. Australia is the most typical place mentioned for that. And that will be a very important question for not just our steel sector, but also our power sector. Our power sector will be losing a very important client, and our steel sector will be losing a lot of employment. And therefore, I think this discussion around green steel, I think therefore steel is a very good important factor that could change our power sector as well. And I see my friend from POSCO just coming into the screen, and she might want to talk. Yunjong, did you come up in the screen to mention something, or? Nope. Not sure. So yeah, those are my 2 cents on that. I'm wondering what anybody from POSCO in the room would be willing to say.
Thanks, Jujin. Happy to hear if there are any comments from the representative from POSCO, but I'm sure that we will have the industry panel where POSCO will have the opportunity to talk about its current initiatives. But just, follow-up question on the green public procurement policy, Jujin, and this is before I again come to Girish. I would like to, just build on the presentation that was made in the morning. Korea already has a green procurement policy, green public procurement policy. That's probably one of the first countries to have a green public procurement policy. And I think even though steel-based products are currently there, and it's in probably more of voluntary in nature, the question is more around, Girish was saying during his presentation how this is a very complex policy to implement. And since Korea has already implemented something of this nature, what kind of institutional framework do you think is needed to implement a complex policy like green public procurement?
Yes, we do have some building blocks of a green public procurement, although the reality looks a lot less ideal. These are legacy of NERA about 10 years ago, I think, when climate around the Copenhagen discussions on climate was also an emerging topic and kind of withered down. Then came Paris, and I think discussions kind of escalated after Paris as well. So there was still a very big hesitance in, I think, reflecting strong climate ambition in the green procurement standards that we had. The volume of green procurement, I mean, whether or not it's related to climate, hasn't been substantially expanding, and the targets have been quite weak, and especially with weak requirements for low carbon products. There are also minimum green standards applied to products made available for procurement, and these are also weak, and also do not have, I would say, a meaningful climate standard. I think the response to your institutional requirements question has been well described by a previous speaker, Mike Williams. I totally agree with the transparency part. I think our government, I mean, we have a certain level of transparency with emissions trading system and other related systems, but there is, I think, room for improvement. I think another thing that has to be discussed, I mean, I believe responsible steel is here during the afternoon. A proper definition of what green steel is will also be needed, and of course there has to be a more stronger commitment to climate when designing these GPPs. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jurgen. Those were very helpful comments there. And Girish, coming back to you, talking about the progress India is making in the area of green public procurement. I know that there is some work that has been happening for the last few years. And if you could talk about that, especially the task force on sustainable public procurement. And if you had to look at materials like steel, which is a hard to abate sector, how do you think we can really look at the near to medium term benefits if we have to look at a policy like green public procurement? What are those social and environmental benefits, as well as the economic benefits that can really accrue if you had to adopt a policy like GPP? If you could talk about these two aspects, that'll be great.
Yeah, Suresh, I think you are correct that there is this task force on sustainable public procurement, which was constituted by the Ministry of Finance maybe 4 or 5 years back. But I think the larger mandate for that was to look at the best practices in public procurement, what is happening, what is the current status of sustainable public procurement across different government organizations and entities. Come out with some kind of a action plan on sustainable public procurement, and then which are the kinds of products and solutions which could get covered under such a program. But I'm not really sure where we stand on that. I think there have been many meetings which have happened, actually 6 or 8 meetings have happened on that. But where do we stand on that? Maybe we can just. But I think on the point which you mentioned on the second point about the benefits of such a program, obviously, I think on the socio-economic side there are huge benefits which we're talking about. What I mentioned earlier about, I think, really creating that whole environment of innovation and green jobs, and that is something which all governments around the world and in India also we're struggling with, increasing the pace of employment and looking at environmental, of course, one knows very clearly the benefit from the CO2 perspective, from that perspective, and also from the energy security perspective. I think the example in India, which we have, one of the best examples in India where public procurement has helped drive down the cost is that of the lighting program, the LED program of energy efficiency services. Benefited millions and millions of LED lights were procured, and it helped. I think we don't have today an incandescent bulb in a way. Similarly, for the star labeling program of the Bureau of Energy Efficiency, which incidentally is, I think, I guess, also a part of this task force on sustainable public procurement. So that has been a successful program, I would say. But I think how does one build in the element for materials like steel and cement? I think the earlier presentation by colleague, I think Mike, the way they try to do it in New York or in California, I think these are the things which we in India will have to understand and see how those things are being, I would say, initiated in these large countries like US. Of course, steel is a very different story. That in India we have huge blast furnaces, and standard might not be the same what we see in other parts of the world, because the requirement is far different. The structure of the industry is very different. But maybe one will have to develop your own benchmarks and your own standards for products.
Thank you, Girish, and thank you, Jujin. And just to conclude this conversation, I would like both of you to make your 45 seconds remarks. If you had to choose two policy enablers that are needed for accelerating steel decarbonization in India, and Girish, you'll speak about India, and Jujin, if you could talk about Korea, which are the two key policy enablers you would choose? If you could describe that very briefly. And we'll start with Jujin.
Well, I think, this is not just my request, but POSCO's request of government is that to make sure that they can procure renewable energy in our power system. I think that's a very common request, which will many agree to. I think the second one is that there has to be, in the nature of where the technology stands with steel, there has to be a little bit of government-private collaboration, R&D, and support as well. I think, and I believe hybrid is sort of one of those kind of efforts between the Swedish government and the private sector. I think those kind of efforts will have to happen as well. Thank you very much.
And over to Girish.
Yeah, Suresh, I think almost on the similar lines, I would think that from the Indian side, of course, there is already a lot of effort on the renewable energy side by the government of India. In terms of solar or even on the green hydrogen mission, which is being talked about. But I would love to see some kind of a policy support for demonstration or a development demonstration kind of a project of green steel in India on the supply side, which should be a huge boost for this new capacities which are going to come in the country in the next 5 to 10 years. So any support on that kind, where whether it is even initially in terms of feasibility reports or any collaborative RD&D with Europe or other parts of the world, like hybrid, as was mentioned, where they have made some inroads already. And then, of course, on the demand side, of course, as we have been talking this morning, I think today, I think the standards to me is the key starting point for a country, if you really want to say. As I mentioned in the morning, somebody mentioned to me very quick in the earlier discussion, the private sector, they said that I will buy green steel, but tell me what is green steel. So I think that's the real important thing. So for me, so that's, I think these are the two things which I just want.
Thank you. With that, this very intimate fireside chat comes to a conclusion, and with that, I would like to hand it over to our hosts, Sakshi and Esther, to lead us forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much to our speakers, to Jujin, Girish, and Suresh, for a really interesting conversation on the key enablers and considerations for India and Korea as they navigate this transition to steel decarbonization. There are a couple of questions coming in the Q&A, so I would request all of you to answer the questions in the Q&A as well. We will now move on to our next presentation. I would like to introduce our speaker for the next presentation, who will be making remarks on the Industrial Deep Decarbonization Initiative. Ms. Rana Gonaim is the Unit Chief of the Department of Energy at UNIDO. She and UNIDO are essentially implementing the Clean Energy Ministerial Industrial Deep Decarbonization Initiative, or the IDDDI. The IDDI is a coalition designed to stimulate global demand for low carbon industrial materials and is coordinated entirely by UNIDO. Rana is the Chief of the Energy Systems and Infrastructure Division at UNIDO, where she oversees the organization's strategy and programs in promoting a low carbon infrastructure powering industrialization and supporting the decarbonization of industry in both developing and emerging economies. Rana, I invite you to make your remarks, and SFOC will be making the presentation.
Perfect. Good afternoon. Well, a very early morning for me here in Vienna, Austria. That's where UNIDO, the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, is based. Thank you so much for the organizers for inviting me to share with you more about the Industrial Deep Decarbonization Initiative. No doubt, this is a very timely discussion that we are having here, and we see also globally a lot of attention coming towards steel and cement and generally the hard-to-abate industry, which we very much welcome at UNIDO, and we're really happy to see that there's more countries as well as private sector that are willing to take action to decarbonize these sectors, as they're really critical for our climate agenda. Perhaps before I enter into introducing the Industrial Deep Decarbonization Initiative, and having listened a bit to the previous session, I would just also like to kind of help paint a bit the picture that we see today for the steel decarbonization. If we look at the status of the deployment of technologies like hydrogen, like CCUS and others that are critical for this decarbonization, we see that these are technologies that are not yet implemented at a full commercial scale. So, still even the most advanced company in the world is still producing this at the pilot stage. And so we really need to collectively work together to push more for not just demonstration projects, but full-on commercial scale projects. And the World Economic Forum estimates that we need actually 100 plants to be installed before 2030 to really bring us closer to our climate goals. And as we stand today, it's 0. And hopefully within a year or two, we will have the first 2 pilots. So we really need very, very strong acceleration across the globe in different countries, in different industries, to make our goals a reality. The second element is actually, it's not just that these are technologies that are not yet fully commercial. At the moment, we also have basically half the technologies that could take us to 2050. So governments as well as private sector need to invest quite a lot in innovation that supports the electrification of heat processes in these industries. And so these are the dilemmas that at a global scale as well, we are trying to deal with within the Industrial Deep Decarbonization Initiative, as well as the Mission Innovation Net Zero Industries initiative that is coordinated by Austria and Australia. So with that, I'd like to now dive into the Industrial Deep Decarbonization Initiative and tell you more about what the initiative is, what we're trying to do, and also invite you to be part of it. So we can now move to the first slide, please. I don't know if I can, yeah. So who is IDDI, or what is IDDI? It's a coalition of governments and private sectors that are working together for now to decarbonize heavy industries like steel, cement, and concrete. In the near future, hopefully, we'll also be adding the chemicals sector. So these governments at the moment are the governments of Germany, India, the United Kingdom, as well as Canada. And as we are planning for our engagement at the Clean Energy Ministerial meeting happening in September in Pittsburgh, we are expecting also a couple of more governments to join in and help us. In fact, we already have Australia, US, Japan, and Saudi Arabia that are observers to the initiative, as well as the United Arab Emirates. Next, please. So we have the initiative is coordinated in a very open and collaborative manner. As I mentioned, so we have the countries, these are the owners of the initiative, and particularly India and the UK that are co-leads of the initiative. But then we really act very collaboratively with private sector, NGOs, academia, as well as key initiatives like the Leadership Group for the Industry Transition and also the Mission Possible Partnership. So all of these are members of our working groups, which I'll be introducing a bit later, and really help us in coming up with the answers to some of the questions we need to advance the sector today. Next, please. I guess by now, probably you went through these figures. I know that the workshop has been ongoing for a while, but basically just an emphasis on why are we looking at steel and cement and concrete, primarily because of their large contribution to the greenhouse gas emissions that are coming from the industrial sector, as well as also globally. So you see it's 70% of the total global industrial emissions. These three sectors account for, and 14 to 16% of the global energy related emissions. Next, please. So how do we try to create that change? You know, I already heard in also the previous session references to procurement, references to standards, and so on. And this is exactly the levers that we are trying to tackle actually within IDDI. We have two key gaps that we are looking at. So the idea of data and standards, as well as green public procurement. And why these? Because essentially when governments are going to set targets for their public procurement, they need to buy against a standard. So which standard do we use, and how do we ensure that whatever standard we are using when we are comparing, you know, what different countries or different cities or different private sector companies are procuring, how do we ensure the comparability of these different standards so that we have, you know, some common benchmarks for the comparison? And then for that as well, what is the data that goes into the standard development, and how do we ensure that we have standard data protocols that look at the embodied carbon emissions in a very consistent manner, and in a way that also considers equally in a way the different scopes? So are we including the scope related to the production? Are we including the scope that's related to the materials? So, you know, looking at that in a more harmonized manner as well. So you see, we see in a way the data and standards piece to be an enabler to the green public procurement. One thing I'd like to point out is that we, you know, within our work, we actually do quite a lot of reports and guidelines. So this is what I can share here in the chat. You know, last year we've produced a couple of series on the green public procurement, defining what it is, how governments can set standards, providing some of the best practices that governments could, you know, look at when they're looking into achieving or building their public procurement methodologies. Nevertheless, what we have as well, and this pathway 3 is actually a campaign where we are inviting governments to commit to green public procurement target. And again, I'd like to maybe elaborate a bit on a point that Girish had mentioned in the previous session. Indeed, I mean, you know, the green premium is quite high when you look at it, upstream, but then when you look at it downstream, in, for example, in the purchasing of a house in Europe, which is on average $500,000, Agora Energiewende estimates that it's around 2,500 or 3,000 that would be paid in this $500,000 house to actually cover the green premium. So it's really not that high when we look at it downstream. And so this is where green procurement helps both in public and private sector. And perhaps a point on why public procurement, because I think we didn't cover that. So there's 40% of the steel that is procured for public construction projects, and 25% of cement is actually and concrete is procured for public construction projects. So this is why collectively governments are really a very strong purchasing power. And what we are trying to advocate for here is really using that purchasing power to help create markets for technologies that need to move towards this commercialization. Next, please. So this year we have a couple of dilemmas that we needed to solve within the working groups of the industrial deep decarbonization. So as initiative, as I mentioned, so these are working groups that bring together industry representatives, government representatives, academia, and others as well. And each of these working groups has a discussion paper with some issues that they're meant to define. So for example, the one on data and reporting is really looking at developing at least some recommendations for a framework for reporting of the embodied carbon in public construction projects. So this would then help governments that are committing to these targets to have some kind of common benchmark for that. So we have 10 or 12 sessions, so 10 sessions this year and 2 probably more in early next year, where all these experts are convening to discuss this framework, and we hope to be at least sharing parts of that already in COP27 in Egypt. Then the second working group on the low carbon standards. So of course, we know that there are a couple of standards already that are being used, and I know that Steel Zero is particularly being looked at here today. But there are also, ISO standards, there's also the EU taxonomy. And what we want to also make sure here is at least that while there are different standards that are being used, that at least we can provide a framework that allows for the comparability as well as the interoperability of these standards. And then finally, the working group 3 on green procurement. A big part of our discussion until today was, to be fair, the target that we would like to announce at the Clean Energy Ministerial in September, where governments are going to commit to consult and come back by next year and say, yes, we are committed to go ahead with this target and use that in our public procurement. But essentially, as I also shared in the chat, we will be working more on developing some tools and guidelines to help governments in their green procurement programs. Next, please. So this is the timeline that I sort of already shared with you. I won't spend more time on this, but basically I wanted to take it's fine, we can skip to the next one. I wanted to take a moment to really go through the public procurement pledge that we are about to release as part of IDDI. So this is a sneak peek for you to really see what we are looking at. So we are looking at 4 ambition levels, and the first 2 in a way have already been announced at COP26. So the first level is actually that governments would no later than 2025 start requiring the disclosure of embodied carbon for cement, concrete and steel that is procured for the public sector. And here, this framework that I mentioned that working group 1 is working on is going to be essential for governments to be doing that. Then the second ambition level is that starting no later than 2030, conduct whole life cycle analysis and assessment for the public construction projects, and by 2050 achieve net zero emissions in all public construction projects. So, I mean, when we say by 2050 achieve net zero, this is particularly addressing, yes, a lot of countries have these 2050 roadmaps. However, these are not necessarily always aligned with public procurement. These are not really reflected maybe in industrial policies as well. And so the point here is really trying to make also a bit more the connection across all of these different strategies and documents that governments work on. Now, the new part of it is ambition levels 3 and 4. And they speak to what I mentioned in the very beginning of my presentation. How do we create the pull for technologies that require to be commercialized? How do we create the pull for new innovations that are needed to decarbonize the sector by 2050? And here, what we are putting up in the pledge is that starting no later than 2030, we would, or governments would require procurement of low emission steel and cement in public construction projects. So there, particularly for the steel, what we are using is the definition that the IEA has put up in its report to the G7. So the different bands, bands A to E that the IEA has introduced depending on the carbon intensity of each of these products. And in a way, because we need to be more inclusive and account for what we need as a commitment from government. And that commitment is going to have to be prescribed by whatever is feasible at the national level in terms of supply, in terms of technology, access, and all that. So each government really has the responsibility to come back with one of the bands that's most applicable for it in view of its development and local circumstances. Then ambition level 4 is actually starting in 2030, require procurement of a share of cement, concrete, and or crude steel from near zero emission material production, at least for signature projects. And what does that mean? So this is where, governments that are part of IDDI will be defining what these signature projects are. Because again, government procurement is fairly bureaucratic, so we really need to look at how do we help governments make that happen. And so this is where we agreed with the governments to look at this, particularly for signature projects, because otherwise it's going to be very difficult for them to implement. So that's our ambition, and we really hope, and we have actually the support of all the countries that are with us, but we respect as well that there are some national processes for the consultations that countries need to go through in order to commit to this. But at least the fact that we have already agreed on, this common framework for the target, I think that's already quite a good start, and some of the countries will be able to come back by COP, or at least by January next year, with a commitment. Next, please. So our target is to have at least 10 governments that commit to this target. And the slogan of our campaign, which we launched at COP26, is "If you make it, we'll buy it." So we hope that this is more governments join us along the way to really make commitments and targets for green public procurement, and make steel decarbonization and cement and concrete decarbonization a reality. Next, please. So, just on an ending note, sort of what I would like to echo here to the participants, particularly those that would be interested, from public or private, to join our working groups, reach out, or if you want to engage with IDDI in one way or another, reach out. But for the governments, join the coalition and really help us make the steel decarbonization and a reality. Join our coalition. So thank you so much. I think with that, I'll hand over back to the moderator or the organizer.
Thank you very much, Rana, for introducing the IDDI and also sharing the new pledge ambition levels. We hope this convening will help build momentum towards government commitments on green public procurement at the Clean Energy Ministerial IDDI meeting to be held next month in Pittsburgh. Okay, so given the lively discussion we're having, we'll be moving directly on to our next session, and we'd like to introduce our next speaker, Jen Carson, for a presentation on stimulating demand for steel through Steel Zero. Steel consuming industries, such as construction and automotives, also play a key role in impacting the demand of low carbon green steel production. Jen is the head of industry at Climate Group and leads the strategic development and implementation of global initiatives Steel Zero and Concrete Zero. Working for over a decade across energy innovation, energy infrastructure, low carbon finance, recycling and waste management, Jen now brings this experience to address the challenges and opportunities in decarbonizing key areas of the heavy industry sector. I invite all participants to write down any questions for Jen in the Q&A function, and I now invite Jen to present.
Thank you, Esther, and good afternoon to everyone. It's a good morning from Edinburgh here in Scotland. It's a privilege to join you today, and following Rana's excellent presentation on the IDDI, I will now turn to the discussion, as Esther introduced, for Steel Zero. And this is focusing on the private sector procurement. So as introduced, and I am coming from the Climate Group. Here you can see a summary for those of you who do not already know the Climate Group. We were founded in 2004, so nearly 20 years ago, and we have 3 key streams of activity. So we're bringing together business action from strong leading corporates, many on this line today, and many of you may already be aware of our RE100, EV100, and EP100 work. This is happening across already Japan, Korea, and India, and we're looking to take this forward with our heavy industry focus on Steel Zero and Concrete Zero. The second thing we're doing is bringing together regional and state governments. So we have 260 members in our Under 2 coalition, and this is ranging from the governor of California and New York in North America, to the Chungnam province in South Korea, to Gifu in Japan. There's 6 key states across India, including Punjab, Maharashtra, West Bengal, and Jammu and Kashmir, who will be the G20 hosts next year. So we're proud to work with the regional and state government actors in the policy space. And then in the third section, we bring together these powerful networks of business and policy for the deep collaboration and impact in both the market and the policy perspective. And then finally, in the bottom right-hand side of the slide, you can see Climate Week New York City. And this is happening in September, in the 3 days before the Pittsburgh Clean Energy Ministerial. So that week will be very important for the global climate community. And we've been hearing that Climate Week New York, because of some of the challenges with the different other events this year, there's quite a focus really looking at this connection of activity that's happening in September across the climate space. So we very much welcome organisations to get in touch with SFOC and Climate Catalyst if you're interested in joining. On the next slide, you can see the mandate and the focus of the Steel Zero topic. So it's mobilizing transformative global demand for net zero steel. And this is really important because it is taking the critical role of consumers, buyers, customers to really support the supply and manufacturing companies to transition their production processes over the next 7.5, 15, 30 years. And so we're creating the foundations of what it means, this new normal of steel sector procurement. And then we're feeding this into the work that IDDI is doing, the International Energy Agency is doing. We are in partnership with Responsible Steel, who we'll hear from later today. So you can see a selection of different organizations on the next slide that we are very much taking the leadership position from the businesses who are involved in the work that we're doing on this journey. On the next slide, you can see the impact overview, some examples of the work that we have done over the last 18 months since we formally publicly formed the coalition and announced the commitments. And so here you can see on the first piece, shaping the global definition of low emission, near and net zero steel. Steel Zero is being part of the UNFCCC Glasgow breakthroughs that were also announced at COP26 and referenced for the international collaboration. There are interesting examples of organizations that we are specifically supporting and have referenced this in their decision to make different targets or milestones on the supply side of the steel sector. So for example, British Steel, owned by the Xinjiang Group, has announced that they will formally adopt science-based targets and map out their journey to low carbon with 2035 and 2050 milestones because of the work that Steel Zero has been doing to collectively support the manufacturers. On the next slide, and we will share these slides afterwards so that participants can look through after the sessions today. We can see more summary of different milestones that we have delivered over the last 18 months and really looking forward to working with more and more organizations to take this forward. So the first bullet point is talking to our official Steel Zero India chapter launch, which happened around 6 weeks ago. And we had very senior representatives, including the India G20 Sherpa, come to join us and talk about the importance of steel decarbonisation from an international but also regional focus, as we are here today talking around the Asia steel decarbonisation conversation. And we will be building out and supporting work across China with our office in Beijing, Japan and South Korea. In May 2022, we had two big announcements. We released our Steel Zero Global Policy Principles paper that has 6 key themes and is talking to the steps that governments from a national, international and subnational and regional perspective should be looking at to really support the steel decarbonisation transition. We also held our first Steel Zero Summit, and this was at Ørsted's office in Copenhagen, where we brought together for the first time to focus on the demand side, the consumer, the purchasing perspective of steel decarbonisation. And so we had 100 experts come together, and we will be looking at how we do that next year, have the Steel Zero Summit 2. And perhaps it will make sense for us actually to physically have this in country in Asia to really reflect the importance of the market decarbonisation. We also have other examples of different partners, as I mentioned, that we're working towards. And again, we can answer any questions or support and direct organisations who are interested in these different elements of the conversation to the appropriate organisations. On the next slide, we can see the important list of current Steel Zero members. So the private sector organisations who have made the Steel Zero commitment, and I'll talk through what that looks like. You can see there is a strong range of different companies. So we have Maersk in the shipping sector, Lend-Lease and Skanska in the property sector, Volvo Cars in automotive. I mentioned Ørsted, also Iberdrola, Vattenfall, Siemens Gamesa in the offshore wind space. So it's really important that the work we are doing is collaborative and collective and consistent across all the different steel consuming sectors. So from the shipping to the construction to the automotive. And then also we like to bring in electronics and railways. On the next slide, we can see a description of the way in which we are working. And this is following very much in the footsteps of our RE100 and EV100 work. So it's focusing on supporting the market in a ambition loop. And then we will be also supporting very much the policymakers and the finance community to transition the market. So first, we collect and aggregate the demand signal from leading private sector corporates and companies who make the pledge. Then we will work with them to profile and celebrate that leadership and really inspire more companies and important stakeholders up and downstream of their value chain to also join the conversation. Then we will have the peer learning and developing deep tools for the procurement department as well as sustainability, and driving that practical operational action into procurement specifications or project documentation. And then we will be influencing and supporting the policy and mobilizing finance. There is a nice example from our RE100 work that has done lots of momentum to support Japan corporate PPA electricity market. So we will be taking the private sector leadership and then helping those organizations to have the best conversations in the regions that they work in to open up the market for steel decarbonisation. On the next slide, and this is one as well, I think after the webinars happened, is a key resource to look at because it's looking to the Steel Zero commitment. So this is the industry mechanism for change. And we have been very careful and mindful to balance ambition, but also with the reality of the market situation today. So we have two timeframe goals. We have the 2050 long-term signal, and this is where we talk to the 100% net zero steel. And this is of course in line with climate science, but also we need to look at regional perspectives as well. The critical interesting point, and this is also Rana mentioned in IDDI, looking to the 2030 goal. And so here we have carefully thought, what is the best approach for organizations to signal their pledge? And it's talking to 50% of steel procurement or specification is coming from one of three different pathways. So the first option is that the steel is coming from a steelmaker site who has a science-based target or equivalent. So they have the company level corporate commitment to decarbonize over the next period of time. And that's been validated by an appropriate organization. The second option is that the steel is responsible steel certified or equivalent. And so this is talking to the standard and the certification for the crude steel. And then the third option is the lower embodied carbon steel. And this is talking to the definitions and the importance of understanding the criteria. So perfect to move on to the next slide. This is a lot of information to take in. And so one of the tools that we have developed to support the community is a mapping exercise. Currently it has 55 of the steelmakers globally, and it's mapping their progress and public commitments to achieving each of the three Steel Zero 2030 interim targets. On the next slide, we have a description of the wider work in which we are doing. And in light of the time, I will leave this to be read after the webinar. For the next slide, we have the 2022 work programme and key milestones. And again, there is a lot to look at here. There is a lot of different conversations going on and work that we are taking forward. There are three key streams. So we're working to raise the voice of the demand side. This is the top And this is talking to, for example, the Steel Zero Summit that we had in Copenhagen, or the Climate Week coming up in September. The second stream is the deep collaboration and learning. And this is where we have the working group meetings that bring together core companies who have made the pledge. And then the third stream, which will be very important going forward, and we'll be working with the wider community, is the implementation and accountability. So developing the reporting and the frameworks that will support procurement departments and sustainability departments to understand where are they on this journey to meeting the Steel Zero commitments. And so this will be a big part of the work that we will do going forward over the next 6 to 12 months. And we really want to be shaping this in the right way. So we very much invite companies to work with us and share their experience and knowledge. On the next slide, we see a summary of important climate diplomacy conversations that are happening across the next 12 months and how the Steel Zero work will be supporting these different moments. For example, in the middle, we see the international convenings, and we've already mentioned the SEM in Pittsburgh next month. There is also the Responsible Steel Forum 3, which is happening end of October, early November. There is COP27, and already we have heard from the UAE government in preparation for COP28 next year in Dubai. There is the G20 in 2023, which is hosted by India, one of the regional governments that is in our Under-2 coalition. So we will ensure we are supporting this process. And then more widely, many other different drumbeat events up to these different key moments. On the next slide, this is a summary of the regional focus that we have on this work. And so you can very much see the Europe, North America, India, China, Japan, and South Korea. And so very important for us to ensure that we are talking to all the different key steel producing regions. And then on the final slide, and I will leave this as well for participants to read, this is some quotes from organisations that we work with who have been part of the working group sessions that we have been running. And we will actually hear soon from Michael at Lend-Lease and Doon from Maersk Korea, who can also talk live to their experience of working with Steel Zero. So that's, thank you very much from me, and I will pass back to Esther.
Thank you so much for that introduction, Jen. Before we move on to the next panel, since Jen will be moderating that, I think I'd like to suggest a 5-minute coffee break, and then we will return to continue to talk about stimulating demand, as well as hearing from steel producers as well. So we will be back in 5 minutes. Thank you.
Hi, welcome back from the coffee break. We will start our next set of panels. I want to thank Jen Carson for her presentation on Steel Zero, which is a very critical initiative to bring together leading organizations to speed up the transition to a net zero steel industry. I now invite Jen to moderate our next panel with the steel industry. This industry panel brings together speakers from across the steel value chain, representing both key steel producers as well as steel consumer segments, such as construction and shipping. I would like to remind listeners to use the chat function for any questions for the panel. And I would now like to invite Jen to introduce the panelists, please. Over to you, Jen.
Thank you, Saxi. So it is my great pleasure to introduce the panelists that we have on this discussion this morning, or this afternoon, for those of you in Asia. So the first panelist to introduce is Prabodha Ashra, also known as PC, and he partners with the CEOs and senior representatives and executives to develop and drive sustainability strategy for several of the JSW Group companies. He has been working for more than 3 decades in this field of corporate environmental management, emissions reduction, climate change, corporate sustainability, and policy development across the various sectors and geographies. So then we will turn to Yuyin Chin, who is a senior researcher at the POSCO Research Institute, POSRI, which is one of the prominent private sector think tanks in South Korea. And she has been involved in various climate initiatives and public-private partnerships for over 15 years, including a 2-year term as the World Steel Association Steel Fellow. Excellent to have you joining us as well. We also have Do-eun Kim, who is joining us from Korea Maersk and the office from 2005. And she is currently the head of international affairs, where she is in charge of overseeing Maersk's ESG and institutional compliance efforts in Korea. Outside of Maersk, Do-eun has worked in marketing and sales within global investment and real estate firms, and has recently completed the KISTA's prestigious Executive MBA ESG program. Also welcome. We also have Michael Long, who is from Lend-Lease and is a qualified environmental scientist and sustainability professional with over 25 years of international experience in the United Kingdom, Australia, and Asia, providing responsible investment guidance. And in his current role as head of sustainability for Lend-Lease, Michael is overseeing all aspects of ESG across Lend-Lease's work in Asia. And fifth, finally, equally as important and impressive, we have Dr. Pradeep Panigari, and he is an ESG and sustainability professional with over 27 years of experience in reputable businesses, including Tata Group, Mahindra Group, and now in the L&T Group. And he has a PhD in ecology with an international fellowship from the IRD L'Est University in Paris, and is a recipient of several prestigious awards. So we have a very exciting and dynamic set of panelists here, both from the supply side and the demand side of the industry, as Saxby mentioned. And the focus of this discussion today will be the Asia steel producers and consumers, discussing the key considerations for the manufacturing and purchasing of lower carbon steel, and then the importance of the demand side levers to facilitate that necessary transition to net zero. Now, I think we potentially do not have Michael Long yet logged in from the panelist perspective. So we will see him if and when he comes, but you can see the 4 panelists that we have, which is excellent. To get us going, we have decided to have an opening question that will be put to each of the different representatives of their organizations. So I'm going to ask each in turn for an opening statement of 2 or 3 minutes to give us a feel for this context, and then we will go into the discussion. So first, I will turn to PC, and if you could tell us, how is JSW as a major steelmaker developing climate and ESG targets and policies?
Thank you very much, Jen, and good morning to all of you from Mumbai, India. It's really a privilege to speak in this forum where we have producers and consumers. To address the first question, what we have done in JSW Group, the first step is to define sustainability and what ESG means, because in last 30 years, I have not seen 2 persons speaking in the same line what sustainability means. So once we have defined what we did, we did a detailed stakeholder consultation process, and we came out with 17 key focus areas. And it incidentally, the numbers are 17, but they are not really aligned to all the SDGs, but we called 17 key focus areas. And in the very top, the first key focus area for us is climate change. And that is where we have provided dedicated climate change policy. In fact, we have given specific policy addressing all the 17 key focus area. So in the climate change policy statement, we have given our specific commitment towards climate change mitigation, adaptation, and also working towards within our supply chain to make it achieve. So what we have done after that, after having a policy statement, we have declared our intent and targets. And in the steel sector, as we will debate that it is difficult to abate or it is called hard to abate sector, which we are possibly thinking that it is possible to abate, it is no more hard to abate. We have given a commitment for 2030 first, because this is the decade where the action has to be initiated. And this decade will make foundation to proceed further. So our target is to reduce 42% of our emission from our integrated steel operations and to become a net zero in our coated steel operations by 2030. We are also committed to follow a SDG's Sustainable Development Scenario pathway for our decarbonization, considering the challenges and the opportunity that we have on the way to decarbonize our integrated steel operations. And we have identified levers. But before I state and go to the levers that how we are targeting for reductions, it is important to understand that whether we have right framework, governance framework to review our progresses. Because after setting a target, it's most important that it has to happen the regular reviews and then annual target. In fact, we have set annual target leading up to 2030. And every current year, that means for this financial year, we have set monthly target for each of the operations within our factory. This is being reviewed by the executive committee on a monthly basis, and we get it reviewed by the board level on a 6-month basis. Besides that, we have a dedicated climate action group, which is headed by the head of the operations. And it draws people from R&D, from marketing, from energy, from utility, from environment, from all gamut of our operations. And we sit every month to decide on whether we are moving in the right directions. So when we set our target for 2030, the fact was that how we can produce more with less. That means what we could do with our existing assets, because these assets in India and specifically in JSW, being a very new company, and we have come from 2000, we started from 90s and then we came out as a leader or a leading steel producer in India. Our assets are new, so we just cannot throw it away. So therefore, it is very important that how we can leverage or sweat our existing assets. And that has been our cornerstone to set our targets. And we want to very much leverage the energy transitions. Our objective is to not to have steam coal burning by 2030. That means all our electrical energy must come from renewable energy. That becomes our first lever. The second lever is basically how we can substitute with low carbon reductant in our iron making processes, because iron making processes where most of the emission happen. And we all know the constraint of having scrap in India. That is a challenge. And the next challenge is that our blast furnaces are new. So therefore, our focus is that how we can make blast furnace efficient and how we can reduce consumption of reductant, that is coal-based reductant, that is coal. And that is where we are focusing on substantial investment in ore beneficiation so that the coke rate reduces, and also start with low or less carbon intensive reductant. We will continue with the implementation of best available technology and having an eye that can we increase scrap to the extent what is available to us or is going to be available for us. So I'll like to, we will discuss and debate that, because giving the time frame, I just wanted to say that we are very clear on our targets and what we can achieve in the short term and how we are going to move towards long-term carbon neutrality in JSW Steel. I think with that, I'll remain and I'll like to take further elaborate the questions what we'll have subsequently.
Thank you, PC. That's very effective to understand both from a corporate positioning across different departments that you're looking at, but also the real detail, even going down to monthly analysis of these different targets and policies. I will now turn to Yun Chung, and if you could give us an idea of how is POSCO, another major steelmaker, developing and taking forward climate, environmental, social justice targets and policies.
Thank you, Jen. I will speak in Korean from now on.
Okay.
네, 포스코는 2020년 12월에 아시아 지역에서는 굉장히 좀 선도적으로 2050년 탄소 중립 비전을 선언한 바가 있습니다. 이러한 선언 배경에는 1차적으로 한국 정부의 굉장히 강력한 탄소 중립 드라이브를 우선적으로 들 수 있겠고, 또 다른 측면에서는 이런 투자자, 고객사의 탄소 중립 이행 요구가 굉장히 구체화되고 강화되었다는 점을 들 수 있습니다. 특히 이제 EU를 중심으로 이 글로벌 철강사들의 탄소 중립 레이스가 막 시작되는 상황에서 이 탄소 중립이 앞으로 이게 바꾸어 나갈 어떤 철강 산업의 경쟁 구도, 이 변화에 선제적으로 대응한다는 측면에서 출발했다고 말씀드릴 수 있겠습니다. 이 포스코가 제시하는 탄소 중립 전략은 크게 두 축으로 볼 수 있습니다. 이 첫 번째는 가장 기본이 되는 사업장, 이 철강 생산 공정에 있어서의 탈탄소화이고, 두 번째는 철강의 밸류체인 차원의 사회적인 감축 기여입니다. 먼저 사업장 감축 측면에서는 이 수소환원 제철로의 전환을 통한 이 탈탄소화를 궁극적인 방향으로 하고 단계적인 감축 경로를 제시하고 이행하고 있습니다. 2016년에서 18년 평균 CO2 배출량 대비해서 2030년까지 10%, 40년에 30%, 그리고 2050년에 넷제로를 이행해 나간다는 그런 계획입니다. 특히 이제 30년까지 중단기적으로 봤을 때는 기존 고로 기반의 공정이 여전히 유지될 것이기 때문에 이 부분에 있어서의 탄소 배출 저감, 그리고 전기로 신설 등을 포함해서 전기로 비중 확대 등을 우선적인 과제로 꼽고 있습니다. 또 장기적으로는 결국 이제 포스코형 수소환원 제철 기술, 이 하이렉스의 상용화가 가장 큰 숙제입니다. 기술 확보의 어떤 속도, 그리고 그린 전력과 그린 수소 이 여건을 고려해서 한 30년대 중반 정도부터 단계적으로 설비 전환을 추진해 나간다는 그런 계획입니다. 또 공정 중에 불가피하게 발생되는 CO2의 경우는 CCUS를 적용할 계획에 있습니다. 현재 R&D 연구 중에 있는데요. 다만 이제 CCUS와 같은 경우는 대규모 매립 장소 등이 사실 주요한 요건인데, 국내 여건, 한국의 여건을 고려해 봤을 때 조금 제한적으로 활용될 가능성이 있어서 조심스러운 접근이 좀 필요한 부분이라는 생각을 합니다. 포스코 탄소 중립의 다른 한 축인 이 철강 밸류체인 차원의 사회적 감축에 관련해서는 무엇보다 이 고객사의 니즈를 충족하는 저탄소 철강 제품을 개발하고 생산하고 보급해서 이를 통해서 고객사의 감축, 또 더 나아가서는 최종 고객의 감축에 기여하는 것을 이 포스코 핵심 미션으로 보고 있습니다. 여기서 말하는 고객사, 그리고 최종 고객의 감축을 포스코에서는 제품을 통한 사회적 감축, Avoided Emission이라고 이야기를 하고, 30년까지 이런 저탄소 제품의 추가적인 개발, 보급을 통해서 788만 톤의 사회적 CO2 감축에 기여하겠다는 또 목표를 제시한 바도 있습니다. 추가적으로 이 밸류체인 차원의 이 업스트림, 원료단의 어떤 감축도 이행 방안을 좀 구체화하고 있는 그런 단계입니다. 작년부터 주요 원료사, 글로벌 원료사들과 함께 탄소 중립 협력 체계를 조금 본격화하고 있습니다. 발레나 BH 빌리튼 등의 그 글로벌 원료사와 탄소 중립 협력 체계, MOU 등을 체결한 것들이 대표적이라고 할 수 있겠습니다. 이렇게 전반적인 포스코의 탄소 중립 전략에 대해서 간략히 말씀드렸습니다.
Brilliant. Thank you, Yun Chung. Excellent to hear also about the variety of actions and solutions you are looking to, and also that work across the supply chain with key partners and suppliers. So now turning to the demand side of the sector, where our three remaining speakers are coming from. Michael, in the first instance, could you share with us how is Lend-Lease as a major steel consumer in the construction sector developing your climate and ESG policies?
Yeah, thanks, Jen. So Lendlease, we're a vertically integrated real estate company. So we in investment management, development, and also construction. So obviously, when we've set global targets around our Mission Zero strategy, we've got a net zero by 2025 for all our scope 1 and 2 operations, which include construction sites, assets under management and developments, and absolute zero, including steel, by 2040 for scope 1, 2, and 3, which includes no offsets. So we've got a very aggressive strategy. Do we have all the solutions? Absolutely not. So particularly with regards to this, we've set a Mission Zero roadmap that's publicly available on our website, and it's specific to Asia, but it does go through what we're doing in scope 1, 2, and 3. So in particular, in regards to materials, not only are we starting to target reduced embodied carbon across the buildings we construct, we've also launched a low carbon construction tender, which talks specifically to electrification of construction equipment, use of renewable fuels, targeting low carbon steel, low carbon concrete as well. And as we start engaging the various supply chain partners, as well as contractors, we're starting to bring their capacity and level of knowledge up to understand what these things mean, and hopefully start also building internal expertise around cost planners and our construction business to understand how these products or materials perform, what disclosure information we need. And to also help do that, we're starting to build our own knowledge around life cycle analyses as we start to benchmark all the materials that go into buildings. So currently we're doing life cycle assessments on a major commercial tower here in Singapore called Showa Tower. We're doing it on a large data center we're constructing in Japan. And we're also doing it on some major residential towers in the heart of KL. So there's some examples of how we're starting to not only do life cycle assessment, but where we're starting to specify low carbon materials, and certainly partnering with the supply chain.
Thank you, Michael. And that links nicely to PC when he was introducing JSW Group's momentum, the need for consistent language, and as you mentioned, PC, a definition on what actually are we addressing here. So really nice to hear, Michael, on bringing up the capacity and level of knowledge across internally, but also externally with key stakeholders. I'm sure we'll pick up on that during the discussion. I'll now turn to Duun, another key steel consuming sector. So for Maersk, a major consumer, but this time in the shipping industry, how does it look for developing your climate and environmental, social, and governance policies?
Sorry, I just got it. I got it muted. Okay. Hi, Jen. Thank you. And let me brief on the Maersk ESG strategy. So Maersk is a logistics service provider. It's founded like almost 120 years ago. We are very well known with the strong ocean logistics shipping position, but taking this as a business backbone, Maersk has transformed to the container logistics integrator from 2016. That means that we are moving fast beyond the ocean. So now that includes the air, inland transportation like rail, trucking, and warehousing. That being said, in 2022, which is this year, in April or May, the company changed the purpose of it to improve life for all by integrating the world. So now clearly the focus is really on the sustainability. So we do have 11 specific items to care under Maersk ESG strategy, but today I'm going to just touch upon the climate related. So Maersk set 2040 net zero target. This is not just about the scope 1, but throughout the whole scope 3. So initially it was 2050 net zero in 2018 when we initiated it in 2018, but we advanced it the net zero vision by 10 years last year. So with that, Maersk ordered 16,000 TEUs, 12 vessels, 12 methanol-powered container vessels, and the very first container ship in operation on green methanol will be delivered most likely in the third quarter next year. So it's coming soon. And with that, of course, we need the green methanol to fuel it, and we are having the strategic agreement with the 6 producers to secure enough green methanol globally. That's actually done, and we are expecting more and more of the green methanol to source, and that will be on the list. And obviously, we joined the climate group Steel Zero to accelerate the green steel initiative. I remember that was April 7th this year. So in the end, it is a very ambitious target, yes, but we have full confidence in achieving. Thank you.
Thank you, Doan. Really interesting to hear from yourself on, again, the variety and breadth of the sustainability, but then drilling down climate change, drilling down across scope 1, 2, 3 to the materials used. It will be excellent to have you on board and bring the experience that you've had on the deep focus of fuels, so the green methanol and the progress you've made in that space, to then also looking at this steel decarbonisation and collective value chain challenge. So Pradeep, I would love to turn to you and understand from the Larsen and Turbo Limited perspective, what does it look like for your developing climate and environmental social governance policies?
Absolutely. Thank you. Good morning and good afternoon to people who are in the Eastern zones. I mean, we at Larsen and Turbo Limited, it's 80 years old company, founded by 2 Danish engineers, Larsen and Turbo, and now it's a completely Indian company. We are one of the largest EPC player, and to give you a perspective, some of the biggest things in India are built by L&T, like the tallest statue in the world, which is in the state of Gujarat, is built by L&T. Now, coming back to the company's strategy around climate change, our C-suite is very much involved in the entire process. There's a regular review by the board and the board committees on climate change. We have taken a target of becoming carbon neutral by 2040 and becoming water neutral by 2035. We declared it publicly last year on 21st of October. This carbon neutrality is basically on scope 1 and 2. We're currently working on a granular level of scope 3, and at some point of time we would like to take targets for scope 3 as well. With respect to scope, with respect to our carbon neutrality target, as PC said, we have also have a very granular level targets, or rather we are working on it now for the targets up to 2026, and we will extend it up to 2030. And basically we have got a couple of approaches which we feel would help us in becoming carbon neutral. One is that we will heavily focus on efficiency improvement, and both on direct and indirect energy. And then also we will focus on abatement, basically renewables, fuels, and renewable energy substitution. Also, one of our target is to cover rest of the, so whatever you can do through renewables or whatever you can do through efficiency improvement, if there is something which we cannot, which will remain towards the end, which will stop us in becoming carbon neutral, we will go for the route of offsetting. But that is the last resort. Material consumption is one of our key aspects because you are in infrastructure. So today, roughly 3 million tons of steel we consume, and our spend is almost 2.5 billion USD on steel, and roughly 1%, that is around 50,000 tons of steel we recycle or recycle and use internally. And we also look for, as we discussed last time, we're also looking for affordable green steel if it is available wherever the emission level is low, or however we can reduce our scope 3 emission through affordable green steel. We're also looking for that. But those kind of strategies and those kind of thought processes are still on, and we are having internal consultations to see what we can do, with whom we can engage, and how we can actually really take it forward. So going ahead, our approach would be, to talk to major steel manufacturers or our major suppliers. So JSW is one of our major suppliers. So we'll be talking to them to see how we can decarbonize our processes and decarbonize, especially scope 3. So I look forward to interesting conversations in this field, maybe within this team or within this panel and outside also. And thank you so much for giving this opportunity.
Thank you, Pradeep. Touching again on many different interesting elements. Two things that I'm picking up on, and in particular in the India context. So again, linking to PC, is the absolute importance around the transition of the fuel going into the steel production processes. So really that conversation around the renewable energy and electricity and that huge infrastructure challenge. And then the second piece around the recycling, reuse, the challenge on access to scrap to bring in, and especially again in the India context. So thank you very much for sharing your thoughts. In this next stage, I would suggest perhaps we can go to PC and Michael to touch on some specific example of a particular project or a technology or key value chain partnership, really to bring to life and kind of operationalize some of this action that you're taking forward. Would you be able to share a specific example?
No, thank you. I would love to, because when you tell one example, I'm wondering whether it is possible to give one example, because the steel sector decarbonization, you have to understand that there is no single solutions. So all the steel majors like us, specifically those operating in Asia and India, where we are dealing with low quality iron ore, we have to work on multiple levers. And that is the reason I will touch upon and give some key examples. So the levers, what I stated, we are working. The first is that efficiency improvement, energy transitions, fuel and feedstock switch, and then recycling, green hydrogen and CCUS. So in that order. Now let me give example how JSW is working, because we have clearly seen 3 phases of our decarbonization. One is that we are sure, clear, and we have set a target. One is that we see possibility. The last phase we do not know. That is, the solutions are yet to come. So therefore, the focus has been the first one on efficiency improvement. We are doing a program called SEED, S-E-E-D, which is called Sustainable Energy, Environment and Decarbonization Program. We have tied with one of the big consultants, that is with BCG. What we are doing, we are studying each and every asset of our integrated steel operations and looking at how we can maximize the operations and reduce the emission. Our estimate, we can possibly 15 to 20% of reduction can happen with the existing assets, where you focus on efficiency improvement in all aspects, be it energy, operational, maintenance, all the aspects. And that has been our key focus, where we are investing now. The second one, where we know it is going to happen and it makes financial sense, is the energy transitions. We have already committed for 1 gigawatt renewable energy to be used in our steel plant. In last 3 months, we have started getting that 225 megawatt of solar energy. So we are not depending on the grid to decarbonize, rather than we are putting this renewable energy on our own. So the question is that how we can get the RTC, where we are working on different technologies, and we are pretty sure by 2030 we will not be burning a single ton of steam coal. So that is another program where we are working very seriously now. The next one is, we know the promising technology, which we all depend that this will decarbonize the steel industry to a large scale. One is working on green hydrogen as a reduction material, reductant, and replacing the carbons. Another is carbon capture, utilization, and storage. Now let me touch on that. On hydrogen, we started a industry-led coalition called India Hydrogen Association Alliance long before, 2 years before, where JSW is leading the decarbonization steel and cement sector, because you all know JSW as a steel producer, but we also are a cement producer. And that is another story I'll tell, because that supports decarbonization. I think Ms. Youngchung was talking about how steel industry is decarbonizing the other sector. And there we have developed a business model that how we can use the blast furnace to decarbonize the cement sector. So that is where we are leading that. And that is where we are proposing and working with government agency and or other expertise agency that how we can promote green hydrogen in India through 5 clusters and 25 demonstration projects. What are the support required, how it can be offtake in the steel industry to lead, and how it can be cost feasible. So that is another work we are doing, not only restricted to JSW, we are working for entire Indian steel industry. The fourth piece, we all know that carbon capture storage is going to be the solutions for decarbonizing the steel industry. I'm absolutely convinced that in the steel making, the world, the prediction by 2050 will be required 2 billion tons. So to produce 2 billion tons, neither green hydrogen alone is going to decarbonize, nor renewable energies alone is going to decarbonize, nor we will have enough scrap to melt in electric arc furnace. So therefore, carbon reduction will still be there by 2050. The question is that how we can decarbonize. And that is where I say that carbon capture, utilization and storage will have important role. Out of that, carbon capture and utilization will be penetrated fast because it makes economy sense to use and work on the carbon cycle rather than storing it, because storing requires infrastructure and no single company or organization are going to have that. It requires multiple alliance and with government support. And I understand Youngchung's concern about the storage site development and looking at the integrity. And that is where we have already operating a 100 TPD ton per day carbon capture and utilization project in one of our operations to see how we can scale it up in a commercially feasible way. And then possibly storage will come where we are working with the governments. So these are, 3-4 things I wanted to say instead of only talking about one.
Thank you. No.
And then just to touch on, we all talk about scope 1, scope 2, scope 3. I think when it comes to steel industry, we are scope 3 for many of our customers. So that is our focus will always remain on scope 1 and scope 2. Scope 2 is easy to target. So scope 1 is the focus.
Thank you. Yes, that is many very real life examples of how you are, as you said, very seriously today, tackling your scope 1. Michael, you mentioned a project in Singapore already, but really feel free to draw on any of the operations that you're taking forward. It would be great to hear from you on how are you embedding this steel decarbonisation, and you can touch on concrete as well, into the projects going forward.
Yeah, thanks, Jen. So look, this is the Mission Zero plan that I referenced is obviously, I'm talking for our Asia business, but we're doing this globally in Europe, Americas, and Australia. So we're doing everything from large city urban redevelopments over in San Francisco for Google, right the way through to headquarters and Olympic villages and so forth. So projects, probably what I'm referring to is if anyone's familiar with the international towers in Sydney, Barangaroo, they're 3 very large commercial towers. Lendlease designed, constructed, and maintains an investment stake in those. But we constructed those back in around about 2016. It is now Australia's first carbon neutral precinct, and it's a large major urban redevelopment project. But just citing that, we spent quite a lot of time targeting low carbon materials in construction in that, and we went across 15 different types of materials, which was a huge amount of effort back in, I think, 2008, 9, 10, in order for the buildings to be delivered in 2016. So, and there we with everything we could do, everything we could throw at it, we got to about a 21% reduction in embodied carbon across those 3 large commercial towers. And I guess being awarded the new Singtel Com Centre head office Here in Singapore, it's 110,000 square meters, a $3 billion building. But on that one, we've committed to doing a building with 40% reduction in embodied carbon across all, as a whole of the building. Obviously, steel and concrete and aluminium and glass and facade are probably the biggest ticket items that we're challenging, and the use of timber in that structure. But I think just as a soundbite, our suppliers and supply chain, and even the green building professionals and qualified professionals associated with that, it has progressed significantly. So, we had to educate a lot of people back several years ago in talking about these kind of materials, and now our architects and designers, this is becoming much more of a first nature and partnering with suppliers. So we've found an embodied carbon of 40% in such a short period of time is a significant jump. So now we're starting to do this in data centers, and as I mentioned before, about commercial buildings. So one of the things we're doing when we talk about partnering is we've created, as I mentioned, low carbon construction tenders. But that is a real catalyst, and it is a very big learning exercise for not only the people in our business to see what comes back when we tender, but also making sure that our suppliers that are tendering understand what we're seeking out and what we're requiring. And we found that sometimes one of the obstacles, the biggest obstacle in this, is just sort of demystifying some of the language and simplifying the language. For a good example, when we talk about low carbon steel, maybe trying to refer to that steel in more simple and common construction language terms that may resonate with people. In other words, steel that has a high recycled content, or steel that has been produced in a place that uses renewable energy. So even some of these basic language barriers can really facilitate industry kind of going, oh, okay, rightio, I can understand that now. Now I know where to go. So I think, to summarize, big opportunities are really the level of knowledge in the market around what these things really are beyond, I guess, a lot of the technical terminology that the market's using. And then building capacity of people in how they can fit together in a construction scenario. So yeah, look, hopefully that gives you a bit of a flavour, but happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Michael. Yes, we will have time for questions after this session, but a very vivid and live discussion on the progress and speed of change that we're seeing really in just such a short time frame. So thank you. Yun Chung, turning to yourself to really reflect on some of the challenges that you're seeing from a supplier's perspective on providing green steel. And then Duan as well, maybe some of those challenges that you're seeing on buying the green steel after Yun-chung has spoken.
네, 최근 시장에서 이 그린 스틸에 대한 관심이 굉장히 커지고, 철강사들도 본격적으로 이 그린 스틸 제품을 브랜드화하고 또 론칭하기 시작했습니다. 근데 이제 동시에 그린 스틸을 둘러싼 다양한 어떤 이슈들이 시장과 소비자 혼란을 이렇게 야기할 가능성에 대한 우려도 굉장히 커지고 있는 그런 상황입니다. 이 그린 스틸의 셀러와 바이어, 이 모두가 직면한 가장 큰 도전 과제는 아까 마이클께서도 말씀하셨다시피 이 각 기업별로 그린 스틸 제품의 어떤 정의, 기준이 굉장히 제각각이고 또 이 스코프나 바운더리도 굉장히 불분명해서 정확하게 평가하거나 비교하기가 어렵다는 데 있는 것 같습니다. 이 그린 스틸을 광의로 살펴보면 사실 친환경성을 모두 포괄하는 제품이 될 수도 있고 좁게는 온실가스 탄소만 바라보는 어떤 저탄소 제품으로 국한을 할 수도 있습니다. 저탄소 제품이라고 하더라도 이 탄소를 상대적으로 조금 줄인 저탄소 제품일지 아니면 이 넷제로를 달성한 탄소 중립 제품인지 또 재생에너지만을 사용한 어떤 탈화석 연료의 제품인지 등 이 정의와 기준이 굉장히 기업마다 각각 달리 사용되고 있습니다. 또 여기서 이제 배출권 상쇄, 오프셋을 사용하는 것이 인정되느냐 여부도 이슈 중 하나라고 생각이 됩니다. 결국 소비자 입장에서는 제품의 정확한 평가와 비교가 불가능하다는 것이 가장 근본적인 문제가 아닐까 생각이 되고 또 이러한 상황에서 최근에 어떤 이런 그린 스틸에 대한 객관성 또 신뢰성 이슈를 고려해서 철강 업종 차원의 표준화 논의가 제기되고 있지 않을까 싶습니다. 이런 앞선 다양한 이 문제들을 생각해 보았을 때 사실 이 그린 스틸 표준 프레임을 구축하는 것은 굉장히 중요한 이슈이고 당연히 필요한 이슈입니다. 그런데 한편 이제 현실적으로 좀 생각을 해보면 국가나 지역별로 탄소 중립 달성을 위한 어떤 여건들이 굉장히 다르고 또 그것이 원료일 수도 있고 여러 가지 에너지 수급의 이슈일 수도 있고요. 또 철강사별로도 뭐 강점이나 약점 측면들이 굉장히 다르기 때문에 글로벌 철강 업종 차원의 합의된 하나의 어떤 그린 스틸이라는 것에 대한 정의와 기준 이런 어떤 표준 프레임 구축이 사실 굉장히 쉽지 않은 과제가 될 것으로 생각을 하고 있습니다. 그래서 오늘과 같은 이런 그 논의와 토론들이 그런 방향성을 모아가는 데 굉장히 도움이 될 것으로 기대가 됩니다.
No, it certainly won't be an easy one. Thank you. And I think that also sets us up in time. We will hear on the third panel session from Organisation Responsible Steel, who have for the last 4 or 5 years been grappling with exactly this challenge. I'm going to turn to Duun, and then I'm going to suggest going to Pradeep, because I think you will have some reflections on some of the key steps needed to sort of stimulate that uptake of steel and potentially talking to the definitions conversation.
Yeah, for Maersk, let's say that we are at the early stage in clean steel sourcing as a ultimate ship buyer, but it is a big part of our Scope 3 agenda for sure. For now, focus is more in the Scope 1 green fuel for vessels and air freight, while from my personal experience in this year with the interaction with Korean steel makers, I see great awareness of green steel from manufacturer side, so I see it is coming. But as rightly pointed out just now by 2 speakers, we are seeing that there should be a clear definition of the green steel. So how green that can be? Can it use the blue hydrogen or green or pink? And so on and so forth. There are so many different colors, by the way. And the second is that I do see some room for development in the industry because of the technology issue and the clean energy grid and infrastructure cost. And that can be somewhat some sort of obstacle that Maersk can meet the target of 2040 net zero. From the ship buyer's point of view, I didn't see the clear traction at the shipbuilder level yet, as much as we are seeing the great traction from the manufacturer side. So that is the area that needs to expect to build more in future. And to close the ecosystem, the scrap metal sourcing can be another. And Maersk also is looking at this because we are scrapping the vessels. So this is one area that the headquarters is looking into to close the ecosystem, close the loop. So all in all, there's a big room to develop together. But I see that even for last, I don't know, half a year, I see the big change over this area.
Thank you very much. Yeah, and picking up on the last sentence you mentioned here, the speed with which this conversation is changing is very fast, evidenced by the conversation we're having today and the variety of different stakeholders. So in this panel, we have industry players from demand and supply side, but of course on the line, and we are talking to many of the policymakers and decision makers who are really looking to support and help accelerate this transition going forward. Pradeep, I will turn to you now.
Right, thank you. So I greatly support what Kim said, that the definition is not very clear as of now, but what is also important to understand that there are 2 parallel thoughts which is going on. One is that green is heavily focused on climate change, and we all know climate change is a present and very serious danger to all of us. So I think going ahead, the main focus, or at least in next 5 to 10 years, up to 2030, at least I would say that green will heavily focus on carbon decarbonization. Okay. although responsible steel also is a very big movement that is happening. And of course, companies are working in all dimensions. Like when we talk about ESG, we talk about all aspects of becoming a responsible company. But at the same time, this definition is also very much required. Otherwise, definitions by a creditable standard organization, maybe the ISSB will come out with something very clear in next couple of months or year. So we look forward to that. Having said that, in the companies, 2 days back, we launched our green hydrogen plant in a place called Hazira in India, and we expect that there will be a lot of use of this green hydrogen by steel companies. So JSW can be one of our major customer, and then many other companies, they'll start using green hydrogen. So green hydrogen is one way, I think that will revolutionize this green steel manufacturing process. But at the same time, I think there are a lot of developments happening in countries like Sweden and other places. In fact, Sweden, they have already done the trial to make steel out of pure hydrogen, green hydrogen. So I think when there is a horizontal deployment, probably that will come to other countries as well as to India. And we expect that will significantly reduce the cost as well as it will help in decarbonization. So we look forward to availability of affordable green steel in coming years, so that companies like us, which are heavy in infrastructure, we can use green steel instead of normal steel. But again, you need to. I think that the cost benefit factor will be always in the agenda, because you can't. You can have a green steel, but it cannot be unaffordable, right? So there has to be some balance somewhere, and probably a true cost analysis of the supply chain, the value chain, entire value chain, probably will help us in taking the right decision. So as a customer of green steel, we look forward to more development in this field, a lot of innovations. I guess in next 2-3 years, there'll be huge amount of innovations around this area. And by 2025, 26, I think we will have a lot more clarity on what is available in the market, what is available. Probably, some of these steel manufacturing companies will completely convert to green steel manufacturing if the right technology, affordable technology available. So we look forward to that kind of development, and then we will probably look at our own strategy of using green steel. So yes, I think you always look at global policies to drive your decisions. So we look forward to that.
Thank you. Would any of the other panelists like to come in at this point, kind of reflect on anything or comment? No, PC?
Yeah, I'd just like to take the conversation forward where Pradeep ended, is that as a customer, I am listening that they want affordable green steel. And both the things are relative. For example, we discuss all about necessity of defining what green steel is, and I'm sure it will be also relative. That means it will change over time. Some people call low carbon steel, low emission steel, near zero emission steel. So you will see so many definitions, and finally over the period of time it will converge. And I'm happy to state that here the government of India has already started working on having a definition of green steel, at least for the country. So that's a good move happening. The next question comes on affordability. Yes, of course, there is a cost to produce. I always tell, as a producer, we can produce any kind of steel what you want with any kind of carbon emissions what you want, but somebody has to pay for it. So how does we make this affordable? And that is where I understand that some policy interventions are required to increase the demand, to create both the pull and push. And that will necessity to define that affordability. because affordability is different for different organizations, for different institutions, for different governments.
Yes, yes, exactly. And so, yeah, the pull and the push that you mentioned, different policies, there are carrots and there are sticks. From a JSW perspective, maybe one of the elements that would be interesting to understand is preparing for the carbon pricing policies, such as CBAM. How is that playing forward?
See, if you look at for Indian steel makers, we are subjected to currently some indirect carbon taxation. We do not have really direct carbon taxation. So we have REC's obligation, renewable energy purchase obligations. We have coal sales obligations. We have energy reductions obligations. All these are now getting concentrated and consolidated at the government to produce a carbon mechanism, and some kind of cap and trade mechanism will emerge. But at the same time, I think you raised a very valid question that how non-European producers are getting prepared for CBAM and what is our stand. See, we are watching very closely. We understand that at the end, carbon will be taxed. And obviously, at some point of time, going forward, you will converge to a uniform policy towards having a uniform carbon pricing, considering the geographical dissimilarity or geographical constraint. So that is where I think Europe is taking the initiative in at least putting a uniform taxation for all steel which will be consumed in Europe, and if we have to export, then we will be subjected to that tax. There are a lot of questions at the moment because we do not have a clarity, but what we are doing, we are watching the progress of CBAM, how it is progressing, what are these progress happening. At the same time, first thing we are preparing on an installation wise, how we can start reporting the accurate carbon emissions, so that when it comes eventually in 2026, we are not penalized because we have not at least declared our accurate carbon emission. So that is currently happening. So we are getting prepared. As far as the export will concern, we will decide what will be the volume, and we at the moment our understanding it will be modeled in line with ETS. So therefore, it will be focus of installations wise carbon emission than the enterprise wide carbon emissions. If that happens, then possibly we'll think of that how we meet those without paying any penalties, and how we can come to the level that will attract the minimum tax. So that is the broad approach. Of course, the detailing are there being worked out, which I not like to discuss here. But this has been in the broad approach.
Yeah.
And we understand the fact that the carbon at one point will be taxed.
Yes, and taking those internal steps to really understand across the different decisions that are made on all of the different assets that you have. How does that play out? For Yun Chung, I wonder, would you like to comment on which of the policies or regulations are presenting particular challenges in your perspective?
그 카본 프라이싱 폴리시, 이 CBAM을 포함한 조금 더 전반적인 카본 프라이싱 폴리시 관점에서 이런 어려움에 대해서 조금 말씀을 드리고자 합니다. 조금 이렇게 근본적으로 살펴보면 현재 130개가 넘는 국가들이 넷제로를 선언을 하고 이행을 하고 있는 것으로 그 집계가 되고 있습니다. 그러나 모두가 이렇게 같은 선상에서 출발한 것이 아니고, 또 모두가 같은 속도로 또 달려가고 있는 것도 아닙니다. 실제 이제 글로벌 경쟁이 이루어지고 있는 현 상황에서 보면 국가 간의 온실가스 감축 정책의 어떤 강도나 속도나 방식, 이런 것들이 굉장히 커다란 편차를 나타내고 있기 때문에 이런 것들이 철강 산업 입장에서는 굉장히 큰 경쟁력에 영향을 주고 있습니다. 그래서 이를 단편적으로 나타내는 것이 이제 카본 프라이싱 자체인데요. 예를 들어 어떤 레인지를 좀 살펴보면 톤당 $5 미만에서 $80, $90 이상의 탄소 가격을 가진 나라까지 굉장히 넓게 형성되어 있습니다. 이것은 주요 철강 생산국 간에도 굉장히 쉽게 찾아볼 수 있는 그런 현상입니다. 한국 같은 경우는 2015년부터 배출권 거래제를 도입을 해서 저희가 내부적으로 판단하기엔 상대적으로 이 탄소 비용 부담이 큰 것으로 그렇게 파악을 하고 있습니다. 그래서 이러한 문제점을 좀 레벨 플레잉 필드를 만들기 위한 어떤 방안이 바로 EU를 중심으로 논의되고 있는 CBAM과 같은 그런 것들입니다. 이 많은 전문가들이 이런 CBAM의 도입이 굉장히 기존의 통상 질서를 조금 변화시키고 또 국가 간의 경쟁 우위를 변화시킬 수 있다고 이야기하고 있습니다. 특히 이제 무역 집약도가 높은 어떤 아시아 지역, 뭐 한국이나 인도를 포함한 이런 지역들을 살펴보면 제품의 어떤 경쟁력 그리고 공급망 차원에서의 어떤 변화가 굉장히 불가피할 것으로 예상됩니다. 단순히 이제 제품의 탄소 정보를 제공하는 것이 아니라 이런 근본적인 변화를 가져올 것으로 좀 파악이 되고 있습니다. 여기서 이제 이러한 굉장히 복잡한 변화가 국가 차원에서는 어떠한 성공적인 카본 프라이싱 폴리시를 더욱더 어렵게 만들고 있다고 생각이 됩니다. 우리가 이야기하는 좋은 어떤 합리적인 카본 프라이싱 폴리시란 이제는 주요 교역국과의 어떤 규제 격차를 고려하면서도 또 자국 산업의 어떤 감축을 유도할 수 있어야 하고 또 동시에 CBAM과 같은 어떤 보호무역주의 이런 무역 장벽들을 이렇게 대응할 수 있는 그런 방안으로서의 카본 프라이싱 폴리시가 필요한 그런 상황입니다. 최근 EU에서 CBAM 도입은 굉장히 찬성을 하면서도 또 EU ETS에서의 철강 업종의 무상할당 폐지는 굉장히 크게 반대하는 이런 모습들을 살펴보면 이런 어떤 카본 프라이싱 폴리시의 복잡성 그리고 어떻게 보면 딜레마적인 상황들이 여기서 잘 나타나는 게 아닐까 싶습니다. 그래서 아시아 지역에서도 이런 카본 프라이싱 폴리시를 도입하고 또 운영하고 발전시키는 과정에서 이런 종합적인 상황들을 모두 고려해서 어떤 변화들을 가져가야 되지 않을까 생각이 됩니다.
Thank you very much. So I'm also noticing the time and we are to leave some opportunity for questions and answers. But before we maybe move to this, I'd like to invite the panelists through the discussion so far. I think there's many questions and themes we can take forward, but anything in particular that is coming that you would like to comment on?
Jen, I have a couple of thoughts on this line. I think there is no global consortium of suppliers and customers where they can come together. I think this is the first panel where I can see both suppliers and customers sitting together to discuss on a topic. So there is no consortium which can bring people together to discuss and then come out with a common policies. So I am looking forward to something like that where we can discuss and come out with a win-win situation in near future. Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you for that reflection.
Right.
Unless there's anything from the other panelists, maybe we can move to the final question that we have for everyone. And again, like the opening question, we will have the same posed to each panelist. And this is looking to the types of policies or government commitments and actions, seeing as this event today is focused on this topic. What would be best to support immediate near-term transition, either internationally or regionally? And also we understand there are many options. So this is just thinking to what maybe one example of a very good, serious policy or government commitment that we can do in the near term to take forward deep decarbonization of steel. So in the reverse order from before, Pradeep, I will go to you first. You just have to unmute.
Sorry, I was on mute. Yeah, so I look forward to ISSB, standards because that will give a lot more clarity on what we need to do because I think SASB value foundation and others have already merged. So I'm looking forward to a more comprehensive standards or document which might come from ISSP. So I think that will give a lot more clarity in the near future. Yeah.
Thank you. And Duan?
There's a question, by the way, to me in the Q&A. Should I just need to answer it separately, or should I just answer it now?
Yeah, please answer it now.
Okay, this is not particularly about the steel, but there's a question that what's the Maersk's position on using the green hydrogen as a fuel. So basically, hydrogen is like really globally all over now, and in a sense, that green hydrogen using as a fuel, yes, that's our future ambition to use it, but it's just that there is no technology so to call now to use the green hydrogen or the hydrogen itself for the power of the vessel. But the green methanol itself is, there are many ways to create generate the fuel itself, but one major way is having this green hydrogen, combining this green hydrogen with the biogenic CO2. That's what makes the green methanol. So in that perspective, we are using green hydrogen as a fuel. And then in the end, when the technology evolves, we are going to also look into the green ammonia and green hydrogen. So basically, still manufacturing or the fuel, everything is really correlated. Like this is not one single ecosystem. Hope this answered.
Thank you. Yes, really highlighting the systemic interlinkages between these different technologies, solutions, and challenges. So, Michael, to you for the final question around a key policy or near-term government commitment that we would like to see to support steel decarbonisation.
I think we partner with governments in a lot of cities all around the world. So I think one of the biggest influences governments and local governments can have is looking at the buildings that they occupy, whether that be within their current portfolio or new buildings that they're going to invest in and construct, whether that be a community building, whether it be affordable housing, whether it be community facilities, or whether it be infrastructure they invest in, roads, bridges, tunnels, and so forth, train stations. I think if governments can really accelerate this by all of that infrastructure and buildings that I just mentioned, committing and expecting the market to deliver those at a high performance green building level, which therefore encapsulates a number of things, whether it be embodied carbon across materials, whether it be life cycle analysis and the broader spectrum of things. I think in that one foul swoop and specifying that all government buildings and tenancies that government bodies occupy achieve a high performance platinum level sort of standard, whether that be LEED or the local equivalency, will drive an uptake in the understanding of these kinds of materials, greater transparency and demand from the market in those materials. And obviously when we partner with those governments, then obviously it's an opportunity for organisations that are either producing the materials or organisations used to using the materials like we are to then step up and really accelerate the use of those. So for me, that is the biggest price signal and policy that you could send to the market that will accelerate it, I think, quite overnight. And then as you build that supply chain capacity builds up, then obviously others will come on board and start, seeing that these materials are quite accessible and the price point naturally will shift as well.
Thank you, Michael. Excellent. And Yunchung?
네, 여러 가지 말씀 속에서 우리가 지금까지 이 기후변화나 이 탄소 중립 관련된 정책들이 어떻게 흘러가는가를 한번 살펴보면 사실 지금까지는 사업장이나 기업을 중심으로 해서 사업장 내 배출량을 어떻게 줄이는가, 이 줄이는 것을 규제하는 방식이 사실은 그동안 대부분의 기후변화 정책이나 규제의 어떤 방향성이 아니었을까 싶습니다. 그래서 오늘 이야기한 그린 철강의 사용을 더 가속화하는 어떤 시그널을 정책적으로 보내기 위해서는 지금까지 이런 정책적인 어떤 방향, 어떤 이런 방식들도 좀 같이 변화해야 되지 않을까 이렇게 생각이 됩니다. 그래서 사업장 감축 자체에만 매몰되기보다는 이 공급망 간의 협력을 조금 가속화할 수 있고 또 이를 통해서 철강 생태계 자체의 지속 가능성을 좀 확보할 수 있는 그러한 방식으로 이 뭐 규제와 지원 조치들이 좀 조화롭게 이루어지는 것들이 필요하다고 보여집니다. 그리고 또 하나는 당연히 이제 그린 철강에 대한 소비를 조금 이렇게 촉진하는 인센티브로서의 요소들이 좀 필요할 텐데요. 초기에는 이 공공조달의 어떤 역할도 굉장히 중요하지만 결국 궁극적으로는 그린 스틸이 가격 경쟁력을 가질 수 있는 시장 경쟁력을 가질 수 있는 그런 여건을 만들어주는 방식으로 가야 할 것입니다. 그래서 결국 뭐 탄소 가격, 적정 수준의 탄소 가격도 그런 예가 될 수 있겠고요. 우리가 여러 차례 언급한 중요성이 있는 인증이나 표준 제도와 같은 경우도 이 자국 안에서 이 어떤 이렇게 자국 내에서가 아니라 글로벌하게 상호 이렇게 인정이 될 수 있는 그런 체계를 고려하는 것이 반드시 필요하겠다라는 말씀드리겠습니다. 네, 이상입니다.
Thank you very much. And then PC for your reflection.
Oh, thank you, Jen. If I have a wish list, but if you have to ask me to, I have to choose one from the wish list. I will go for having a clear signal by the regulations to have a pull mechanism, and that will be mandating public procurement for low carbon, low emissions, near zero emission, or green steel, whatever you name. Specifically in the Indian context, if you look at India's current ambitions of building 1.3 trillion infrastructure plan, see, this green public procurement could really help in stimulating demand for green steel, because ultimately, what will be successful is the financial viability from entire ecosystem. So I would quite sound similar to what Michael spoke about, but from a producer point of view, I would possibly like to see some kind of green procurement in public tendering process. If that is implemented quickly, then a clear signal for climate turnaround can be given in this sector, and that will help producers like us to put more and more efforts in decarbonizing quickly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that is genuinely a very excellent summary for the wider event that we have today. And speaking to the panel session and presentation that we had just before we started this discussion, which was looking to Rana at the IDDI UNIDO, specifically talking about national public procurement for steel and concrete and embedding that into the infrastructure projects, construction and build out of everything new, but also refurbished and reconstruction. So I will pass back to the hosts, and if we have any final questions for the panelists, but I understand we are at time, so hopefully this has fit with the schedule.
Thank you, Jen, and to all our panelists. We have a couple of questions that have come up in the chat, and I will, I will direct them to you, Jen, and you can, direct them to the panelists as required. There's one specific question for PC, which is on what is the expected cost increase or decrease if we would see about a reduction of 15 to 20% in greenhouse gas emissions with our existing assets? That's the first question. And another question that has come has been on, if there is more recycled steel available, do we see an increased uptake from the consumers of steel? So Jen, I'd ask you to direct them to the panelists as required.
Thank you. So yeah, PC, would you like to take the first and then we can open up for the second?
Yeah, obviously the question was, see, what I was talking is the low-hanging fruit is the first is efficiency improvement. And efficiency improvement, when we speak, it is actually cost efficient as well. That means the steel producers will not do something which is not cost efficient. And that is what I was focusing, that why it is important that you sweat your asset to get more out of less. And by the way, for our decarbonization efforts till 2030, we have earmarked more than 10,000 crore Indian rupees, which is around 1.2, 1.3 billion US dollar to be invested to achieve what we have stated to achieve. But to answer the questions, I think it makes financial sense to do that. It gives return quickly.
Excellent. Thank you for that very clear answer. And then from a consumer of steel perspective, so the question was around if there is more recycled steel available, will it increase the uptake of consumers of steel? Ready?
Yeah, of course, yes. We in fact, we would, if recycled steels are available more and more for use, definitely we will go for that. And we look forward to better conducive kind of conditions to make that happen in the market. Yeah.
Thank you. And I think it's also pointing to the wider need for deep regulation and many different steps to increase not only the availability of scrap, but also the quality of scrap and the types of scrap that we have across the economy. So there is a big role for policy.
Yeah, it's not only scrap, it's the kind of product you want requires, right? What kind of product, because whatever products are being used for, let's say, for infrastructure, those kind of products has to be available, in that readily available, readily usable form. And then only, people can use it. Just scrap recycling probably will not help.
Yes, and sorry, I will pass back to Saxi, but and Duan actually mentioned the interlinkage between the different systems we have here.
Right.
And so, for example, in India, I understand there is a concerted effort to increase the quantity and quality of recycled steel in automotive. So if we look at these very core consumer products that we want to then channel attention, there can be lots of different policies that will then feed through and impact and help the steel sector. Saxi.
Thank you, Jen. There is one additional question, and I think it is quite pertinent. So I'd love for someone on the panel to answer it. The question is, where will the financing for transitioning to green steel facilities come from?
Okay. Maybe Yun Chung or PC also has
no, I was wondering when she was asking the question, because that is the question that, as I told, we are in a business, so it has to make financial sense, whatever we tell. But there is multiple avenues for those financing. So right now, obviously, the financing will come from in the regular project financing, because when a steel maker takes decisions for decarbonizations, it takes account that this project is financially viable. And so the viability is very important. But when we talk about those which are not viable, but is necessary for steel sector decarbonization, and that is where public money need to be involved. And that is where, we need to think, and that is very important. But yeah, I mean, if I don't think anybody has answer to that question, and we are still searching answer to that question.
Yun Chung, would you like to add anything?
네, 저도 전적으로 동의하는 바입니다. 이게 사실 가장 기업 입장에서는 어려운 숙제이자 과제가 아닐까 싶고요. 결국은 다 파이낸싱의 이슈로 다 돌아오는 것이라고 생각이 됩니다. 그래서 기본적으로 철강 생산 공정의 어떤 전환을 가져와야 하는 파이낸싱 측면에서는 급격한 전환보다는 단계적인 접근을 통해서 기존의 설비들을 점차적으로 대체시켜 나가는 방식으로 사실 이런 파이낸싱의 충격을 좀 완화하려는 그런 측면들이 좀 있습니다. 그래서 전기로를 단계적으로 좀 신설을 하면서 기존 고로의 수명이 닿는데 이제 그런 것들을 레트로핏을 하지 않고 조금씩 이렇게 퇴출시켜 나가는 방식으로 그 파이낸싱의 어떤 이렇게 프레셔나 이렇게 어떤 충격을 좀 완화하려는 측면이 있고요. 또 이와 또 같이 수반되는 그린 어떤 전력이나 그린 수소 이런 인프라 측면의 어떤 파이낸싱은 사실 철강사 혼자 할 수 있는 부분들이 아니기 때문에 정부나 어떤 이런 공공 부문의 어떤 조달 그리고 지원 등을 통해서 이 파이낸싱이 함께 이루어져야 나가야 하는 그런 부분이라고 생각이 됩니다. 그래서 이런 숙제들을 앞으로 잘 풀어나가는 것이 이제 성공적인 어떤 트랜지션의 숙제다라고 말씀드릴 수 있겠습니다.
Thank you very much. I'll just say one more sentence. So it's looking like we're really summarizing that the role of government is both as a consumer, customer on the public procurement side, but also as a financier policy mechanisms put in place to support the transition from the supply side. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jen, to you and the panelists. This was a really interesting conversation.
Following that rich discussion amongst industry players, we will now move on to the next session. From our previous panel, we heard directly from the steel sector that one of the biggest challenges faced is the lack of a common definition or a common understanding of what we mean when we talk about green steel. And so in response to these challenges, we are really happy to introduce our next speaker, Annie Heaton, to present on responsible steel and the crucial issue of developing green steel standards. Annie is the CEO of Responsible Steel and has spent the past 30 years working on sustainability on both social and environmental issues. Most recently, she spent 9 years shaping ArcelorMittal's sustainability agenda, leading on stakeholder engagement, reporting, and investor relations at the corporate level. I would like to invite Annie for her presentation.
Okay, well, thank you very much for inviting me to speak today. I'm very delighted to speak towards the end of your day. And I know the day has been taken up with discussions on the sheer scale of transformation that is needed to decarbonize the steel sector in terms of the technologies and the energy required and the economics that also needs to transform, as we've just been discussing. And underpinning all of these transformations, it's very clear that company management and regulators and the buyers of steel, the specifiers of steel, need a very clear, consistent and credible set of information on the actual GHG performance of steelmaking sites and companies. And that is part of what Responsible Steel offers, and I would like to speak about in the next 15 minutes or so. So who are Responsible Steel? We're an organization with a mission to maximize the steel sector's contribution to a sustainable society. And what that means is achieving net zero carbon emissions for the steel sector and enhancing responsible sourcing, production, and use and recycling of steel. And we're a multi-stakeholder forum which aims to really build trust and achieve consensus as we develop standards and a certification system for the industry. So we aim to drive positive change through the recognition and use of responsible steel. And if I can just show you some of the members we have, you can really see what a multi-stakeholder organization we are. We have 128 members today, and that includes 22 steelmakers, 6 mining companies. We have 12 civil society organizations, and we have many buyers of steel from automotive and construction and other sectors. We also have a large number of associate members who bring with them huge amounts of expertise from trade associations, from academia, and from consultancies. And what Responsible Steel as a program does is combine these 4 things. We've developed an international standard for the steel industry, focusing on environment and social and governance aspects. And we offer a credible assurance program to audit steelmaking sites against our standard. Then, in order to make this standard something effective in the market, we have to ensure that we create business value for the steelmaker and for the customer. And at the end of this, the intention is to deliver decarbonization and improved environmental and social aspects of the industry to really ensure that sustainability is at the core of this new steel industry that we're creating. So here is the standard. We have 13 principles, 49 criteria, and there are over 370 requirements. So this is not an easy thing to do for any steelmaker. And this standard has been developed, as I say, through a multi-stakeholder consultation process with a lot of involvement from all sides, from mining through to procurement, from steelmaking through to civil society organizations with expertise on environment, labor rights, human rights, and so on. And you can see climate change is one of these principles, but I think it's important to point out that the standard is much broader than climate change, and really that the broad sustainability approach underpins the approach to greenhouse gas emissions. Now, our standard was launched at the end of 2019, and due to COVID, there were some delays in the first steelmaking sites being able to get certified. But the first certification came in July 21 last year, just over a year ago. And today we have 41 sites that are certified across 4 different continents. And there's a large pipeline of other audits ongoing. We already have stage 2 audits in Spain, in Poland, in Brazil, in India, and in Korea. And so you can see Tata's Jamshedpur site and POSCO's Pohang and Guanyang sites, both having gone through their stage 2 audit recently. And there's more in the pipeline. And we really expect to grow very exponentially in the years to come. And what we offer against our standard are 2 kinds of certification. The first is the certified site. And I would call this the foundation, really, the foundation level of certification. So to be certified against the Responsible Steel Site Certification Standard, we need to meet all 13 principles of the standard. And then to achieve certified steel, this is a new aspect. The steelmaker will need to meet additional criteria. And these additional criteria we expect to be released next month. And they relate to 2 things: the responsible sourcing of input materials and GHG emissions. So these are 2 new elements of the standard that we've been working on over the last 2.5 years with our membership. And so with certified steel, the purchaser of steel can be satisfied that there are clear social and environmental standards that have been audited all the way along the value chain, from the steelmaker back through to the extraction of the raw materials. And we include here iron ore and coal, but also scrap. We have different requirements for scrap. And there's more work going on in the future on scrap, an important element which will only grow in the future. And so just to focus on what our requirements are on greenhouse gas emissions, a quick summary here. For site level certification, the corporate owner of the steelmaking site needs to have published a science-based greenhouse gas target that's in line with the Paris Agreement, and to have implemented the recommendations of the Task Force for Climate-Related Financial Disclosures. They need to have measured and also published the greenhouse emissions at site level, and they need to have a target in place and show that they are implementing their target. Now, in addition, for steel certification, the new requirements will require that the steelmaking site has measured its greenhouse gas intensity performance per ton of steel using specific accounting rules that we've been developing over the last 2.5 years. And these accounting rules say that in order to assess greenhouse gas performance, you need to be able to compare 1 ton of steel with another ton of steel, no matter where it is in the world and no matter what product it ends up creating. So we stop at crude steel as a consistent place to stop, but we go back to the mine. So the emissions from the extraction of steel through to the transportation and the production of crude steel are all included in that greenhouse gas intensity. And then we have created thresholds, performance thresholds, which will allow for certification. Thresholds. And you can see on the bottom of the graph the share of scrap included in that ton of steel. So the higher the level of scrap, the lower the emissions will be. And so too the performance thresholds. Now, this is not technology specific, because what we know is that the steel industry going forward will shift between technologies, and we will see all manner of combinations of iron making and steel making technologies. So it's not specific to technologies, but it is specific to the share of scrap. So on one end, the integrated steelmaker, to achieve the first level 1 threshold, needs to achieve a GHG performance of 2.8 tons of greenhouse gas emissions, or CO2 equivalent per ton of steel. And at the other end, the scrap-based steelmaker, using 100% scrap, needs to achieve 350 kilos per ton of steel. Now that's the level 1, and then you can see this goes down all the way to level 4, and this represents what we call near zero. It's not net zero. The standard doesn't yet allow for net zero steel. We haven't yet defined what the final residual emissions offsetting would be, what the definition would be of a good offset. There's a long conversation ongoing globally on that, because our focus is on the decarbonization efforts of the steel industry between now and 2050, rather than the offsetting of the residual emissions. Now, a steelmaker that reaches that basic threshold at level 1, which represents being better than the global average, will also need to disclose that. And alongside that, they will disclose their product carbon footprint data for that steel. So there's 2 elements, because obviously crude steel doesn't include the entire footprint of the product, and there are downstream processes that will also involve emissions. And so if we combine these 2 things, on the one hand, a crude steel performance level and the full carbon footprint data of the product, then the customer has the information they need. This is what we've understood from many years of consultation with our membership and beyond, in public consultations as well. Now, what these levels will actually be called in the market, we have yet to determine. This is a very important thing, because we want to ensure we avoid greenwashing. So there is a project which we have in the next few months to determine what claims, what logos and what labels will be available to the steelmaker to use in the market in relation to certification, and indeed what the customer will be able to claim when they procure responsible steel certified steel. So that's our GHG standard, which we expect to be introducing to the market next month. And just to stand back for a minute to look at how does responsible steel really work in the ecosystem that is evolving around it. I just wanted to share with you my thoughts on this. And if we start with the standard that responsible steel offers, and this is really helping to drive broad environmental, social, and governance impact throughout the industry. And the new GHG threshold performance levels will drive site level progress on decarbonization. but only if there is a market for this certification. Now, because responsible steel is requiring the steelmaker to disclose certain information to the market that is useful for the steel buyers, we believe that market is emerging. There are two ways of doing that. Responsible steel members commit to specifying responsible steel site certification. And then, as you've heard from Jen, the Steel Zero initiative builds a membership that also commit to buying responsible steel certified steel and also science-based target. And at the highest level, they commit to buying low emissions steel. And with the link to responsible steel, you can start to see a very clear way for buyers to specify and to send that demand signal to steelmakers. And steelmakers themselves commit, when they join responsible steel, to getting site level certification. And in future, we're sure that those commitments will strengthen, so that there is a communication between steel makers and steel buyers on what is possible. And that really can drive the value chain transformation alongside the policy and technology elements that have already been talked about. Now, both of these initiatives link to science-based targets. That's part of the Responsible Steel Standard, part of the Steel Zero commitments. And then we can also see the very important work of the IEA and the Mission Possible Partnership in really establishing a roadmap for the steel industry and the policies required. Now, all of these systems interlink into one system that really can drive the industry towards decarbonisation. And there are many other initiatives that you've heard from today, including the IDDI, that are driving similar dynamics in the market. And in the finance industry, which I know we're going to come on to talk about in the next session, there's a lot of work to drive decarbonisation sector by sector as well, with the banking principles, sustainable steel banking principles, and the Climate Action 100 framework, focusing on heavy industry. And our vision is that there is alignment across all of these initiatives so that it becomes clearer for steelmakers to know what is expected of them. It becomes clearer for projects and procurers of steel to know what does good look like. And if we can drive that alignment and that convergence over the next year or so, then I think we're really onto a very efficient and effective ecosystem to drive decarbonisation. Just one final slide from me, just to give you a picture of where responsible steel is going in the next months and years. We've really been about developing our standard over the last 4 or 5 years. And now I really feel we're on the cusp of a new phase, a real inflection point where we start to really build momentum in the world. The level of steelmaking sites certified and the volume of steel covered by those sites, I expect to grow exponentially in the years to come. We will roll out the additional requirements I've talked about for steel certification, and we'll also strengthen the standard as we go forward. This is never a static standard. It will always evolve. And we need to deepen our certifications program to ensure that it remains a credible assurance program. And we will, as I've mentioned, work with leading steel decarbonisation initiatives to really build that ecosystem in a way that is aligned. And I'm really excited that the demand for responsible steel in Asia is growing, with POSCO and Hyundai and Tata Steel in membership. And I hope many others will be joining soon. I think we can really start to see a new chapter for responsible steel, in which we have a more regionally focused debate and conversation within our membership that can really be effective in every region of the world. And I want to just finish by inviting you all to our Forum 3, which we're holding in Memphis in October, Shaping the Future of Responsible Steel, which I think will be a momentous event for the industry. And I warmly extend an invitation to all of you to attend. I'll finish there, and I'm very happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Annie, for introducing the very holistic coverage of responsible steel standards, both in the sense of the supply chain, but also in terms of the breadth of the issues it covers. It's also great to hear that steel sites in both India and Korea are in the process of being certified. I would like to ask if you could share what kind of implications these responsible steel standards may have for steelmakers in developing countries, where the emissions intensity of steel tends to be higher than those in the developed countries.
Sure. I think the first thing that the standard does is send a signal to steel makers and to all players in the steel value chain of where the industry needs to be heading. The standards, the performance standards that we have created, the entry-level threshold is actually representing the global average. So if you reach level 1, then you are above global average. And yes, the emissions intensity in developing countries may be towards the higher end, but within those countries, there are also very efficient steelmakers that are below those thresholds. So they're leading the way. And I think we can see the theory of change over time, starting with those leading steelmakers, really leading the way and showing what's possible. And then creating the demand for the energy infrastructure that's going to be needed to decarbonize. So we can start to see with the Mission Impossible Partnership roadmap, for example, the level of decarbonization we really need to achieve, and the number of steelmaking sites, the volume of steelmaking sites at near zero that we need by 2030. They currently talk about 170 million tons of near zero steel needed by 2030. But that could also mean 500 million tons of level 1 steel. So the sites need to progress in a way that is achievable. And given what has been said about the young age of many blast furnaces in Asia, the opportunity is with new assets to really invest in the right technology and ensure that those new assets are in the right ballpark for emissions. And then to look at gradually over time bringing down the emissions from the existing steelmaking sites. And the technologies are there. The technologies are there with carbon capture and utilization, carbon capture and storage, to really think creatively about the blast furnace and how to reuse the process gases to ensure a lower carbon steel result. So we're not stuck with any technology. There is technology that can be applied to existing assets as well. So I think on both the transformation of the existing assets and the delivery of new assets, I think both are possible within the Responsible Steel Standard, and the signal is there to the future for the industry, and importantly to the finance institutions that will be, providing the project finance and the lines of credit to the steelmakers making these investments. And we've seen some very critical thinking in the banking industry, looking at what needs to happen and what what trajectory their portfolios need to follow. And I think we will see that reflected in the cost of finance going forward. So that will be an incentive to get the technologies right in these new projects.
Thank you, Annie. I encourage participants who are interested in getting certified by Responsible Steel to reach out to either SFOC or Climate Catalyst, and we would be happy to make an introduction. Now, throughout the event today, there have been several questions on how we are going to finance this transition. While we have discussed diverse public tools and policies that may be used to send the right signals to the market, in this last panel for the day, we move on to the private side of discussions to talk about attracting private capital to accelerate the green transition. The moderator for this panel is Mr. John Walker, Chairman of East Point Partners Limited Asia. John has recently retired as Chairman of Macquarie Group of Companies Korea and Chairman of Macquarie Capital Asia after 22 years with Macquarie Group. With East Point Partners, he has catalyzed and developed a diverse team of professionals with complementary networks across different countries in Asia that appreciate the subtleties and different approaches needed across markets in the region. He is also currently Vice Chairman of the UK-based Private Infrastructure Development Group, focusing on development of infrastructure in emerging markets across Asia and Africa. Before we move on to the panel, I'd like to remind listeners to write any questions for the panel in the chat. Now, I would like to invite John to introduce the panelist. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Esther, and good afternoon, good morning, good evening, wherever you all are to attendees. It's a pleasure to be moderating today's session in such a fascinating and timely discussion. I'll keep my introductory remarks to the minimum, but I guess just in terms of framing what we're going to be talking about, I like the word that Annie used, the word convergence. And what's interesting here, in addition to the convergence of projects, research, policies, regulations, technology and finance, I think we're going to be observing a convergence within the financial sector around green steel. So the relationship between strategic and corporate investors and the capital that they will be requiring, particularly for capital expenditure, of lenders themselves, the banks, and where the banks are going to need to play a role alongside equity. The role indeed of infrastructure funds and traditional infrastructure investors as they move along the value chain as green steel demands continue to grow. And of course, the role of governments. And we'll talk a little more about the essential role of government a little later on. But for now, look, it is my pleasure to introduce the panel. And we're going to be doing this in no particular order, but I think today, Valerie Kwan, who's a Director of Engagement for the Asia Investor Group on Climate Change, will be joining and answering a bunch of questions which we've prepared. I think rather than read the whole slide, I think you can see Annie's background here, and I'm going to ask her in a moment to briefly introduce what she's doing. Also joining is Seiji Kawazoe, who's Senior Stewardship Manager with Sumitomo Mitsui Asset Trust Asset Management, and he will introduce himself shortly. And then finally, Youngjin Lee, who's the Head of Korea ESG Solutions for Standard & Poor's Global. So, dear panelists, what I'd like to ask you to do initially is just briefly introduce what you're doing in your role, and then particularly talking about how your work is addressing the green steel transition. So Valerie, thanks very much. Over to you.
Thank you, John. I'll make a start here, and thanks for hosting as in facilitating this panel, and lovely to be on the same panel as Seiji and Youngjin as well. Very excited to be here. I will acknowledge upfront that as I listen through the session today, I do realize that the audience that we are speaking to today is not quite the typical audience that I would usually speak to, which are typically investors. But I think that's a fantastic change in itself, as in I think SFOC and Climate Catalyst, you've done a fantastic job in trying to get together truly a diverse group of stakeholders in the important discussion on green steel transition. And I think essentially conversations like these across the industry with investors and with green steel demand, all of that I think is very relevant. Sorry, but I should sort of start off with a quick intro to what I do, and also the role of AIGCC in our work in addressing green steel transition. So AIGCC, the Asia Investor Group on Climate Change, initially we've started off as an initiative to create awareness and to encourage action amongst Asia's asset owners and financial institutions to have investors really focus on the risks and opportunities associated with climate change and with low carbon investing. In terms of our membership at AIGCC, the figures that we have for the first half of the year is that we have over 60 asset owners and managers from across 11 markets, and the total accumulated assets under management within our membership accumulates to over 36 trillion of US dollars. And I think our main role within AIGCC is ultimately to build investor capacity on climate change. And there are multiple projects and initiatives that we're part of, but for the purpose of today's discussion, I think I'll be quite focused on Climate Action 100+, to which AIGCC is one of the founding network members too. So there are other regional climate change investor networks who are also founding networks to Climate Action 100+. And our role within AIGCC and in CA 100+ is to bring together regional and global investors to have a broad common agenda in the engagements on climate issues. So initially at the outset, when we started the initiative for around 4 years ago, we're quite close to our 5-year mark, is that we initially started by focusing on increasing literacy on climate issues, both for investors and for companies. By now, we've grown to over 700 investors and accumulated assets under management of 68 trillion US dollars. And most importantly, there are 166 companies representing 80% of global industrial emissions that we are engaging with via this CA 100+ initiative. So yes, in 2020, we've seen a momentous wave of net zero commitments coming from across the board, not only CA 100+ companies, but well beyond that as well. And I think it's a great opportunity for us to use that to focus on deepening engagements and to focus us of our companies to giving more detail on what their transition plans look like. So just to quickly summarize in terms of the relevance to the steel sector here, within CA 100+, we have 8 steel companies, 3 of them are in Asia. And typically we've been seeing engagements on key topics like target setting, decarbonization strategy, how companies are allocating their green capex, and also of recent, the lobbying positions that companies have on various climate policies. So just to wrap up here, I think this opportunity here is great. It's an opportunity for us to converge, as John pointed on at the top of the session here. And I think through Climate Action 100+, what we aim to do ultimately is also to open ourselves up as a platform for open dialogue on the challenges and opportunities that the steel sector is encountering, and to facilitate peer-to-peer learning to progress as a sector. So I think I'll pause here. I think I've done more than what I should have as an intro, but I'll let other speakers have an opportunity to come in as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Valerie. You've actually answered a few of the questions I was going to ask you, so that's been very efficient. Thank you. Perhaps, Eiji, we could just move to you and you could explain what you're doing in your work, and then how that work is addressing the green energy transition, the green steel transition.
Thank you, John. Just to let me introduce myself. My name is Eiji Kozo, and I'm working at a company called Sumitomo Mitsui Asset Management. And
Eiji, excuse me, yes. you might wish to move the microphone a little closer.
Sure.
Okay, sort of
and I'd like to just to introduce myself. And the company that I work for is a company called Sumitomo Mitsui Asset Management. The company has about 750 billion US dollars AUM, and the funds mainly coming from public pension funds, and some of the wealth fund management vehicles that we run. And these days, investment management firms like ourselves have a mandate for our client base to look at the companies on sustainability, and we exercise our stewardship responsibilities over those companies that we make investment. So therefore, as an investment management service provider, we encourage companies that we invest to actually have positive impact on the economy as well as the investment performance. Since we are an investment management company, we also look at the investment performance of those companies that make investment. So therefore, we need to look at them both ways. So the climate change is basically a sort of double materiality issue, which would impact the financial impact of the companies as well as the environmental impact those companies would have. So that's therefore we encourage companies as a stakeholder. We encourage companies to have a impact on the positive impact on the climate, reducing carbon emissions, as well as what those actions would have on the financial sort of performance wise, because obviously for the investment it has to have economic sense, and the return is needed for investment vehicles. And so that's why for the steel companies, obviously steel industry is a very high the carbon emissions characteristics due to their the nature of the businesses, and obviously those are the areas that we would engage in order to exercise our stewardship responsibility. Thank you. That's my brief introduction.
Thank you so very much, CAG. And turning to you, Young Jin, perhaps you can just briefly introduce what you're doing and how you're addressing the green steel transition in your role.
Sure. Thanks, John. So hello, my name is Young Jin Lee. I am the head of Korea ESG Solutions in S&P Global Sustainable One. It's my absolute pleasure to participate in the Trilateral Industry Policy Dialogue on accelerating steel decarbonization in Asia. I'd like to start by introducing S&P Global Sustainable One. Sustainable One is S&P Global's new centralized group that represents S&P Global's integrated sustainability offerings. So we offer a comprehensive suite of solutions across our divisions, 6 divisions, including S&P Global Ratings, Market Intelligence, Commodity Insights, Dow Jones Indices, Mobilities, and Engineering Solutions, which we have created after the merger of IHS Markit this year. S&P Global addresses green steel transition in various aspects. Commodity Insights analyzes and prices commodities, including green hydrogen that goes into making green steel. Ratings has ESG evaluation and provides second-party opinions on green, social, and sustainability bonds. ESG and climate data that S&P Global has also helps companies and financial institutions to analyze the climate risk and opportunities, and also assess companies for ESG scores. I will take some time to explain each of in details during the panel discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. I guess, Seiichi, just that raises an interesting point about the pace of change, I guess. So I'm just wondering what insights investors have about the pace of the steel industry transition versus other hard to abate sectors such as other metals like aluminium, cement, heavy transport. Is there anything that they can be learning from decarbonisation pathways and strategies in those other sectors?
Yes, I'd like to just comment on our sort of current situation of our engagement and our views on the steel industry. And obviously, the climate change will impact the steel industry based upon the it's the value chain will be impacted by the towards the zero carbon steel or the low carbon emissions, and the regulations regulatory front requires to have a steel product with low carbon emission content, and for example the public spending infrastructure or say steel beams needs to be has a low carbon content, and the traditional high volume users of steel such as the automakers needs to have those kind of low carbon emission content steels for their OEMs car production. So those market dynamics will gradually stimulate the value chain or the customer demand, and that will in turn the steel industry or companies have to make decisions in order to produce those low carbon emission content steels or zero carbon steel in the future by 2050. So I think that's the long-term trend is now gradually baked into their investment decisions, and also there's a existing steel production technologies as well as new technologies such as hydrogen-based production system. R&D is now being started to take place, and commercialization of that is now being discussed within the steel industry itself, and started to implement into the testing phase of those commercialization. And I think that, and those are the areas that I think investors are closely looking at, and how much capital spending is maybe required, and what kind of industry dynamics will change as the time goes by. And when you look at the say mid to long term, say by 2030 or 2050 time horizon, what kind of certainty that these industries or companies will be able to disclose themselves or execute their strategy. And that's the challenge for the steel industry, is that obviously the steel industry has a very highly capital intensive industry, and therefore you need to have long-term investment going forward. So what this means in financial terms is that we're likely to increase this uncertainty and volatility of these uncertainty, and that will in addition to already high volatile investment the financial performances, it will add this additional uncertainty towards their long-term say investment as well as investment financial performance going forward. I think that's the kind of challenge for a lot of investment managers like ourselves to make our investment decisions. And when we talk to the companies, we need to make clarity of what's happening in the future, and that is what I think the investors are trying to engage and try to convince those companies going forward.
Okay, thank you. I mean, Valerie, you mentioned that it is great news that steel producers have committed to 2050. Just in terms of how investors are addressing this more broadly in Asia, are you positive? Are you seeing positive trends in terms of investors supporting the steel manufacturers?
Yes, thanks for that question, John. Certainly, I think the wave of net zero ambitions that we've seen is a great convener of deeper and more nuanced engagements for every company that we do engage with, and specifically with the steel sector. It means that we are able to advance the conversation into critical conversations on capital expenditure towards low carbon steelmaking technologies. I touched upon that briefly just now, but I think more importantly, there are, these are the investor asks of companies But what investors are able to do as investors in the ecosystem is that I think in the earlier conversations, we've heard quite an interesting discussion around financing into low carbon steel making capacity. I think that is a critical point that investors will come in on, and just generally be more open to providing capital in financing low carbon steel. I think that's an area that we'll have more and more interesting discussions on. And in particular, Climate Bonds Initiative has developed a standard for steel, which is being consulted on, but I think it will be finalized quite soon. And essentially, being able to, the CBI standards essentially looks to label bonds to be green, and ultimately with an aim to help provide capital at a lower cost to address the financing needs for green steel, for example. And within the CBI standards, it articulates in quite great level of detail the investment needs that are needed to facilitate green steel and where the use of proceeds can go into. So I think that in itself is also an area that investors can look into as part of the great movement on steel decarbonization across the board. And I think it is common interest for both investors and companies to look into putting more proceeds into low carbon steelmaking in general, and also to support the development of certification standards for green steel. Again, this point I think was also touched upon in one of the earlier discussions, as in green steel standards. So the ability to support these developments, to finance for green steel, and also to mobilize. So we've talked about financing, we've talked about the technologies involved, and obviously also the demand side, what needs to be done to mobilize global purchases of steel to purchase or to have a preference for green steel. I think these are all important elements at play. And certainly any supporting policies that will incentivize the steel sector to more rapidly reduce on emissions, I think these should also be actions that should be supported of by investors.
Okay, thank you, Red. Yongjin, for you, I guess just drilling down a bit specifically on a country, what are your observations on solutions for steel decarbonisation more broadly in the region, but perhaps specifically mentioning Korea, given that you and I are both here, and for example, green hydrogen for green steel. That's a double-barrel question. What are your observations for solutions? And then, I guess, secondly, just perhaps talk about why and how investors are pivoting to low-carbon projects in Korea, and if I'm conscious that they are, but if some of those are not pivoting, what do you see as the greatest barrier for investors investing in such projects?
Sure. Thanks, John. Well, yes, I do believe that the green hydrogen that goes into making green steel is the key for the steel decarbonization. Well, green steel, what we also call the carbon neutral steel, would be produced using green hydrogen generated from renewable energy source rather than the fossil fuels. S&P has the research on green steel through our commodity insights, analyzing and pricing commodities, including green hydrogen. The calculated price reflects both the commodity production cost and the capital expenditure associated with building hydrogen facilities. So these assessments are bringing the transparency on the cost of hydrogen production, which will help the future market development. So I believe that it is important to know what the prices are and how it should be protected. For South Korea, the biggest steel maker, POSCO, is also, South Korea itself is pushing itself for a hydrogen society that uses hydrogen as a major energy source for transportation and power generation. And for also the steelmaker POSCO also plans to decarbonize its steelmaking by 2050 by using green hydrogen to replace not for coal, but also to become a major producer and supplier of hydrogen. So, they are planning a lot of 53 trillion won globally by 2026 to make its business more environmentally friendly and sustainable. Regarding to your second question on the how and the pivoting to low carbon projects in Korea, there are some statistics that 128 countries have declared net zero targets so far, and we can also say that the private sector is responding. So including Korea, Japan, China, India, all these countries has pledged for net zero by 2050, 60, 70. And more than 5,000 companies have published long-term net zero targets. And critically, more than $130 trillion of private capital is now committed to support the economic transition to net zero through the Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero, which S&P Global is a member. If you see, focusing on Korea, we see the increase in engagement with ESG. So Dow Jones Indices has confirmed that the ESG fund AUM increased by 146% in 2021 compared to 2020. And as the end of 2021, there were 116 ESG funds maintained, with 56 new ESG funds being launched in 2021, meaning that there is a high increase in ESG market, and we see a lot of investors are looking for it. And based on that information, S&P Global Ratings also expects the global issuance of sustainable bonds that will surpass $1.5 trillion in 2022. And Ratings has, to line that global growing sustainable debt market, Ratings division has also seen a surge in demand for second-party opinions in green, social, sustainability, and sustainability-linked SPO, second-party opinion, in the market. So we see that there is definitely a need and demand on the debt on the sustainability market. However, efforts to further establish and encourage the uptake of clear standards, regulation, and disclosure requirements will be critical. So we see that there is a lot of announcements starting from EU on the taxonomies. In Korea, we also have our taxonomy announced last year. And these standards would allow investors to more easily compare their investments and will serve a key role in increasing issuer and investor confidence in the sustainable bond market.
That sounds fairly optimistic.
Yes.
Which is, there's a wall of capital out there, and I suppose that the secret sauce here, though, is matching that capital with the project and with the companies that require it. And clearly there are barriers. One of the barriers that has struck me is always this issue around, well, this is something where we will not get a return on our investment for another 20 years. And clearly that's not a new barrier. That's a barrier that was faced at the beginning of the solar revolution and the wind revolution. And it's very encouraging to hear that there's that wall of capital. Seiji, from your point of view, what is the main barrier for companies in making the transition to green steel? And as an investor, how do you navigate this in your investor engagements? And I guess as part of that, how can financing help aid the transition? Perhaps relate that to your experience in Japan might be interesting.
Yes, I think the biggest challenge for the steel industry is that having scalable sort of technology out there. I mean, there's new technologies such as hydrogen-based technologies out there, but it has to be a scalable technology that you have enough clients to serve those new products. And I think those are the challenges that the steel industry has to sort of cope with, and to make investment and to make that investment profitable with better returns. And I think that's really the the key focus of the steel industry has going forward. And then probably, you know, all this hydrogen on other sort of those parts of those process will sort of meet those kind of demand eventually. So I think those are the I think the steel industry themselves needs to sort of collaborate with their client base, sort of downstream, sort of through their value chain, so to speak, like collaborate with the auto industry and or the actual users of those low carbon steel, and how effective that those steel companies are able to gather the client base in order to implement in order to execute their business strategies going forward. So yeah, I think that is the essence of any sort of any businesses, you know, investment into new technologies and create the market so that they're able to sort of serve those new products to the client base, and that is really the investment decision for the companies themselves, and also investment managers like ourselves have to make decisions which companies are better suited or which companies are clever enough to provide the new products to those to the client base. That's how I feel about that.
Yeah. I think, Valerie, just based on your experience engaging directly with companies via Climate Action 100+, what are typically the reactions you're seeing when engaging steel companies on the BF-BOF transition to EAF processing? What reactions are you seeing in those engaging with those companies?
Specific to those technologies in particular, given my role is differentiated than that of SEIJI's. For example, typically, SEIJI as a lead investor to a company, for example, will be engaging with the companies directly. As the secretariat to the initiative, I will typically be in a supporting role, and also obviously facilitating the collaborative engagement exercise through the initiative. And so in essence, SEIJI and myself and also other investors alike have a close working relationship to foster these engagement conversations with various companies. In particular to the transition of technologies, I can't speak for my counterparts in Europe, because I am very much focused on supporting the engagements in the region, in Asia. However, the upfront investment costs, for example, those would be typical, natural reactions coming from the companies, and I guess with that, I would like to sort of take one step back into the collaborative engagement element and how we want to mobilize overall decarbonization in the steel sector in the region, which I think is critically important. And many of my thoughts would be aligned in terms of the end goal of engaging across the value chain. That would be aligned with what SEIJI has just mentioned. So just one small step back on the role of Climate Action 100+ and how we go about in leveraging on the investors who are participants to the initiative, is that we identified that in engagement teams whereby we have lead investors, collaborating investors, different investors and participants of the engagements have differentiated roles, but a common agenda on climate change. And so the ability to bring in, for example, sector analysts into the engagements to have specifically those conversations that you've asked about, they will be able to bring us valuable insights. And sometimes investors might also choose to engage in parallel, and as long as it's aligned with the overall goals of the initiative and the team's engagement, that's also fine. The theory of change that we have for going about these engagements is that there is an acknowledgement that climate-related risks are systemic. It's somewhat baked into the system already, and we are now in the position where we need to have these sector-specific expectations emerging more clearly for steel companies to have a better understanding of the expectations from the investors. And given all of the companies that we're engaging with through Climate Action 100+ in Asia, at least, they are already committed to net zero by 2050, holding them accountable to these commitments and understanding sort of the low carbon steelmaking technologies that they will be allocating their capital into. All of these are important conversations, but that sort of continual change that's needed to transform demand and to see about a consistent change across the value chain, that's also something that investors would be able to do through the initiative, because we're not only engaging with steel companies, we are also engaging with auto companies and so on. And also upstream, we're engaging with diversified miners. We can go into that in a little bit as well. But essentially, I think those that is how we acknowledge, sort of coming back to your question, we acknowledge that upfront there are challenges for steel companies in the region, and we understand that it's not on the steel companies alone to bring about such changes, because it is a value chain. It is a change that is needed across the value chain. There are different players in the value chain that needs to be supportive of steel decarbonization, each with their own roles to play. And therefore, that's how we typically engage on this issue.
Yeah, I think that's very interesting. And your mention of the role of junior miners and in fact senior miners, where we're seeing instances in Australia of very large iron ore miners requiring the value adding of their product to be low carbon in certain joint ventures. I think the other thing that you've highlighted is the role of investors and holding investors to account, in holding steelmakers to account. And I guess one interesting trend that I've seen emerge recently is a trend where one particular ESG fund has its performance fees linked to not just the financial outcome, the financial targets, but also to the ESG targets, which are independently audited, being met. In other words, investors are saying to this fund, you know, no matter how much money you make us, if you don't meet those ESG standards, you don't get paid your performance fees. So it's a very interesting thing, I think, for asset managers and investors to start thinking about in terms of a future direction as to how meaningfully to hold to account manufacturers of steel. Just on the ESG question, Young Jin, across the supply chain for heavy industry, you know, met coal, iron ore, other materials for steel, what are you seeing in terms of challenges and appetite for ESG solutions? Are you seeing positive progress there?
I guess it's always positive for me. Well, I guess it's very much similar to what I have explained in the previous question. So in 2021, we've seen a number of governments and large companies setting net zero goals by 2050. However, these commitments often lack interim emission targets or plan to curb indirect emissions that occur along the supply chain. So this is also similarly applied in the supply chain for heavy industry, such as met coal and iron ore materials. The pressure from shareholders and other stakeholders relies on the entities to develop concrete near-term plans and begin to act to address emissions across the fuel value chain. So investors will likely demand more than simply setting long-term targets. I think this was also mentioned in the previous session, and the governments and companies will have to provide credible and achievable near-term sign points on their path to decarbonizations. And beyond the established focus on emission reductions, the spotlight will extend to how entities manage exposures to physical climate risk, including the presence and adequacy of adaptation and resilience planning. So I guess this is all various ways to measure and to prevent any greenwashing that might happen in the future.
And what about the social and the governance, the S and the G in ESG? What do you think the ramifications and implications are that companies need to be thinking about and investors need to be thinking about? Because obviously it's not just about the E.
Sure. I mean, it's S is always a very difficult aspect to explain and talk about. If you take an example for steel companies, if a company producing green steel is not saving the world if it has high fatalities and treat workers poorly and disregards local communities and poor governance. As I explained in the beginning, in my introduction, where we have the ESG data, we assess companies on their ESG data points. Meaning that we assess companies by giving out the surveys to companies itself. So the companies has to fill out the questionnaire and submit to us for the assessment. And when we do the assessment, what we have found, what S&P Global has found, is that the investors are not only interested in the total number, like the total score of ESG scores. So not, okay, a grade A or A plus, it's not important. The investors want to know the details, the data points on each of the sections, each of the questionnaires. So for that, we have disclosed, in order to increase the transparency, we have disclosed all the data points that the companies have submitted in their questionnaires. And for S&P, we do have, we approach 61 industries, differing by focus area and weight matrices for ESG scores. So for steel, we have a separate weight, and we have separate questions for steel companies. And if I took a look, if I looked at the weight of the steel industry, there were 33% for environment, and 33% for social, and 34% on governance and economic dimensions. So it's pretty much equal. So, but the key criteria for here in social is the human rights, occupational health and safety, and social impacts on communities. So despite the fact that it's really difficult to measure, we intend to capture the importance of occupational health and safety policy, program, governance, oversight, fatalities, relocation programs as mandatory questions where the company needs to consider during the overall operation, business operations, and also to answer the questions fairly and carefully because these informations are basic critical informations that feeds to the investors directly.
Okay, thank you. Now, I have a final question for all of you. We've gone over a lot of ground here, but before I move to that final question, I think we've got a little bit of time if there are some issues you'd like to address that I have not raised in my questions. Okay, thank you. So my final question relates to the role of government, and I think this will probably take a little time for us to discuss. And, I was reading recently some comments from the chairman of Kawasaki Heavy Industries. Kawasaki Heavy Industries and J-Power have this joint hydrogen energy supply chain project, which is showing very promising signs of success. And in quoting Chairman Kanahana, he says, companies will be pursuing the transition, but a lot of capex will be required, and for that, governments will need to support that. And he said that, in fact, this HSC project was a success because of cooperation between the Japanese and Australian governments. So my final question to you all is, what government policies do you think investors would want to see in place to accelerate the transition and to build confidence of investors in the long-term trajectory stability of a low-carbon steel market? So is it policy? Is it money? Is it regulation? Is it a combination of these things? I'd be very interested in your answer to this final question, and perhaps we start with you, Valerie.
Thanks, John. I think certainly it looks like it's going to be more of a mix of a few things, because we do need a multifaceted approach in the engagements, and likewise so for policy making. I think a few things I've touched on was the green steel standards that I think will be beneficial to many stakeholders. There is also the need to ensure that energy companies are in support of the transition overall, to be able to ensure a stable supply of green energy. That's critically important into ensuring that as technologies pivot, it also translates to actual emissions decrease in the process. I think my key takeaway from the experience with engaging with steel companies and having these conversations with investors is that there is no single silver bullet to a steel decarbonization pathway, and ultimately we do need to see actions being taken across the board by different stakeholders. There's also the demand for green steel that we've touched on, which again is something that I think is incredibly important. And if there is any policy that would incentivize that, certainly we'll welcome it. And certainly there's one thing that I haven't touched on, but then one of the underpinning themes that we've had a lot of discussions of recent is on the carbon pricing mechanisms, which is much more robust in Europe, for example, compared to how it's like in Asia. And the robust carbon market in Europe is an underpinning sort of factor to fostering the drive for low carbon industrial products. And so I think I've sort of on a very light touch way mentioned a lot of things that I think are all of relevance. It's hard for me to sort of put a ranking to any of these. But yes, I think ultimately it's sort of a multi-faceted approach that's needed by policymakers.
Okay, thank you. And certainly when you look at the history of the development of the renewable energy industry, government support and government policies were quite critical, particularly in the early days. And in fact, in just about any form of new infrastructure, starting with toll roads and ports, governments have had a role to play. If someone does a historic analysis, a very important role to play. Seiji, what do you think key things that are needed from governments?
Yeah, I think we need to have sort of a coordinated, harmonized approach amongst regions and countries. And I think this is really about this sort of globalization and how, countries or regions are committed to the sustainable sort of framework building, which happened over the last, say, 20 years, and whether those commitments are still there. And I think that is really the essence of how these climate change-related issues, or maybe other issues like natural capital or human rights issues, and those are the sort of the background of all the changes that we are foreseeing as a more sort of as a financial material sort of regulatory changes that may happen in the long run. And I think that is the sort of stronger sort of a political sort of a harmonization, or the willingness to keep these things momentum going is really the key. And all those policies and other sort of parts of bits and pieces of those regulatory framework, or the sort of financing, or the sort of finance mechanisms. And I think they're really, and those are the sort of tools to support those sort of commitments. I think that I think that's the essence and the areas that we as a sort of a financial industry, a global financial industry, are watching, and how these trends are being sort of made. for the next coming years.
And I suppose one key element of that systemic change or systemic commitment would be free trade between countries, because as we know, green hydrogen is going to be a significant, and ammonia significant, requiring significant export markets from one market to another. So yeah, I agree with you. A systemic approach by governments that recognises the whole of the value chain,
And I
very
think that
important.
you need to have to do that, you need to have very strong sort of a political will in a more global way.
And as you use the word harmonious.
That's right. At the moment, it's not. It's a very fractured sort of global sort of frameworking is now taking place now. So I think that is a very detrimental to any sort of a climate or other sort of sustainable.
So I think a message to government stakeholders in today's session: think about harmony. It's not just a musical term.
That's right. Yes.
And Youngjin, how would you see the role of governments and the importance of governments to this successful transition?
Well, I think my answer has been mentioned before with Valerie and Seiji and also yourself, John. So, well, first of all, I guess the intergovernmental deals will be a key driver for decarbonization efforts. So we've seen in COP26 in Glasgow in November, where UK, India, Germany, and a few other countries has committed to support new markets for low carbon steel, cement, and concrete. These kind of initiatives, global initiatives, are crucial to start off and bring the environment to the countries. And also for policymakers, for the governments, I'd say the policy and regulatory support is a crucial factor for the pace of development of low carbon hydrogen. As you mentioned, John, in the beginning of the renewable sectors, we had a lot of support and support mechanisms from the governments, and we need to see that now for green hydrogen. In order to commit to a hydrogen-powered future, policy needs to provide regulatory certainty that can reduce the risk of investing in clean hydrogen production, infrastructure, and applications. So we've seen this kind of support mechanisms in Europe and Australia already. And due to that, there has been a bulk of investment into low carbon hydrogen. So I guess this is also needed in Korea as well, where we need the certainty from the policymakers. Thank you.
Thank you. Certainty and harmony. Very, very, very good. And I guess to sum this up on an optimistic note, from where I sit, governments are certainly saying the right thing around the transition towards green steel, certainly around the transition to manufacturing scale hydrogen. So that is very positive. The other thing, of course, that is very positive is that private capital is being very mobile, as we're seeing with Korean companies investing into US companies and vice versa, Australian, Korean companies, Japanese companies. All the private capital is flowing, and as we've heard from you speakers earlier, there are enormous amounts of institutional capital alongside the strategic capital, and that capital is fortunately very mobile. So if we could achieve this convergence and harmony between government policy and perhaps some government money and very mobile private sector capital, this, I think, is a very optimistic outlook. But of course, everything is always in the detail of actually applying that opportunity. So thank you very much, speakers. Do we have, Esther, do we have questions from participants? Welcome back.
Well, thank you to all the panelists and to John for guiding the discussion. I think today we covered a very broad range of issues, including new technologies, systemic climate change risks, regional aspects of financing in Asia. Valerie, you advised how the standards of steel and climate bonds will guide investors to invest in the credible transition activity. Youngjin touched upon the need for midterm targets to add credibility to the more longer-term ESG or climate announcements made. And then Seiji talked about the need for coordinated and harmonized approach by governments, as well as the need for strong political will. Now, before we wrap up, I would like to ask John, if we could get some further insight from your extensive experience. It would be great if you could share some investment trends that you've seen in the area of infrastructure and any implications they have on low carbon or green steel.
Well, thank you. Thank you for that question without notice, Esther. Look, I think it's no secret that right across the board, listed corporates, unlisted corporates, pension funds, insurance companies, banks, family offices have as a priority a substantial pivot towards ESG. And that, macro backdrop is very, very optimistic. And of course, a lot of that capital is already flowing into an essential ingredient for green hydrogen, which is, offshore wind, etc. A lot of investment is going into carbon capture and some of the intermediate steps along the energy transition towards industrial scale green hydrogen. I think it's very interesting to see huge corporates such as POSCO and others, basically restructuring their organizations in a way which pivots towards the sort of future that we're talking about. So it's not just lip service. I think it's very positive when you have, the largest asset manager in the world, BlackRock, as the second largest investor in a company like POSCO, working hand in hand with the management of the company to move in that sort of direction. So overall, I think that the words that I used earlier is there's a wall of money and there's a wall of good intention towards the green transition. I think the challenge now is the extent to which that is apportioned into, further upstream into the development of technologies, experimental capital and real capital into, the manufacturing facilities. I know a number of the shipping companies are re-gearing significantly as well around this important issue of transportation, which is an issue that's often lost, but, without the ability for transportation. So I see, institutional investors and corporates very focused on this space. And I think we all need to help them, investors, shareholders, specialists, commentators. We all need to help them ensure that direction is reinforced and supported, whether it's through investments into technology or lobbying governments for policy change, etc. And if we do that, I have a very optimistic view about where the money is going to flow.
Thank you for that, John. Thank you to the panel for a much needed discussion on the role of investors in facilitating the transition to net zero steel. It's been a really long day, but I think we've had a lot of good comprehensive discussion. And now I'd like to hand it over to Sakshi for our closing remarks.
Thank you, Esther, and thank you to our panelists. I wanted to just take this opportunity to thank everyone who joined our event today for joining us. As a quick recap, the day started quite early with a series of presentations on the pathways to steel decarbonization and on green public procurement in the 3 countries of South Korea, India, and Japan. In the afternoon, we moved into a series of presentations, which included learning from the US Buy Clean program, an overview of the IDDI process by UNIDO, on increasing demand for green steel from Steel Zero, and on developing standards for green steel by Responsible Steel. And then we further delved into 2 panels, the first with the steel industry in this region, including both producers and consumers, and our last panel right now with our esteemed investors on their role in facilitating this transition. I would like to thank all our speakers and panelists for their time and for sharing their learning with us. And a big thanks to our participants for listening in. In the way of thank you, a big thank you to Esther and Kate and everyone at SFOC, as well as my colleagues Firth, Maddie, Suresh, Richa, and other colleagues at Climate Catalyst for helping make this event happen. Our event today was only the beginning of the discussions we need to have to build momentum towards steel decarbonization. We hope to build on this convening with the IDDI meeting scheduled next month in the United States, and hope to organize future events to share learning across the region, hopefully in person this time. For any questions or comments on the event, or to know more about the speakers or to share their presentations, please feel free to reach out to either Climate Catalyst or Solutions for Our Climate. Thank you, and have a good rest of the day. Bye-bye.